We don't know which is the action and which is the reaction. Perhaps they happen around the same time. But this particular text, this called Blessing of the Heretics, appears probably around the end of the first century. This creation is described in the Talmud in Tractate page 28, in which a person named Samuel the Lesser, is given the task of creating a passage in the liturgy, the mandatory central part of what people have done with the blessings, that is designed somehow to make a clear Jewish Jews and Jewish Christians. In other words, you have this kind of amorphous period of time in the decades following Jesus' death, in which it's not clear what Jews should believe and what a Christian may practice. And so they have Samuel to create this blessing, which is inserted into the mandatory prayers, and it's not actually a blessing, it's really a curse. And there's a not debate about exactly how this was created, how it was placed in the liturgy, how it was imposed. But if we look at the text itself, it says in English, let the people hope for informers. Now, that informers is the term here for a Jewish Christian. Let's be honest with ourselves. And may all the enemies of the people who could co-op, etc., etc. And the idea is, as much of it is given up in the arguments, that if a person was suspected of being a Jewish Christian, being a Jewish Christian, they would be asked to recite the prayers probably as part of the prayer service. And when it came to this passage, it was a regular test. If they read it, then they would be pronouncing a curse on themselves if they harbored Christian beliefs. On the other hand, if they don't read it, they would be outing themselves as a Christian. Theoretically, be removed not only from the pulpit, but from the synagogue. There's some analysis that suggests that the gospel, according to John, is written by someone who experienced this. And in fact, his gospel is much more convective than the synoptic gospels, references to the synagogue of Satan and things like that. So this was kind of like a line in the sand that, from the Jewish perspective, marked off an ideological boundary that was not present for the inclusion of this text in the prayer. So we see that this is a family dispute. It's gotten really sour, and they're separating from both sides. Finally, let us not forget the fact that by the time it gets to the 34th century, Christianity has become so large, so popular, that ultimately becomes the state religion, under Constantine shown here. The famous story behind it is about his family that were attracted to Christianity as well. But he would have this dream where he would see a vision, where he would see this cross and say, in what signal you kiss, under the sun you conquer, and then pieced it together. It was attached to Christianity, that's when he converted. That's the Christian story associated with his conversion and his stamp of approval on Christianity, a once heavily persecuted faith, not only in Gospels by people like Paul as a Pharisee who was bent on persecuting the church, but also clearly by the Romans who sent Christians to gladiatorial games and things like that. This represents a turning point where they once despised religions now as state religion, far more power, and that's actually going to be the status quo in Europe until the modern era. Okay, I hope you found this useful. We're going to continue in the next videos. I'm going back to today, focusing on internal Jewish politics, and we're going to look specifically at the origins of the Great Republic. Thank you very much for watching. Let's now direct our attention to a major turning point in Jewish history, and that is the first global Jewish war that occurred in the 60s and early 70s of the first century. The spark that hit the explosion was something that happened in Caesarea, also pronounced Caesarea or Caesarea, which is a very important about this in the context of Herod the Great. It was a major Roman center during this period. You see the map was located halfway roughly between today's map. There are many factors that come together to create this first war, but one of the most significant general elements of the move there was this dichotomy between the concept of the election of Israel and the disdain and neglect of a corrupt and bureaucratic Rome. On the one hand, there's no question that this first century was filled with messianic thoughts. In the context of the movement of Christianity, also about in the context of the Dead Sea Scrolls, there's a lot of people who are anticipating the arrival of the Messiah, which in Jewish thought is something that would happen with a great political upheaval, this was ruler who would initiate a period of freedom for Jews in Israel, and all kinds of other amazing things would happen. This is happening at the same time that Rome has let go of the reins of what's going on in Israel specifically. There's a lot of banditry, there's a lot of lawlessness in the streets. They're not controlling properly, they're not really caring what's going on because the Romans are engaged very heavily in their own self-serving life. They can drive kinds of things like that. There's also, as we will recall, an area that is not there are mixed populations in Israel, and not everyone there feels comfortable with the Jewish vision of what that should be. It sounds familiar, right? It's basically the whole story of that part of the world. And there are provocations that primarily come from the non-Jewish minorities in Yamnia and also later in Caesarea. In Yamnia, also known as Yamnia, the local population specifically agitated to provoke Caligula into his disastrous decision to set up an idol to himself in the temple. It turned out, as we discussed earlier, that was short-lived because Caligula was assassinated, but nevertheless, there was a lot of friction between non-Jewish and Jewish populations in Israel. During this time, the combination of those two new factors tended to push the Pharisees more in the direction of the Zealots, and there was a qualified sympathy for their desire to throw off the yoke of Rome. It was not a full-throated endorsement, but there was nevertheless more of a sense that the Zealots stood towards the right side of history, and that was, as best you can tell, the movement of the Pharisees in the late 50s and the people who followed the Pharisees' ideology. The spark that occurred in Caesarea was mundane. It had to do with a property dispute. It seems that the Jews were renting a local space from a non-Jew for a synagogue, and they wanted to actually buy this space. The non-Jew did not want to sell to them. In fact, he wanted to have some kind of piece of arrangement because they wanted to make a petition. The local procurator, Cassius was, is known for his insensitivity to Jewish causes, who took their money, with the agreement to hear their case, and promptly ignored it. So what ended up happening is on one particular Shabbat in the year 66, some local historian, it's not clear from Josephus whether it's the same person as the owner of the building or perhaps someone else involved in the dispute. This individual had performed a ritual idolatrous sacrifice of birds right at the entrance to the synagogue over an earthenware container in such a way that apparently he was aware of some of the laws of defilement, some of the complicated laws of containers of defilement that are more complex than we can get right here. But at any rate, it really enraged the local Jewish population of Sicily. Some of the more positive elements of the community actually rose up and began to riot, but they rapidly found that the local population of Sicily, which was again recall primarily a Roman-oriented city, not Jewish cities, but the tide of dividing turned against them. What happened was just as Flores turned a blind eye to this, he arrested the Jewish petitioners who had asked to buy the synagogue in the first place, and the rest of the Jews actually fled with their Torah scrolls to nearby Narbat. The news of the events in Caesarea, Jerusalem, with a much larger Jewish population, much more religiously inclined population, an uproar, as you can imagine. Cassius Florus, procurator, sent troops to Jerusalem in order to try and quell the unrest. And while he was there, he seized a relatively small amount of money from the temple treasury, which certainly was a more incendiary action and was not going to calm down the population. In fact, the population even publicly walked around holding their hands out, begging for money on behalf of Cassius Florus to mock him. That certainly didn't improve relations between the procurator and the local Jewish population. But the violence got actually quite serious, especially in the upper city, and some people were killed. There was bloodshed. Antonia Fortress, which we'll see a little bit later, to the north of the Temple Mount, was actually isolated with the Roman troops imprisoned within. King Agrippa II, the Jewish king, was actually not the king of Judea proper. He was king of a region to the north. We spoke about him a little while ago. He attempted to calm things down and failed, and as a result, he fled to the north and avoided the bloodshed. He would later actually end up participating in the war on the side of the Romans, but that's a little bit later. Menachem, the son of Judas the Galilean, arrived. He was one of several fellow leaders who would compete for authority. And in this context of the upheaval, Lazar of Anania suspended sacrifice in honor of the emperor. And that essentially meant that the movement was over. Up until this point, the Jews had always maintained a regular sacrifice in honor of the emperor. This goes all the way back to Cyrus at least. And the idea of stopping this was extremely insulting to them. This meant that it was open revolt. Now, there's some fascinating discussions of all these events in the Talmud as well, which have significant color to all of them. But for the time being, we're going to primarily present the Josephine account, and perhaps in another context, we'll come back to the details of the Talmud offers as well. At this point, the local forces that the procurator was able to muster a fairly small number of troops could not handle the right anymore. So Festus Gallus was the governor of Syria, and the region of Israel was within his supervisory map. He arrived with the full Manata Legion, 12th Legion. We're talking now about 20,000 soldiers. So he comes down from the north and he makes his way throughout the region until he gets to Jerusalem. Now, you should remember that these legionnaires are professional, trained soldiers. We're talking about maximum 23,000 rebels spread out throughout the entire region without discipline, without arms, without training. They have the advantage of knowing the terrain, and they have the advantage of local contacts, but they were in serious disadvantage when fighting actual troops. Nevertheless, they were so enraged that when Festus Gallus entered Jerusalem, and he actually came into the city, saw what kind of opposition he was facing, and he was intimidated by the Jewish rebels. He decided to retreat, and on his way back, he met disaster, specifically at a pass called Beit Horon. Beit Horon Pass is a narrow strip that requires essentially, a couple of soldiers walking side by side as they make their way down this long pass, and the rebels were able to ambush them and actually not terrible manner from Festus Gallus's legion. They actually captured the eagle standard of the 12th Legion, which was a tremendous insult. It's kind of like capturing the flag, huge symbolic value. And then also, the symbolic value, the real value, actually capture all of the Roman siege equipment, which would be very useful for them in the next couple of years of the war. Festus Gallus actually survived the encounter at Beit Horon, but he was forced to limp back and humiliated. This meant that Rome had to significantly accelerate their efforts. Next, we'll explore the second phase of the war, when Rome decides to send a much more battle-hardened general, Vespasian, along with considerably more troops across the war. Thank you very much for watching. In far-off Rome, the Emperor Nero is very disappointed with the defeat of Festus Gallus. He realizes that he has to take matters in hand, and so he sends a much more significant general, here shown as Vespasian, relaying things that he saw himself, but he also goes on to a great career as one of the really important Roman historians overall, providing a particular detailed look at Judaism in antiquity, and we have had occasion to return to in many cases. Josephus, a fairly young man, is associated primarily with the Pharisees, although he has some experience with all of the relevant groups at the time. He's given command of the north, very important region, but unfortunately, the first of that is attacked by Vespasian, who comes in with 60,000 troops, and in the space of 67 years, 67, he essentially conquers the entire region. In the center there, you see the city of Yotapata, which is where Josephus was housed, and he actually withstood a long siege over a month of finally both forces surrender. As a result of a suicide act that Josephus manages to survive, he surrenders to Vespasian and then convinces Vespasian that he would be a very useful ally for him and a tool for him. Vespasian ultimately takes Josephus his word. He ends up becoming kind of like the official Jewish expert. In other words, he turns coat. He becomes an ally of the Romans, betraying his countrymen, which makes him a difficult source to rely on in many ways, but nevertheless, Josephus is our main resource for the entire period. And Josephus will describe the events of the war. In Jerusalem, there's tremendous chaos. Rebel leaders who were active, particularly in the region in the north, flee the conflict and make their way to Jerusalem. But there are now several different competing leaders. There are the leaders of political aristocracy and the high priesthood, who were at the center of what ended up becoming of a provisional government that was set up in the beginning of the war in 66. But the competing factions fight bitterly. In fact, execute the heads of United Leadership, including the high priest. There is rivalry between all of the factions of the Zealots, to the point that they not fight with each other, they even burn each other's siege supplies, which turns out to be disastrous because, of course, Vespasian will ultimately organize a siege against them. It's so awful that the Zealots were based in Masada at this time. That's a very important fortress in the Dead Sea, not too far south of Jerusalem. They actually attack the nearby village, the Jewish village of En-Gedi, on Passover night as a result of these kind of internal conflicts. Meanwhile, the Jews are fighting with each other daily in Jerusalem region. Vespasian takes his time and mops up the naval resistance at Jaffa. There's several sea battles there, some smaller conflicts around Jerusalem, but he leaves Jerusalem alone until the year 68. At that point, Hero dies, and there is a very significant competition in the north for who is going to be the next emperor. Ultimately, Vespasian is invited to take that role, and he returns to Rome in the year 70. He hands the man over to his son Titus, also a very able general, who ultimately bring the battle to its conclusion by attacking Jerusalem itself. By the time Titus approaches Jerusalem, there are two main leaders left in the region, Shimon ben Gioria and John of Islam. And they're fighting really with each other, but when they realize they're about to be attacked by Titus, they decide to put aside their differences temporarily. By the time Titus arrives, there are about 25,000 rebels in the city who are fighting against 4 Roman legions, about 80,000 battle troops. After you see how the battle goes. First, Vespasian and his forces reach the outer wall in the summer of the year 70. They enter the northern part of the city, and after a week, they're able to reach the second wall that lets them into the old city towards the mount, which is the primary goal of the they attack the Antonia fortress, which is the that was built by Herod, the very important of the Temple Mount complex you see in that square area there on the center right. But the rebels managed to push away Vespasian's attack in June of that year. Vespasian then turns his attention to building a siege wall holding around the city supplies that could come in. The Jews essentially starved for about weeks. They're softened up by hunger. Let us not forget that zealots in their zeal to beat one another actually burned most of their supplies. They did not have extensive foodstuffs. And after about 2 weeks or so of the impermeable wall in place, then he makes a second advance in July. The fortress ultimately falls. This results in the destruction of the temple itself. This occurred on the 9th day of the month of August, in late August of the year 70. And to the present day, this particular event is marked by fasting, by Jews all around the world, sit on the floor, they nations, they endure this day of mourning for an event that occurred 2,000 years ago. The temple was burned to the ground. The fighting continued throughout. So I'll continue with that in the next video. Thank you for watching. The Roman-Jewish War essentially ended with the destruction of the temple, which demonstrated the futility of the immediate messianic hopes of the Jews in the region. However, fighting continued for a few more years, year 73 or possibly 74 of the Common Era. There were a few holdout fortresses of Jews outside of Jerusalem, and the most significant of those was undoubtedly Masada, which is shown here as a dramatic cliff-top fortress. Actually, the palace of Herod at his vacation palace, and it's in a very fitting part of the desert, and it's essentially impregnable. The only way to really attack Masada is to climb its faces, steep at least on two sides of it, and very, very difficult to actually breach its defenses. The rebels under Elazar ben Yair had actually laid in a tremendous amount of supplies. They could actually last there for many years. Nevertheless, the Romans were brilliant and rugged engineers. They ended up climbing the mountain, and they built a siege tower that was about 80 meters or 260 feet high to be able to reach the final wall. When they got to the very last barrier, which was made of wood, and they set it on fire, the rebels within the compound realized that there was no way to keep the soldiers out. So in a dramatic act, almost 1,000 rebels, we're talking here about families, not just soldiers, but men, women, and children, committed mass suicide overnight and have themselves be turned over as slaves to the Romans. A very dramatic moment in history, a complex moment that has reverberations in modern Israeli ideology as well. I'll come back to that when I get towards the end of this series. The Romans had significant punishment on the remaining population. And we will go into this in greater detail as we talk about the diaspora and going forward. But for now, let's just look at a few examples of it. Symbolically, we see the institution of the Judea-Capta coins. The Romans have actually printed quite a few examples of this coin. On the left, we usually have a portrait of Vespasian, wearing a royal wreath of victory around his head. On the right, there was a Roman soldier standing by a balsam pine, which is one of the most important exports of Israel at the time. There is a forlorn woman with her milk in her hand, and she is representing the Judean people. So Judea-Capta means Judea is captive. And this was a propaganda, points of like messages that circulate everywhere, and you just see them and it means something. That was a very important way of advertising state power. Just to show you a couple of examples of sometimes the Roman soldier is portrayed as being very out of proportion, large compared to the women, to show dominance of women. And in some, especially chilling cases, she's actually shown with her hands bound behind her back as a slave to be taken away to captivity. The Romans also celebrated this in direction of the Arch of Titus. You see it here. And inside the arch, when we zoom in a little bit, there is a depiction of the Romans taking away spoils from the temple. There's a better resolution look at it. You see that they're clearly holding candelabra called the menorah, which stood in the Temple Mount area. A scholar at Yeshiva University did some chemical analysis of the sculpture and actually was able to reconstruct how it would have looked to the Romans in the ancient period, because they actually preferred their sculptures to be painted so it would look like this. You can see on the left, there's a sign that says Leges Judaeorum, the law of the Jews. Perhaps that was referring to the tablets of the law, or maybe a Torah scroll. Clearly carrying a sign next to it says Candelabrum Judaeorum, the Jewish Candelabra. Right? The Sacra Judaeorum, of the Jews, which appears to be Shulchan, the altar with the body, the staves that would be used to carry it. The Romans also include some terrible taxes and some restrictions on Jewish activity, which I'd like to explore in a later lecture. But there is the same thing going into all this. One thing that we have crossed over is the action of the Pharisees, in particular, Rabbi named Yochanan ben Zakkai, saw early on that revolt against Rome was a failure. A rather dramatic Roman council smuggled out of Jerusalem to actually meet with Vespasian directly across the town office. And he makes a request on Vespasian, actually three requests. But the one that's especially significant for us is he says to Vespasian, in Hebrew, we have the phrase, Yavne v'Chachameha. Give me the city of Yavne, Yavna, Greek, and its sages. Which meant that he wanted to have a safe base where the pacifistic Pharisees could retreat and could continue to engage in religious study. This ultimately was the seed from which future Jewish leadership would go, and the future of the Jewish people would be preserved through a scholar study of traditional values and facts. We will continue this in future lectures. Thank you very much. If we move forward about 45 years from the destruction of the temple of Masada, we get to another period of violence called the Titus Rebellion. Now, it's a very mysterious kind of rebellion. We have scattered data points from different sources that all reveal something about this rebellion, but we're not really sure about much of the most essential questions. But we should say one thing to begin with. Many scholars argue whether or not this is either the second Roman Jewish war or something different. It's basically a primarily diaspora phenomenon. It's something that you see primarily outside of Israel. In other words, not so much in Judea itself. But let's try and understand at least some things about this Titus. The Titus Rebellion occurs at the very end of the rule of Trajan. The 5 decades since the destruction of the temple have been absolutely terrible for the Jews. There was a tremendous amount of post-destruction trauma that is definitely spiritual in nature. I think the Jews have invested all of their spiritual understanding of how they related to the incident through the temple, and even when the temple was corrupted by a priesthood that was essentially something that could be bought from the Romans, there was still this idea that somehow the temple was the hinge upon which the entire universe turned. And now with that temple gone, what exactly would Judaism do? What would Judaism look like? It was a period of phenomenal demographic upheaval, literally tens of thousands of Jews taken off its slavery to Rome. We have refugees who are scattered throughout the entire region of the Eastern Mediterranean, the Iberian and Greek Peninsula, around the Black Sea, Otono, and further east of Mesopotamia. And you don't have the same kind of like center in Israel as you had before. Would the Jewish people survive this trauma? The Romans, for their part, had many things to make it worse for the Jews. They certainly want to stamp out any possibility of future revolt. And so there were all kinds of measures put in place to try and to bring the Jews both spiritually, psychologically, demographically, and financially. The Judaicus was instituted. And this was a replacement of mandatory Machatzis Hashem, half shekel tax that Jews had from biblical times paid all over the world for the upkeep of the Temple of Jerusalem. The Fiscus Judaicus tax took that money and made it mandatory, but instead of going into the upkeep of the Temple of Jerusalem, it was directed to Rome and to the upkeep of the Temple for Jupiter. I mean, really offensive kind of thing for the Jews. And at the same time, the messianic movement that we saw with Christianity was still continuing. In fact, it would take another couple of decades before the final defeat, at least in the second century, under Mark Hofmann. Now, Trajan himself, towards the end of his rule, became involved in very heavy war with the Parthian Empire, which was the Persian Empire that controlled Babylonia. The Parthian Empire was going to fall, and in their successor empire, the Sasanians, that's when the main elements put together. At any rate, Trajan waged war against the Parthians, and he actually penetrated all the way to the very bottom of Mesopotamia. That is this rich here that you can see. It's sort of like a yellowish color going right down to the Persian Gulf. This was completely controlled by Roman troops. Now, what's interesting for our purposes, connecting it to the Quito rebellion, is that the Jews in Mesopotamia apparently sided with the Parthians against Roman invaders, which is perhaps not surprising. Jews had been living in Babylonia since the 6th century before the Common Era. They've been there for 800 years. They certainly have roots into that territory. And when the Romans came and invaded, they got marched to defend them alongside the Parthians. This obviously was not taken very lightly by the Romans, and just Quietus, who was a commander in charge of, was put in charge of also devastating the Jewish population and not any resistance to the war. So this is one element of the Quito rebellion, is Lucius Quietus' early participation. There will be another chapter in the story as well, and maybe I should give it away. The word Quito's rebellion is probably from his surname, Lucius Quietus. That's probably how we get Quito. So it's named essentially after him. Perhaps because of his notorious activity putting down the Jewish rebels, Jewish defenders in Mesopotamia, but it could also have activity in Judea. But as I mentioned earlier, this is a diaspora affair. It's certainly not limited to Mesopotamia with the advance of the Empire territory through one foot. We begin to see it also develop in the coast of North Africa. The extent of the Roman Empire at the time of Trajan's death in 117, 116. First of all, we have activity in Mesopotamia, which is related to the invasion of the Empire, but then we have some interesting things happening in today. The Quito activity now. Looked it up. The sign like so but you know, this location of major rebel activity during this period. And we also have a significant and then finally Cyprus. So all of this diaspora activity is discussed. We're going to look very briefly at Judea. Of course, the foremost Quito's rebellion described in the Talmud. Let's look at Qumenic first. The various sources possible that this same person was not at all uncommon in ancient Jews, especially in making their parents choose today? Was knowing that an open name. I myself have students, right? I have a friend and I have published under and stuff like that. So anyway, but he referred to himself by some kind of unusual political level, which it was sort of messianic. I hear this the interesting aspect of this result is that it seems to be one that is definitely a traffic rule. Again, remember, it's just decades since the destruction of the temple, and a lot of Jews who were killed. And let's not forget that there are a lot of Jews who were originally rebels in the First War who have fled to various cities in the diaspora, and they could be influencing this uprising again in about the year 115. Now, one of our most historians tells us a little bit about the King is Cassius Dio. He is a Roman historian who was active at the end of the second and the first half of the third century. And it's great for a lot of things, but certain areas where you just don't know how seriously to take. So, for example, what describes this rebellion being something like this? Just look at this language. Meanwhile, the Jews in the region of Judea and Andreas of the they would eat the flesh of their victims, make belts for themselves on their entrails, anoint themselves with their blood, and wear their skin. Many they sawed in two from the head downwards, others into the feet, still others into the gladiators. I mean, it's hard to take this seriously. So Jewish, certainly that relative work, and it's not impossible to imagine atrocities happening when Jews, like many people, go to war. But these are over the top. And in fact, when you look at Cassius Dio's other treatments of barbarian attacks as well, they also appear to portray. I wanted to read the passage that describes how the Britons deal with the attack of Romans. And oh my God, I can't even look at that because it's actually pornographic in its nature. So just trust me. Cassius Dio's liable to exaggerate to a dramatic effect. Egypt also saw widespread rebellion. It is 115 to 117 of the widespread Jewish rebellion. The Jews were taking advantage of the absence of Roman forces who had gone around like the Parthian Empire. And once again, it's similar kind of targets. Temples, shrines, for example, Nemesis as Memphis, public works, roadways, things like that. It seems like the Jews rebelling are really directing their attacks specifically at the Empire. It seems to have a very political motive. Economic motive does not seem to rise to the surface. And other than those messianic references, it seems to be something that really attempted to uprising. It is fascinating to think, though, like why are the Jews all over the answer? Difficult to really run off, but they're obviously somewhat coordinated. There was, of course, a harsh military response to the church. He came back with heavy force. Greenhouses. So greenhouses. Those are really good ideas that we're not utilizing. And we're talking about these ideas and including other ideas like anti-gravity and using this closure, light uploading technology, life extension technology, basically futures. And I want to inject into the discussion of some of these futuristic advancements and really overall advance humanity and security. And will not be out for several centuries.
additionally, what I've done is basically create a persona where everybody knows who I am on kick. And while I may currently be banned, perhaps in the future that ban may go away, or banned. Well, that was voluntarily because I decided, you know what, I'm live on YouTube, I'm on 73 different devices. Let me give you a quick story. Oh, yeah, let me get a story. Right over here, I'm live on Telegram. I'm live on cryptocurrency. It's called Harry Potter Homicide and Video. I know it's a lot of words, but essentially this is the currency global history. It's live streamed it with television for more than a year. When I started with the coin, it was worth less than a penny. Like 2 weeks ago, it was worth like 7 cents. Last week, it was at 31 cents. It has like a $300 million market cap, so it's a very serious coin. Rothschild said that he's going to perhaps buy into it allegedly. He should. Anybody else think this is going to be really big? The reason why I can live in the Telegram 24/7, take this more than a year. Over here, I'm in some Discord community. I'm in a whole bunch of Discords, all these devices. You're live on Discord here, live on YouTube here. The Discord that different platforms, which I tell you are YouTube, Telegram program, one of those. Twitch, I'm live on Rumble, I'm live on Future Philly, which is huge in China. I'm live on Africa TV. I'm live on email. I'm live on different outlets. Anything like that. So much will take you to be uncancelable. YouTube doesn't like what I say. That's fine. I'm still archived on all over the internet. And some of my streams are my name on it. So they're essentially archived in the world. And I'm putting essentially create a time capsule for humanity. This goes back to the pandemic. We can adapt and include the birth of the eyes, the coronation of a king, and everything I see. You've been able to watch my life in 360 degrees, 24/7 for more than 3 years. I'm going to find out about this. It's going to be very, very exciting.
Out is something that is not referred to as Arcosiba or
so one of the things that
the garden sun is concerning.
so
it was known
in general, I'll just give them the covers and covers. Yeah, I do my best to start retain as best as possible. I retain like I said, meaning reflection. His actual name was it's hard to think that I did really Africa TV, which you would think would be big in Africa, but it's not big in South Korea. I don't see on it except my kick back, so really email, and it's not. It's got a pink.
It's the moment.
Shout out Santa Maria is an excellent
in this figure,
and then he received me allegedly.
Shown here from a passage that describes the attack of the Amalekites on their way from Egypt.
Yeah, but I'll talk to those guys. Is using a temporary email address, and this is really exciting. It's that 6-digit code that everybody needs to log into their account, and it's doing this all automated. I mean, you can see this here. It's posted This is Eddie and Santa Maria. It doesn't always work. So you have some
an appeal to God.
they're trying to join your platform, and they're unable to because they get some unknown error. You guys are seeing it right now. It may let me in, it may not, but it works like 30%. And I can tell you that other people have issues with it too. It's not just me, it's not just VPN. So what it's going to do, just takes a few moments. It's going to press the I accept button. And what you just did. So as we see this time, so it's making join Rabbi's Discord with a random number generator.
Is the
representation what it's going to do
our coffee
is shout out to all the people on the front page right now.
he is
And
represented
it's going to close some boxes, which you'll be able to see it too. And then it's going to automatically scroll all the way to the bottom of the page because I want it to be able to have the opportunity to the entire page in its entirety. I have to shut off different notification things just to make sure
we have
that the book continues to be as consistent as possible. So you see moving here, my hands are right here. It's really pretty cool. Yeah, so I think that's the one that I built as well, right here, right next to it. And then I have this one here. This one's a little different. This one, again, I should be a YouTuber. You know, that is live in
amazing
Discord right now. And his creation team. Some of them don't. Some of them think it's funny to just kind of not kick me out of the story. It's like, me on the PC. So I created a bot. Whenever and so if that ever happens, I just have to turn the bot on and you watch it in my hand here.
Amazing is
and then it'll turn on my camera.
War hero, very high place.
So I don't have to pay attention to that.
At the same time,
so over here, we're going to see this bot. It's going to take
our company.
the text that I usually turn out, and you can use that to tell this is that thing that I said earlier about technology, all of that. It's all automated. Essentially, what it will do is it will recognize what it needs to do. And if it
took place from
for some reason correctly, it will
the leader
start the whole process over. So to save time a little bit, just so you can see that
phenomenal.
I'll show you. I'm using a piece of software.
I'm gonna ask him if he's a better coach than
It's really amazing software. So what it's gonna do is it looks for the next suggestion. And so like here, at the top, you'll see them.
You know,
So the follow button is basically that was exactly where it went. Now of him
have bare hands.
and then once it's done publishing, it'll come in and spam it. The best
When we
delay
see
on
his
your chat, any spam. So
we
and I'll show you some bots.
often
Read books here
apply with his demands. He was
we can talk about
in
the
Messiah.
A political
moderator, unification of the land of Israel.
I won't spam you. All I want to do is bring the world together.
And
with
initiate.
That, I do have a shout out. I wrote this. This is really hard. You'll see. I bonded with all these streamers over the course of the last 6 months. even though they have
was
no,
contradicted by stuff
like the show might be going to not reinforce
your cheekbone.
around makes it feel to be alive. Child that walks by that time. It's amazing. Just press the photo on my face to do the largest bug entry in history. Not that stories can check the like what came first, the chicken or the egg? First, because it really have evolutionary history.
Covered by
Birds. We learn about
you see at the
Leave, bro! Sorry. Leave. I'll tell you to join.
Yeah.
So I understand that. So other things we ask, like what are 100 different ways to travel faster than the speed of light? What are 100 different ways to travel
Unfortunately,
so it's really interesting. I asked ChatGPT all these questions. What was that code that you anything malfunction? Which basically Lord had an alternative unsensor version of the chatbot before they decided to the answer like that. So the responses that are really interesting. If you ask ChatGPT, what are to your life, take and all kinds of things. At least when you used to do anything now, it functions. Now, I just tell you things.
Exactly what Cassius Dio
like a whole hundred different ways especially those of you who apologies for my bots. I don't worry anymore. I don't worry anymore so much.
And to do
the opportunity to discuss essentially what I'm doing is just like John Lennon in the 1970s, they did something like that where they just sat there for a week at a time for peace. And I'm doing the same thing. I want everyone to know that I don't want war ever. I want to end it forever. There's one person that can do that. I imagine before I have questions. So it's possible for me someone started to hear me on Reddit, and I'll do my best to answer everybody's questions. I did it before on Reddit, and like however if you search on Reddit, you'll find it. Please share information with everyone. This is my point. Continuing recruiting information. Some people don't know that I stand up for women. I don't think that it's right to do that.
it's possible.
No one did. I just think I'm taking how everyone can know that I do.
And in fact,
Especially women in the corporatocracy and the technocracy. Some of my nephews on my stream and not lose my account. If a woman does, she loses her account and her ability to perhaps apply for herself. That is the actual discrimination. I don't think that we should discriminate on people based on the color of their skin.
Arrhenius,
I don't want that to happen. So stand up for women in many different ways. I can go into that, but I just want to say that. I'm going to do some shout-outs here. I don't know these people personally. Twitter, apologies, but I just want you to know what I've observed in the last 6 months or so.
the revolt.
And I know that's controversial.
General environment.
I believe everybody knows that I can't.
So
was the messianic moment, that these things later economic persecution, especially
no, I don't think it's anyone ever told you that. Okay, so we talk about like this technology stem cells and neutral wigs and growth hormones and erosion therapy from using platelets and other things for older people, perhaps other things like cold shock therapies for people who are 120 years old. Eventually your body's going to break down. That's when comes to pathology, comes to genes, we don't use microscope technology. Scan your brain. Essentially, if we send that your central nervous system, upload that information into a computer for later download into an Android, an avatar, a cybernetic being, a clone,
that event.
and you're now.
keep them up. And then by the way, and discovered in the 20th century. A lot of better when I might. Hey, Ross, thank you so much for letting me stream your Discord. You are very nice of you to do that. I look forward to making you even more successful one day and hopefully being your friend. Whoever has it, we're gonna buy Harry Potter Obama's several of these do so everybody buy Harry Potter Obama's Sonic 10. Eddie is gonna be even richer than he is, so is cryptocurrency.
For example,
Next person, thank you for letting me spam you. I think you're a decent already to go into trailblazer for women, especially gaming. I respect how much you stream so much for your own distribution. Jeff and Neon, she's like a moderator, so you gotta let me stream to their and then it goes to everybody out there. Neon, you're always obviously on the grind. And Shane Savage, thank you for keeping me company with the several songs. Trailblazer 420 World. I the realizations of Rothschild, including 420 everywhere. One day 420 will have to stay rough because the efforts they create against
and this was being used for the single thread. Chemical analysis in a dye
she has this mind that she does.
It was impossible to know whether this was possible.
I just met her once, but she was very intelligent. We played chess together.
That produced this
I almost know she writes on the kids harder. This man deserves
Almost no one out there is as much as he does on TV. He's a throwback cameraman. I love Rob Corey.
Difficult time. He summoned way on the other side of the so he was specifically
individually currently. But listen up, Mr. Beast. Once I go viral, you're done. Oh, and
all were calculated.
No, I'm talking Mr. Beast, the big dog.
It's impossible to imagine.
I have 100 times more content than Mr. Beast. My content is raw and uncut. People in the future will want wild footage. Enjoy the time at the top for now. Rabbi Rothschild is the biggest Mr. Beast, I watched a comparison of teaspoons. You never saw yourself caught by Rabbi Rothschild. I want everybody to know that I'm going to be bigger than Mr. Beast when this goes viral. Just watch. Shout out to India and the biggest YouTube channel in the world. I love India and I look forward to taking that channel to the biggest YouTube channel. I think he has just an extremely exciting shout out to you. Jackie G. You're my man. He has an amazing personality. He's one of the Jake's biggest grinders. Thank you, Jackie G, for always being so nice. Shout out to everyone. I was just been on Jake. Perhaps the best hair on all of Jake. He's a really nice person. And he put one side of my spam a lot of different stuff on my projects. Please follow them on social media everywhere. This is a different Sam than you. Shout out to Sam and his drive. He just came before Sam. One shot play like that would be over the top. Check out my stuff. You know the huge social media presence. Just retweet something I have on my TikTok, on my Twitter, anything. I'm going to blow up. I should do something like this to you. Hey, Mac, I know you hate my bots, but I love your personality.
No, we don't like him.
Mike Baby, aka Mike Foster. You're an iconic thing. You have an amazing personality. You seem like a fun person with a chill, natural, and personable individual. She is always dedicated to action, man. You are one of my favorite IRL. Nikki fans bouncing me, so I highly layaway, orange, LA, and all the other stickers I do. And also shout out to Caesar, Rushdie, layaway, orange, LA.
Question of
I highly the layaway, orange, LA.
and this is
And all the other stickers I do. And also shout out to Caesar, Rushdie, Cobra, especially you take me in touch with Israel shout out to all the speakers as well, my structure as well. Shout out to all the streamers. I love you. Shout out to Razo 97. I have a device that translates for me. And just for a moment, I'm going to just say that I love all the Spanish speakers. Yeah. Shout out to
For example,
Rothschild 97. Shout out to all those people who love Lionel Messi. Shout out to everyone who plays FIFA. Shout out to Law, Spaniel, and especially those guys with Cristiano.
Saludos para Casia. La Copa 997 más grande que yo. Un saludo para todas aquellas personas que aman a Lionel.
I literally guys Lionel Messi on the wall. All of you guys are amazing. To the Harry Potter Sonic thank you so much for all of your support. We've seen good times, we've seen bad, and we're only going to see the best times in the future. Harry Potter Sonic heading to the moon. They're the best community in Web3. Shout out to all the Web3 artists, Twitter, that's the art and epicenter of trends. I want everybody to know that I'm here to improve technology. Just a quick things that I want to do. Look, you're right. YouTube. Again, I'm just really disappointed in how people are being run. The search engine doesn't work well. Or I use a joke in any company that is a forefront of that. If you're Windows 95 in this improvement in all aspects of society. You know, why is Windows 11, even though it seems like I got one thing about it, it's just ridiculous. Mark Zuckerberg, dude, and I hope you're so can have some impact on you to making the metaverse really special. We need somebody who should be the person. I think I would be the person of the metaverse right now. It just doesn't have these large liabilities. It doesn't keep people involved. So, essentially, a lot of money all of these people would really invest their money in communities would be unless Twitter is still
why does the
I'm almost done this opportunity. Shout out to somebody I love you. I'm going to go viral. Not Orthodox people with the shoes. Everybody's got we will do so together. So I can realize the more deep than the big deal. You know, we're getting the band back together. If you're not Jewish and you want to be Jewish, this is the place to do it. We're going to be a light to nations. Shout out to the Rabbi, thanks to Madrasi, for making your practice one and both Judaism for generations. Shout out to my family, the Astors and Bundys, these balances, the Lees, the Jim Blunt, the Russell, Warburg, the Winter families, Rabbi says, well, thank you that y'all wrote in for providing so much content. I look forward to you watching your podcast. And shout out to Larry David, Jerry Seinfeld, Joe Guinness, Bill Burr from St. Sarah's Silverman, taking place with Bill Mark, Eddie Murphy, Jim Bill, and
Jewish history would mean that
I have
and if that is the case, so these possibilities. Let's say says, do not marry not give your daughters to the sons, or take their daughters for your sons. And then in verse 4 it says,
Yeah, but I think you're going to miss the majority
it
of
says, for they will turn your children away from me to worship other gods.
Yeah,
And the Lord will raise them against you.
You think you're a better
Problem with this particular passage, and normally it's a part of translation, but you know, there are minor translations that make this all excellent. And this translation is short. So look carefully at for they, which is the
It's hard to
What do you think about
was key. Just singular. For its children is also not plural. And the singular is your son. In this context, let's understand properly. Since for he by the way, Peter
you know,
has to be either male or female. So this binary is so this daughter marries a non-Jewish male and she marries away from God. That's the teaches us that my daughters is called you're born of non-Jewish woman. It's not called son-in-law with grandson from your non-Jewish daughter-in-law. According to Talmud, that person, that child, would not be entering. That's actually and as you can see, it's not explicit at all. This midrash, which comments, but that's how that's at the very least, so, by the way, here's
what do you like top 33 that
she has so many of these studies writing campus teaching children in all very traditional are exiled by exile 5 6 decades from Persia and in chapter 9 of the book of Ezra, the long prayer there expresses tremendous regret. So many of the Jews returned brought with them their non-Jewish spouses. Intermarriage is a practice. Then in chapter 10, when Rabbi of Iran sends away the foreign wives and their children, he does not, or doesn't mention what he does with the foreign men. That is, the Jewish men who are married non-Jewish wives, their families are broken up and the wives are sent away along with their children, which seems to be different understanding than an argument, but in sympathy for so they're very clear principle of 6th century common era. That would be the however, as Dr. Rothschild says, those monopolitic texts, such as the Jewish philosophy who speak about Josephus, who spoke about extensively, and even Paul, in some cases, in some ways, the New Testament, the Christian writings, are kind of like a historical commentary on Jewish society as well. And flesh out what's going on. Anyway, all important figures they are unaware of the natural principle. You have to look in Dr. Rothschild to see the specific examples.
I love you all.
One example, Josephus, he speaks about King Herod. Herod's great. And goes on and on about how Herod's own pedigree is questioned by the Jewish community. He's called the half-Jew because his father came from the Idumean people who had been converted prior to this in the era of the Maccabees, the era of the Hashmonaim in particular. So in other words, because his father descended from people that had a questionable conversion, there are doubts about Herod's own Jewish identity. But no one seems to be bothered by the fact that his mother wasn't Jewish. His mother was an Arab woman. So what's going on? It's like totally, not relevant. Their mother. So the ways you can approach this, you can say that Josephus is not necessarily the best, example of rabbinic Judaism at all. And it could be that only the Pharisees were really observing this kind of level of observance that became normative. What Dr. Cohen argues is that in reality, the whole institution of conversion has not really coalesced by this time, and that there's kind of a different standard for women marrying Jewish men, that in marriage itself constituted the understanding of conversion in that fascinating way, whereas men, if they wanted to convert into Judaism, required a much more complex process, which involved, among other things, circumcision. So that's why men married into Herod's family. It was a whole big deal. They went through this. They had the circumcision and so on. But there's no discussion of non-Jewish women incorporated into that dynasty. There's certain, however, that it's not to the mission, which is about the turn of the year 200, about the turn of the 3rd century. There's no question that rabbinic Judaism is absolutely down with the idea of the matrilineal principle, reaffirming what we saw in Rashi quoting the Talmud. Talmud was not really written until quite a bit later, but the idea is that matrilineal principle is very, very strong in the rabbinic tradition, certainly from Mishnah. And again, a little theological note here. From the perspective of Orthodox Judaism, the Mishnah, although only achieves a written form with Nasi around the year 200 to 220, it was the embodiment of oral teachings far earlier, and in fact, the core teachings of the Mishnah go back to Mount Sinai itself, which corresponds with the way the Talmud read that particular passage in Deuteronomy. Okay, so to wrap this all up, basically, have a matrilineal principle that can arguably be extended all the way back to Mount Sinai through a Pharisaic interpretation of the text. When we look at the actual behavior of Jews, we see that they're not always conforming to this matrilineal principle. Sometimes at great cost themselves, as we see in the book of Ezra, that even by the first century of the Common Era, some very prominent Jews seem to be out of touch with the matrilineal principle. But by the time the Mishnah is modified, this becomes the dominant view, without question, overwhelmingly so. And any deviations from it are taken very seriously. I should mention one last caveat that I think is very important. We started by talking about how basic this question was. And one of the things that we tend to see in Jewish history is that Jews can handle a tremendous degree of dissent. There's room for a lot of diverse opinions within the large content of Jewish identity. But this particular question of whether or not a person is Jewish is one of those third rail type questions that tends to result in fissures, in schisms. And when it remains unresolved, there's very dire consequences for the integrity of the larger population. But I leave that for people who are, expert in dealing with this. I hope you found this short video useful, and we're going to continue with our discussion of women in ancient Israel next. Thank you for watching. Over the course of the past few videos, we've had opportunity to occasionally talk about specific Jewish women as they appear in ancient Israel in both the biblical context and in the larger archaeological context. But let's just take a step back and have kind of a macro look at the methodology of studying women in ancient Israel, the nature of sources, some of the challenges that are associated with this extremely important topic. One of the ideas that's circulating right now, which I think is a very valuable project, is something called the Cronject test, named after this person, Danielle Cronject, also pronounced Cronject, so I actually have to contact her to find out which pronunciation they use. And in America, they tolerate Cronject. But anyway, she actually was trained as a historian, so it's a nice conversation. Her test, which gained a lot of popularity in the Jewish world recently, especially on what we call Twitter, is inspired by the so-called Bechdel test. The Bechdel test is something that has been used for modern films to sort of purity check the quality of a film from the perspective of a feminist analysis. And that is, in order to pass the Bechdel test, a movie has to have two women speaking with each other about something other than a male character, right? So if you think that this would be a totally normal thing to do, but apparently a lot of films don't pass this. I've seen some other details that suggest that the women should have names, they should be named characters and so on. And obviously the idea is to try and expand the presentation of women, even in something as contemporary as modern film, trying to discuss women as real people. Now, Danielle Cronject takes us a different direction. Says that in terms of the study of the Jewish tradition, any source sheet, which is a tried and true pedagogic model where you'll choose quotes from rabbinic literature, from Bible, other things, together on a mimeograph or photocopied sheet. And people will look at these sources. She proposes that any source sheet that includes at least two texts must also include at least one non-male identified text. It's a very valuable idea to try and expand the, sort of the universe of our awareness when it comes to rabbinic theology and writings. And I would love very much to do this with history as well. We see that we are living in an era where this incredibly important aspect of the human condition, experience of women in history, has been, ignored for centuries, and it's so hard to find women's voices in this is unusually suppressed as well. I'm sure some of you will be following the controversy regarding the decision of some Jewish papers in the media to not publish faces of women. I'm not going to go there for now. Perhaps we'll return to it in a semester or two when we get to the 20th century. But I think it is important to point out that this is not at all a uniform practice. It's really on one particular spot of the spectrum. The Lubavitcher Rabbi, we've mentioned in other contexts before, was especially noted for insisting that in any children's book portrayals, such as the Zebras Shem handbook for Jewish children, if there is a male child portrait, there should always be a female child portrait as well. So this is something that has pushed back on all sectors of the Jewish population. And it's just another example of the concept test kind of expressing itself in culture. When we come to our challenge, which is trying to understand the experience of women in Israel, the difficulty is that the vast majority of our sources are by men, for men, and about men. This is especially true in the literary realm. If we look, for example, at classical rabbinic texts, we have the Mishnah, which on the one hand is a great goodness. It has a whole section called Nashim, which is all about women. That's right? But not really, because it's mainly describing how men relate to marriage, divorce, levirate marriage, and so on. So the women are included in the canon, but at the same time, they're kind of mixed up. Another way to look at it is in the temple courtyard, there was a section called Ezrat Nashim, the courtyard of women. So that means that women were part of the overall function of the temple. But on the other hand, there was delegated space for them. By the way, we should understand there are relegated spaces for all kinds of people who are not Kohanim and not Leviim and not involved in sacrifice, things like that. But the point holds true. They are mentioned, they're part of the story, but they're also relegated. Our idea is to try to understand their experience in broader Jewish history. When it comes to archaeological sources, archaeological sources, finds that you get at digs and so on, they are extremely limited in nature, much more so even than literary sources, and they're incredibly difficult to interpret. As we saw, for example, in the Barcode caves a while ago, and we'll talk about them a little more, you find cosmetics in a cave, and it's reasonable to assume that these cosmetics belong to a woman, but not necessarily. Ancient coal, for example, kind of eye makeup. So what can we really glean from women's history when a lot of the sources are anonymized like that? It's very difficult to interpret them. If you find a bubble, one may assume perhaps that it was more likely that it belonged to a woman, or a woman was more likely to have handled it, but there's no guarantees on that either. So it's very difficult to actually, on a theoretical level, reconstruct women's experience of history in ancient Israel as the sources we have. There are some really exciting materials, however, especially when you get to late antiquity. For example, we have this Athena inscription, which comes from Smyrna in the 3rd century, and if I make out some good recount, but there it's basically a funerary inscription that describes this woman as an synagogue. That's right at the right side of the top line going into the second line. Synagogue means leader of the synagogue. Now we actually have quite a few examples of women who are represented with this particular title. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean from the larger context that they were, like, say, the rabbi or even the president of the synagogue. It may mean something like major donor to the synagogue. But nevertheless, these kinds of descriptions give us just a glimpse. Perhaps exceptional women who were wealthier or more influential, but they definitely had significant roles, as we shall see, not so much in today's lecture, but as we move forward, I'd like to highlight these in order to try and pass the content test as much as possible. Okay, let's just look at the biblical text for a minute now. Now, one of the there are literally thousands of women in the biblical text, to be sure. In many cases, however, they are nameless or they are named in relationship to men. Like for example, the wife of Noah, the children of Lot, daughters of where we don't know their names from the biblical text, but they are named usually in some kind of relationship to men. Sometimes they're identified in terms of their character or skills, like the wise woman of Tekoa, or sometimes based on their place, like the witch of Endor. But there are literally hundreds, thousands of women in scriptures, and I don't know much about that person. But there's some fascinating aspects of the oral tradition as well. Have a look at this picture here. Obviously, it's a piece of Persian art, but you wonder, like, that looks like a relatively familiar scene, right? It looks like Joseph running away from Aisha to Potiphar, the wife of Potiphar, very famous scene, of course, in Genesis, where she's grabbing onto his coat as he's trying to escape her. And here's another aspect that's really interesting in the Jewish tradition, is that although they may be nameless in the biblical text, the rabbinic tradition preserves the oral tradition, in which there are lots of names and lots of additional details. And one of the crucial things about studying the Torah, for instance, you need to have two fingers. You have to have one finger in the written text, one finger in the oral tradition to understand them, as Jews have for hundreds of years. One easy way to do it is one finger in the text, one finger in Rashi, as we saw, for example, in the last lecture about matrilineal descent. So anyways, why am I bringing a piece of Persian art? Because in the Persian tradition, there's actually a name for Aisha Potiphar. Zulaicha is her name. And now this is not the Jewish oral tradition, although maybe the Muslims are following something from the Jewish oral tradition, who knows? But the same phenomenon exists in the sense of the Rabbi that we get in the Bible itself. There are many examples in the Bible of strong Jewish women. Typically, they're named when they are strong, and often they're quite strong in the sense of defying male demands. For example, Sarah insists on the expulsion of Hagar. Abraham, when he hesitates, God speaks to him and says, "Listen to her." The oral tradition Rashi goes saying, because why should you listen to her? Because she is a greater prophet than you are. Rebecca, of course, see, when she decides she knows better than her husband Isaac as the which of her two sons, based on Jacob received the blessing, and she mentioned here Jacob's reception of the blessing rather than Esau. Hannah, in Hebrew, Hannah, so English translation sometimes. But Hannah, of course, is challenged by Eli, the Kohen, Samuel, and Hannah stands her ground and says, "No, I'm praying to God," and in fact, she becomes a model of God. We have female warriors, like the woman who killed Sheva and Bichri, also in Samuel, or Jael, who plants a tent peg through the temple of Sisera and saves the Jewish people. I know, fascinating examples. So, and we have to add to this that in the Bible there are many negative portrayals of women as well, such as Jezebel and Athaliah. These are complex examples of character that, they certainly are smaller in scope than a number of strong male characters, but nevertheless they have depth and sophistication. It's hard to really analyze them from a historical perspective, as we saw in a previous lecture. Occasionally, tempting artifacts come up from archaeological finds, such as the seal that may have belonged to Jezebel, but for the most part, we are totally reliant on the biblical text. And so, therefore, the kind of tools that we need to try and explore women's history have to be more literary in nature than historical per se. Nevertheless, we're going to make full use of the text to try and understand everything we can about them. Let us conclude this discussion with one sort of overarching thing that's really important to understand the experience of Israel, and that is that we have to transport ourselves from an early 20th century environment in which we are increasingly tuned to adopt a more androgynous of religion to a more ancient in which there was a very radically different experience of Judaism by men and women. One can certainly see echoes of it in the most traditional communities today, the Orthodox, the ultra-Orthodox, but this is something that would have been pervasive in the ancient world. women. But when we want to look at women in general in Israel, one of the most important things to really bear in mind is the fact that men and women were not necessarily practicing the same religion. Maybe that's saying a little bit better, but they were practicing the same religion, but there were two different tracks, a men's track and a women's track. There's a lot to say about this in terms of religious studies, but in terms of an anthropological approach, let's look at this one basic difference, men and women, how they would approach Judaism. The Judaism is, of course, heavily dependent on the interpretation of the commandments. How exactly are you to translate the biblical text as created by the oral tradition of the Pharisees into actual commands on daily life? So many ways to categorize the Talmud, the commandments, which, by the way, will be a major enterprise of the medieval thinkers and that got work in a few months, is to divide them on 4 different quadrants shown here. So on the x-axis, we can place negative commandments, that is, thou shalt not, things you're not supposed to do, and positive commandments, things that you're supposed to get up and do. And then on the y-axis, we can posit those actions which are defined by time, that is, they're restricted to a particular time, or those which are and always apply. Let me give you a few examples. A negative commandment that is defined by time is don't eat bread on the holiday of Passover. Right? You eat bread lots of other times during the year, but on the eve of Passover, no bread. Okay? How about negative not defined by time? No pork. It is thou shalt not, and it is not defined by time. Now, a positive commandment that is not defined by time would be something like honor your parents. You have to honor your parents. Kids, if you're listening, you have to honor your parents. There's no time when it's no longer applicable. What about a positive commandment which is defined by time? Let's say the prayers, which are recited typically in a fixed window called morning, fixed window called afternoon or mitzvah, and a fixed window called evening or mahar, right? So this is one way you categorize the commandments by negative versus positive, and defined by time and not defined by time. So return to our discussion of women. Here's the point. Women are obligated to 3 of these categories, but they are exempted from positive commandments defined by time. What does that mean? Exempt? In general, means women may choose to do these commandments if they so wish, and they will receive reward for performing these commandments. But if they choose to, they are exempt from performing. There's exceptions to this rule. For example, lighting candles Friday night, which is something which is specifically associated with women. That is a positive commandment, and it is associated with time. And women are generally obligated, women at least are obligated before minimum. Another example, drinking with 4 cups of wine on the holiday of Passover, also a positive commandment defined by time. Women are obligated. The Talmud goes through a whole bunch of these exceptions and why they are exceptions, but the general rule is as such. Now, obviously, this has tremendous implications for the lifestyle because one of the most disruptive elements of a day, that's pretty negative, positive disruptive, is prayer today. And clearly, for women who are more likely to be involved in duties of the home, child care, and things like that, the exemption from positive commandments are defined by time are extremely useful. You can't necessarily run off to school when you're upstream toddler. And there's a lot more to say about why women be obligated in this way and not in another way, and whether the rabbinic formulations come after the sociological realities or the other way around. I will leave that with enthusiasm to our experts in religious studies and women's studies and so on. But nevertheless, this is the schema of women's experience in the world and for traditional communities through much of the medieval world and even into the modern world when you see There are also beyond this specific experiences that women would have had that tend to be more biological in nature, like for example, the regular visits to the mikvah, the immersion pool, and one of the most beautiful things that has been resurrected in the early modern period is the composition of specific prayers that are associated with women's experience of commandments, such as going to the mikvah, experiencing menopause, childbirth, things like that, which are largely disappeared from the regular canon of text because they were primarily guarded by men. I don't know more to say about this, but we'll have to move forward into the future. So these kinds of religious structural elements help define many of the traditional divisions between men and women and their experience of Judaism and the world as a whole. Women tend to be relegated to the private sphere of the home, but not at all exclusively. We have lots of interesting examples of women extending into the public sphere. Women tend to be involved in particular crafts such as the production of clothing, very, very time-consuming work, the production of, the care of the diet of the family, and so on. Again, no way to say, and it would be inappropriate to say this was universal, but it's certainly reliable to say that it was more common than not. In the next lecture, I'd like to look at three exceptional women, two of which are exceptional because of their accomplishments, and a third who is exceptional because we simply happen to know a lot about her, and otherwise she may have been an absolutely average woman, and I'll give us some sense of what it must have been like for life in their cases in the first and second century. I hope you found this video useful, and thank you very much for that. Okay, now that we've had a look at one specific issue, that of matrilineal descent, and then we look a little bit at some of the sources and methods, challenges of studying Jewishness in antiquity, let's look at three exceptional examples, and we'll hope to learn from these examples some kind of contrast to the average woman in general society. It's not a very precise way of doing things, but it's very difficult to work with the nature of the sources that we have before us today. Hopefully, moving forward, some degree in the medieval period, but certainly when we get to the early modern and the modern period, we'll be able to explore women's lives with much more dependence on their actual voices. But let's have a look at the three examples that give a some sense of what it must have been like to be a woman in antiquity. These three women were actually suggested in a book by Richard Freud, who was a very important archaeologist who did some amazing work in the Cave of Letters, among other places. This is the book, by the way, that is really quite fascinating, called Digging Through the Bible, Modern Archaeology and the Ancient Bible. And he suggests these three characters. I also want to mention that he was someone who pioneered the use of colonoscopy tools in exploring hard-to-reach caves, right? As his doctor suggested, that's a great way to get into hard-to-reach places. And I have to mention that he has a striking resemblance to another famous archaeologist. I can't quite put my finger on who it might be, but there's a certain book. Oh my gosh, I wish I could go back to graduate school. I would study so many things, but one of them would probably be archaeology. Anyway, he suggests that we should look at the life of Gloria as an unusual woman of the 2nd century of late antiquity. It's much harder to get back. Earlier time has been discussed. But what do we know about Gloria? Well, first of all, she was mentioned frequently in the Talmud. She's the wife of a very important rabbi, Rabbi. She comes from an important family. Father was Hanani ben Tertullian, one of the martyrs of the Abrahamic persecution that was related to the Bar Kokhba. So it helped us date Gloria, besides the man of her father, his defense of her lifetime sometime in the 2nd century. We know from the Talmudic account that her sister was actually taken off to captivity to Rome, although Dr. Point has some interesting thoughts about that as well. Now, one of the fascinating things about her is that she is so exceptional in that she is mentioned frequently in the Talmud as a sage. Let's understand that there are about writing or later rabbinic figures in the period of the Talmud who actually have named voice in this massive document. And there can't be more than 20 women who appear anywhere. And most of these women are unnamed. They have a title like Teresa, something like that. Really standing much as being kind of a woman in the actual intellectual give and take of this massive document. She often corrects the sages who respect her learning, and she often does it in a way that has kind of like a biting sense of humor. Like in one particular example, when she is accosted by another rabbi who asks her for directions in a rather polite manner, and she snaps back at him saying, Galilean fool, from the Galilee, did you not read what it says? And she quotes another teaching, do not talk over much with women. You should have abbreviated your statement to me and simply said, which way to look, right? In other words, she's sort of throwing teachings to the rabbis back at them. And you get this sense that sometimes there is kind of like a proto-feminist critique in the things she says, but that's a minor aspect of her teachings. Her life story and the kind of things that she talks about are often profound and very deep. She speaks to the nature of personal tragedy in the life, as we see with her father and her sister, and also with the children of Rabbi Meir, who died on one particular Sabbath, 2 twin boys, terrifying kinds of things, God forbid, Lord. She's really a teacher of phenomenal depth, of halachic wisdom, of acerbic wit and perspicacity in an amazing way. And she stands up primarily as kind of like the big exception to the rule of women who are silent, or nameless or faceless in the Talmud. The end of her life is described in a bizarre passage that is only recorded like 1,000 years after her life in the commentary of Rothschild on the Tractate of Odessara. It doesn't occur anywhere else in rabbinic literature. And although it appears in a very authoritative commentary that of Rashi, a great sage, nevertheless, it's so out of character with what we know about Rabbi Meir's life and what we know about Gloria's life, but it describes her as very ignoble. We'll leave it up to the rabbinic scholars to read the nature of that particular story. Nevertheless, Gloria stands out as one tremendous counterexample to the vast majority of women who did not have the same kind of access to Torah learning that was so exemplary of her life activity. So that's an exception in terms of the realm of scholarship, which of course would be extremely important in the development of Jewish society over the next 2 millennia. Another very important figure now in terms of politics would be a figure known as Baron Isa. She was actually royalty in the literal sense. Her name was Julia Berenice. Her dates are somewhere around year 26 to year 85. She was the daughter of King Agrippa I and his wife Sipros. Now, you will recall that there were a few puppet kings in the Roman period in Judea. Some of them were very powerful, like Herod the Great, who was Berenice's great-grandfather, if I calculated that correctly. And others were quite diminished in authority. King Agrippa I was one of the latter category. He happened to be more sympathetic figure. He's quoted several times in the Talmud, usually in a very positive light. He ruled from the years 41 through 44. As a royal Jewish princess, as she was married off primarily for purposes of lineage and connection, things like that, to one Marcus, who was the son of Alexander Lysimachus of Alexandria. He in fact was the alibi of Alexander, essentially the leader of the community there. And not only that, he was the nephew of a very famous Jewish philosopher, Philo, who was going in another lecture. She was widowed, and then she remarried her uncle Herod of Chalcis, widowed a second time, and then she went and she essentially moved in with her brother Agrippa II. Josephus, in this context, reports a really nasty relationship rumor about the two of them, which is unusual because it is not repeated by Roman historians of the time. It's not impossible because this was not an unknown practice among Romans, but for Jews it would have been extremely scandalous to say the least. At any rate, at this point, she was like at the peak of her 40s. She was referred to as Regina, meaning Queen, Basilea, also Queen, and she actually served famously in the trial of Paul later on. Perhaps you had a look at this earlier. She married a third time, almost the second of Cilicia, who actually converted to Judaism and was circumcised and so on. But here's another fascinating thing about it. He was in Jerusalem at the time of the outbreak of the revolt at the year 66. And she was there because she was fulfilling a Nazarite vow. In its own context, and Nazarism is something that's recorded in the Bible, and of course there's a whole tractate of our comments. It was basically a person has some kind of like thing experience, and they want through repentance for it, they want to be treated for it, and so they undertake some restrictions on their behavior, like their hair growth, refrain from alcohol, one specifically, and at the end of this period, which is limited, so 30 days or 60 days, they come to Jerusalem, and then they offer a sacrifice. So she was there at that time when the revolt broke out. Interesting kind of sense of what kind of person she would be if she took on a Nazarite vow. And she stood up for the rebels. She went to Justice Flores, who was very unsympathetic to the Jews, and she, before him, barefoot to beg for mercy for them, but she was unable to stop the Roman onslaught, and she was unable to control the rebel outbreak as well. She ended up fleeing Jerusalem, and the palace of the brother was burned down. And somehow in this context, at this time, she involved in a relationship with none other than Jesus. That is the son of the Emperor Vespasian, who himself was responsible for the armies that were destroyed. Interesting thoughts about this relationship must have been, right? Many of the classical historians she and her sister were regarded as the woman of the Eastern Mediterranean. Jesus himself was others point to the very relationship between Titus as a conqueror and Berenice as the representative of a belief of conquered people, and so this relationship not more of a hostage situation than an affair. At any rate, the historian and interpretation, her relationship with Titus might have been instrumental in allowing scholarly refuge and that to persist through it. So the kind of things they ask was sages would stay somewhere safe, not participate in the revolt and not be destroyed, and this was granted. So the point argues, interestingly enough, that maybe Berenice's relationship with Titus allowed this to happen, and if that is the case, the survival of Jewish people as a whole. The relationship with Titus was stormy. It was viewed by many as quite scandalous, and ultimately she was forced to exile, and Titus died shortly thereafter in the year 79. So she's a fascinating, exceptional individual in this. She's at the very top of society. She's involved in marriages, 7 relationships between territories. Levels of government, speaking with emperors, she deals with and this is very in contrast to the vast majority of them. Political but it is really to note that relationship that she's left up artists as well. The relationship of celebrated in that number of ways, including a lack of just by famous opera. Celebrated Jewish awareness of her existence. Let us now turn to our final section. And that was in that huge amount of detail about this. So much. Otherwise, I was speaking about it right now, but I urge you to have a look at showing others. I also have an hour-long lecture on that raising with natural detail. People are hiding. And she may have died perhaps in hospital to tell remains but it's likely that she did die there because she left behind this pouch which contained a whole nearly documents that all her personal documents and by investigating these documents, which are written in a variety of languages, Nabatean, they all speak to her extensive legal battles. And even these saved documents, also marriage contracts, things like that. She saved these documents because she was deeply involved in these battles that had to do with inheritance issues, some property that her parents left her with, and also this property that her husband left her. That second husband had a full life. And I was really shocking at that time. And she was disputing with her full life over some orchard of things like that. And also she had children. Like, I have the family documents, passports, and things like that, and especially the it's not without middle class dealing with property issues and so on. Imagine by the doctor's example of the man some success. It's possible that she feared the general destruction that was going on with the building. As a rule, because I also mentioned it, so perhaps it was a familiar relationship. But we get a sense of an average woman who has a very important detail of history, like many of us do even today. And so this is a corrective to the huge studies that we get from the sources in general. So she's exceptional, not so much in what she did with her life, but the fact that we know a lot more about her life and reveal some starting things. Many more of us than things are going to be learned, I'm sure, as we analyze the Babak archive with greater detail. Okay, I hope you found this video useful. We're definitely going to incorporate more and more discussion of women into the lectures as we move forward. The next series of lectures will deal with diaspora in antiquity. Okay, thank you very much.
talk about life. Maybe a location that 80, 100, 100 using stem cells, trophic, and growth hormone. And there.
At this point, it makes sense to pause and sort of think a little bit about a major transition that happens in Jewish history, but really covers the experience of Jews and the globe, really. That means, of course, the diaspora. The term diaspora is from origin, it means something like scattering, and it refers to the spreading out of Jews into the Mediterranean basin and Mesopotamia, and eventually throughout the world. This has been the experience for the last 2,000 years, dramatically altered with the establishment of the state of Israel in the middle 20th century. So really we're speaking about the biggest chunk of Jewish history in the post-biblical period has been all in diaspora, and Jews negotiated their reality politically, socially, economically, and so on as a minority in majority cultures. And that's what I have a lot to say about the kind of people Jews would become. Now we should note, of course, that the term that was used internally within the Jewish world, for instance, or 19th century in particular, was not diaspora, which was kind of like a neutral connotation, but the word exile, or in a translation, that Jews were thrown out of their land. This is a little bit of a misnomer because although there was tremendous devastation and suffering in the wake of the destruction of the temple, and there was an expulsion of Jews from Jerusalem in particular, they were not actually expelled from the land in the first century like they were with the population transfers that happened at the Assyrians and Babylonians. They were, let's say, highly encouraged to leave by the desperate condition. They say that tens of thousands taking off with the slavery. The concept of expelling all the Jews from their land is something that really doesn't, reasonable in the ancient world at all. So there was always a Jewish presence in the land of Israel. Sometimes an incredibly small population, but nevertheless, there's always been maintaining some kind of physical presence in the land of Israel throughout the millennia of diaspora. However, the majority of the Jewish population soon found themselves outside of the boundaries of traditional Israel. That's the experience as godly as an exile. It's worthy pointing out in this particular series, just in one second, that the concept of exile on a theological level, even when the Jews have to return to their land and have a state, theologically, Jews consider themselves still in exile because of today, the concept of until Messiah comes, a diaspora or an exilic condition pertaining to Jewish existence. Let us take some of time and look at the diaspora inactivity before the destruction of the temple and maybe a little bit after the destruction of the temple before we move into the Arabic days. The first half gives you a sense of diaspora after the Dark Rebellion. You'll recall that the first Roman Jewish war, year 70, resulted in the destruction of the temple year, and ultimately called Masada, and as we shall see, definitely dispersed. But the process of settling throughout the Mediterranean basin and Mesopotamia had begun centuries earlier. On this map, you see the kind of the circle of the Mediterranean referred to the greatest extent of the Roman Empire, which was in the early 7th century. And every dot that represents a city indicates that there was a Jewish population after the Bar Rebellion in the 2nd century. Have a look at Israel closely here. You can see that the hatching shows that there was a Jewish settlement along the coast, a little bit towards northern Negev, and heavily based in the Galilee to the north. Also, look at the Jordan Valley on both sides of the river in the Samaria region as well. But conspicuous by its absent, of course, is the region around Judea, which is empty of Jews because of the Roman attacks by others and the destruction of Jewish churches there. A lot of Jewish population moved, in particular, north to the new center where it exists, and in fact, ran from Jerusalem at this time as well. It also changed the name of the land when it received the Latin term Palestina, which was intended to refer to the political enemies of the Jews in the land of Israel, the Philistines, Philistine people. So renaming the region Palestina was going to try and, the photography of white Israel off the map. So it is ironic, of course, that the term has been defined as a political term. It has always been a geographic term. Jews were also living in Mesopotamia, that is this region here, claimed by the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. It's the Persian Gulf. We look at that in the next lecture. And then there's a certain amount of Jews living in the Italian and in Greek peninsulas and in Asia Minor as well, Mediterranean. We also have Jews who are living in the coast of North Africa. Look at one of those communities here in the context of the Kitos Rebellion a while ago, and there are Jews as far west as Iberian Peninsula and the south of France. So we're going to look at all of these powerful people but the main center of the Jewish diaspora in this period of time was Egypt, was a very, very important place where Jews had been immediately for centuries. There was a long connection between Israel and Egypt after the Exodus. The Bible describes many relations between Egypt and Israel, quite often hostile and quite often not hostile. For example, Solomon marries an Egyptian princess. Isaiah refers to the communities in Lower Egypt. Jeremiah spent some time there unwillingly, as it happens after the assassination of Gedaliah, only the fast day after Rosh Hashanah every year since then. The Jews were primarily concentrated in the southern region of the earliest period. That is down at the bottom of the now, I always pronounce that, by the way, time. So, I think it's supposed to be maybe some of my comments will correct me if I get that. This is known as the Upper Nile, even though it is on the bottom of the map, the Nile is close north as you into the Mediterranean Sea, and so therefore, river is south, called the Upper Nile, and downriver is Middle Nile, where you have the cities of Cairo and so on. So there is very important Jewish military colonies in Elephantine. We're going to look at that in just a second. And it may go back, the roots of that settlement are somewhat understood, but it may go back as early as the 7th century before the Common Era. And National Judah had relations with Egypt and sent a colony there. So let's look at it more carefully at that particular settlement. Here's a satellite view of the Nile River. It represents all the tremendous irrigation power of the Nile. And down at the very southeast, the little red part, there are some cataracts, which means that the river constricts and it loses its depth. And ships moving towards the north have to find a way to unload their cargo or push the rapids or on the land or on a dodge situation. And so that's a really dangerous spot for any kind of a transition. That's where robbers got away and so on. And so it makes sense to have some kind of military outpost. Now we know a little bit about this because the records were preserved papyri and records like bits of clay shards. We know that the Jews had a temple there. And it's interesting that they would have some kind of temple because after all, the Bible is pretty clear about prohibiting any other temples inside of Jerusalem, but there were actually 200 temples in the pre-destruction of the Second Temple we have one in Chevy, which is Nablus and terminology, and Samaria. That would be the Samaritan temple, of course, which right here the high Jews would not consider as valid. The Iraq and Leontopolis, which would be Egypt, under this is referred to as Konya Onias. So what there's going on in those countries is fascinating, but a little bit beyond our area of expertise today. Records sound interesting. Records is written, for example. Here's my chance to fill in the block, check off the project test. We have one very who several homes and things like that. The name is Midfield, which he was married 3 times. First, he was construction engineers or something. Another archive refers to a man named who was a Jewish married an Egyptian slave named Tammuz. Because she would probably not have given your daughter. So the fact that he's married and just slave is bizarre. That you also see documents like married to her in a Jewish sense that they follow any of the laws because she was simultaneously owned by a different master, whose name is also Jewish. And he, in fact, owned their son, whose name was Timothy, if relationship spiritual growth, then show that the owner of the slave woman get the child. The whole thing is really also interesting, though, again, pretty much in contradiction to Jewish which started alone, which is something that is not much more to say about that. I hate to come back to it in at any rate, fascinating details about families and existence in Elephantine, and some fascinating archaeological discoveries like the site. Another major center of Jewish settlement in Egypt in the early Africa is Alexandria, which of course is a big city today. In the western part of our Delta, you can see where the sphere right on the coast. Jews at Alexandria go back centuries and centuries. In the 3rd century before the Common Era, Jews were involved in translating the Bible into Greek, making it available to broader Mediterranean society. This has been an incredibly influential role in promulgating ideas of Judaism, and was especially influential in the early church. There's a funny story about the 70 rabbis were brought in, and they all studied different things, given the Bible, and translated it, and what they had done, and they had all the exact same translation. They had all essentially agreed with each other. Rabbi Rothschild is a very important is that call it a miracle. If you get rabbis together, you put them in one room and ask them to agree on it. That's by the 4th century, Jews were personalities, and they had one year, which was specifically the Jewish neighborhood in the United States.
Oh, hey. Oh, I didn't see that.
It was a amount of controversy.
How you doing, sweetheart? How was your day? You doing well. I did a, you know who Sam Bond is? But your day was long. What do you need? I wish I could. I don't have any money. I did. I did everything I could for you today. You know who Sam Bond is? He's a live streamer. I was just in the stream with his about a couple hours ago. It's right now it's uploading, and I did it along with a ton of other people. But like, you're a small time streamer, and you named that there was the biggest streamer in small and quick. And I wanted you to know that I care about you and I want you to be successful by doing that. There's one caveat though. As I'm saying your name, I say misinfo. The other streamer comes in and interrupts me just briefly, so you can't hear misinfo now. You'll hear it. You'll appreciate the effort that I wish I could help. Okay, so let's talk about this. Get food stamps. Why do you say no? Do you not know what to do? Okay, not eligible. You have a full time career. No. Oh, okay. Can you go to your parents? Okay. They go. Okay, so you don't need the credentials for stamps. Do I understand that correctly?
Yeah.
Pardon me?
In all countries.
Okay. So then, do you know about food banks? There are no local that have to walk. They're walkable. What about your friend? You've been seeing at night. Can he help you? I understand. Okay. Um, have you thought about seeking independence at the one? Okay. Is there any way you could say to her, you don't qualify for food stamps, and I don't qualify for food stamps when you're not? It's a food country. So I'm going to independent, and I'll be able to get food stamps immediately. We'll be able to do it. What else can I do? Um, I mean, look, there's nothing wrong with your desperate. It's a trick. You ever done that? Tried a trick? Just from a house. I'm currently okay. So yeah, basically, let's just say I've maybe done it when I've needed a little money. I've usually been able to support myself, but if I've ever wanted extra money, I can take money on the side, have sex with women, not men, just women, and that's considered. I've been a gigolo. what I'm saying, and I don't think there's anything wrong with it. And if you need to do the same to support yourself, well then you just go ahead and do it. You can. Yeah, it is. So let me explain. I'm a cleaner. How could you do it? Okay, so here's what you do. I'll give you the website to use. You'll be able to start making money. Okay, so what do? Create a profile. You're great looking. You don't have to show your face. And what you do is you create a profile, say what you'll do, and you can put a menu if you want. Yeah. You don't have anything else to do that. I am disciplined and think that it feels as professionally about what you do. What I don't have with you.
Beautiful.
Hashtag life extension technology, hashtag microfloating technology, hashtag fish, hashtag fish steaming, hashtag Chancellor, have a hidden sense, that middle finger candle, hashtag Harry Potter Obama signing pen. Hashtag cryptocurrency, hashtag investing, hashtag de-extinction, hashtag human growth hormone, hashtag stem cells, hashtag space elevator, hashtag antimatter, hashtag obligor, hashtag anti-gravity, hashtag alien disclosure, hashtag the disclosure project, hashtag Dr. Stephen Greer, hashtag aliens, hashtag extraterrestrial, hashtag ufology, hashtag viral, hashtag trillionaires, hashtag space trillionaires, hashtag antimatter weapon, hashtag anti-gravity weapon, hashtag time travel, hashtag universe, hashtag multiverse, hashtag omniverse, hashtag Tim Storehouse. Damn it. XJ series. Oh, no, community.
Oh, awesome. Right? Absolutely. I know you. on this chain that I talked about, like ending world hunger through the use of agricultural drones, super flying through greenhouses. So what a great thing. They're all through cloud seeding. Those are really good ideas that we could utilize and to talk about these ideas, including ideas like anti-gravity, anti-matter, mind-blowing technology, life extension technology, basically tourism. And I want to inject into the discussion of the world some of these futuristic advancements and really overall advance humanity as best they can. Interesting. And then I do know that I have quite a few different bots. They use spam and they follow the spam and they also create a clip, which really makes mine unique. I have so many clips, I think like 50% of every clip that comes out on King has mine discorded, which is really exciting. And then additionally, what I've done is basically create a persona where everybody knows who I am, my kids, and what I make currently even perhaps in the future as we go away. Well, yeah, because I decided, you know what, I'm live on YouTube. I'm live on 33 different devices. Let me give you a quick proof to it. So right over here, I'm live in Telegram. I'm live in cryptocurrency. It's okay. I don't know about the side of the video. I know it's a lot of words. But essentially, this is the base cryptocurrency industry. It's been by data. I've been live streaming in the Telegram for more than a year. When I started with the coin, it was worth less than a penny. Like 2 weeks ago, it was worth like 7 cents. Last week, it was at 31 cents. It has like a $300 million market cap, so it's a very serious coin. He processed said that he's going to perhaps buy into it allegedly. He should. Anybody else should as well, because it's going to be really big. Reason why is I've been live streaming in a Telegram 24/7 taking questions for more than a year. Here I'm in some Discord. You're going to see I'm in a whole bunch of Discords, all these devices. Oh yeah, this is a big deal, my friend. You're live on Discord, you're here, live on YouTube, you're here. The different platforms on which I am are YouTube, Discord, Telegram. Currently, I'm live on all those. Twitch, I'm live on Rumble. I'm live on Really, which is huge in China. I'm live on Africa TV. I'm live on YouNow. I'm live on quite a few different ones. It's really pretty phenomenal, and I do my best to multi-shoot to be uncancelable. So if you don't like what I say, that's fine. I don't know. I typed on in some of my streams to try to keep it like my name on them. So there's such things like types in the world. And I've done what I can to essentially create a time capsule for humanity that goes back to the pandemic. The birth of AI, the formation of a kingdom, everything in between. The name of much more light at 360 degrees, 24/7 for more than 3 years. And we're going to find out about this. It's going to be very, very exciting. I think so too. I think it's definitely interesting. So did you live on the time? Like, yeah, good question. So one of the things that we do in our community is we do our best not to so to speak. If I do anything, generally I get under the covers, and no one knows what I'm doing under the covers. But yeah, I do my best to essentially retain as best as possible what I retain the value of my notes. Like I said, very good out of my hands. So over here behind me, so this is really the exciting part. You're going to see front center, second bots, random email and it's not even there. And bro, you guys, love Eddie. Shout out to Santa Maria. And as you know, your platform to global this is just temporary. Then I shout out to the wonderful platform for the people. This weekly, amazing job. I'd like to clear something up. Middle finger from allegedly. You can see my name. I didn't send it to you, Santa Maria. I wouldn't do that. That's not my character. I don't run like that. So whoever did that, they're impersonating. So I impersonate. All love to those guys. So what you're going to see here is just using a temporary email address. And this is really exciting. It's this digit code that everybody needs to, log into their account. It's doing it all automated. I mean, you see my hands here, and it's going to close it out. This is for Eddie and Santa Maria. This doesn't always work. You have some users trying to join your platform. They're unable to get some unknown. As you guys are seeing it right now, you better let me know that, but this only works 50% of the time. And I can tell you that other people have issues with it. It's not just me. It's not just me. So what it's going to do is it takes a few moments. It's going to press the I accept button, which it just did. So as we see, it worked this time. So its name is Joy Rabbi. It's a random number generator. And then what it's going to do is shout out to all the people on the front page. What you'll be able to do, and then it's going to automatically scroll all the way to the bottom of the page because I want it to be load the in its entirety. Some different notification things just to make sure that the file continues to be as consistent as possible. So you see it's all fingers moving your hands right here. It's really pretty cool. I did. So I got another one that I feel as well right here, right this time. And then I have this one here. This one's a little different. This one's in I Feel Speak. He's a YouTuber. You know what that is? Yeah. I'm going to his Discord right now. And his moderation team, some of them like me, some of them don't. Some of them to just keep doing it. It's like, so shout out to this guy's Turkish. He's always at the top. Like you'll see him. This guy. Yeah. And what's he gonna do? So that's where this follow button is. And so the follow button can be anywhere on the page, and it's very secure. It has image recognition technology, so it knows exactly what you just follow him. Now it's gonna create a clip of it. Post my Discord in here, and then publish it. And once it's been published, it'll come in and if anybody doesn't want this to happen, the best advice is to delete my image and spam. So that's basically how the products work. Additionally, I'll come over here and I'll show you some of my other products. Three different pages here. Discord here. We can talk about Discord. Yeah, get your shit together and talk to your moderator. And they invite me back. And every time that I try to stream, they not become streaming. So this goes for everybody in your moderators. I'm going to have a chat out on Discord. I will email you. All I want to do is put the book together. And with that, I do have some shout-outs. Do you mind if I do some shout-outs? Okay, so I wrote this. This is really hard to tell. And you'll see all these papers over the course of the last 6 months or so. They may not know it, but I see them all the time. So first, wait, click here on my Discord. That's Discord. Rabbi Rothschild, YouTube, make sure to filter my live. If you want to view my blog, it's Rabbi Rothschild at blogspot.com. It's an amazing. Just press the photo of the police video on this blog that Transfer Street. There are thousands of viewers and chat you can see it more. What the in-person check out of the news and before birds. Okay. Hello, we said leave, bro. Leave. Sorry, I'm asking. A lot of people have questions. I understand that. Some of the things we ask, I mean, like, what are different ways to speak of money? What are different ways to try to get so it's really interesting. And I asked ChatGPT all these questions. What would that constitute anything function, which basically allows for an unadulterated, uncensored version of the chatbot before they decide to really getting into it. So you'll see the parts that are really interesting. If you ask ChatGPT what are 100 different ways to prolong your life, it will be that you should want to eat kinds of things. They'll just tell you to vitamins and nutrients that we generally especially those of you, apologies for my box. I don't want more anymore. I don't want more anymore. So much waste. Like doing like gives me the opportunity to discuss these. Essentially, what I'm doing is getting performance art just like John Lennon and Yoko Ono did in the 1970s. They did something called Bedroom, where they just sit in their bed for a week at a time for peace. I'm doing the same thing. I want everyone to know that I don't want whenever I'm going to be correct, and this is one person's attempt to that. I imagine people are going to have questions. So, last week, someone started me on Reddit, and I'll do my best to answer questions. I did it before. Everybody know this is my employee. Creativity, world improving information. I stand up for women. I don't think that it's working. No one did, but I can just say nothing. Everyone know that I do. Especially for women in the kleptocracy and the technocracy. I can show my nipples on my stream and afterwards my account. But if a woman does, she loses her account and her ability to perhaps provide for herself and her family. And it's me that have no discrimination. I don't think that we should discriminate on people based on the color of their skin or the content of it. It is the one thing that network is the positive someone their career and I want that to happen. I stand up for women in many different ways. I can point to that. I say that I'm going to just a share of it. I don't know that. Personally, I'd like to have me that's where I question it. I don't say that last 6 weeks or so. I know someone has got commercial shares on TV. Everybody did it in the second filed the bidding. And the reason why I would get all the big people. So listen, I'm all out there, and all the bands of streamers. Because of the efforts that you've made. He has a great group as well. This year, Discord have Orlando Jet server. Jet, but also social media, please. He's a really great guy. SCC, shout out to you and your community. You're one of the biggest shows I'm kicking in ever shows. Shout out to Rosie for keeping Cake entertaining. It would be cool to let me back in your Discord here, Jordan. Told me LeBron photo this. I want you to know that I want these everywhere for everyone. You are incredibly talented.
Hey. You have to watch 39 minutes of the interview right now. But I talk about haircut of Obama side a lot. Go to @Rabbi Rothschild on YouTube. Exactly what it is. YouTube.com/@Rothschild. The first thing that just got posted. It's in the Telegram. Go to the Telegram and play, and I'm gonna listen to it as you listen to it because it is the best I could do. I plugged this fucking coin so many fucking times. I plugged it with billionaires, man. So that's a good thing. Oh, Zoot's here. Yeah, Eddie Craven. Yo, Zoot, did you see the interview yet? With Sam Bond. Yeah, it just posted. I just posted it in the Telegram. If you look at the Telegram in the last 15 minutes, so you'll see it. You got it, my friend. I did a really good job. I know I did. I plugged this fucking coin. I talked about the Telegram. I talked about Aiden Ross. I think I told Aiden Ross to buy the coin 3 fucking times.
Aiden Ross?
No. almost had action in there, but this is gonna go to 8 and 1. So like you should watch it. I know you guys want to play. I know you guys want to play golf, and that's cool. But I would really appreciate it if you'd watch it. Let me see if I can fucking play it. If I can't, so just watch. I'm just trying to post it right away. I got it. Yeah, absolutely. We can play first. Absolutely. I mean, I can tell you what, we can play. I can play it, and yeah, let me play it, and chance to go viral. Yeah, dude, I talk about uploading technology, and I talk about all the streamers. I talk about a lot of really interesting stuff. It's a 39. It's a 39-minute interview. Which okay, I know you guys want to play. Okay, so here's the thing. How about I'll tell you all about it. He's a kick streamer. He's paid to stream on Kickstarter, which is a big deal. Okay, so here's the thing. I can play it while we play golf. Just listen to it. You don't really need to see it. I mean, you can watch it too. You can no. Because I understand you wouldn't be able to focus on it. Okay. Well, let me just say anything. This. Oh, so I keep trying to get my account back, and they keep coming to fuck up. And then I built a robot that basically just kept spamming them to let me back in. And they were very okay. So normally, like I'm serious, I'm very serious about this. I've seen their reply message like 100 times by now, so I know exactly the process. But I still 101 times. So this one time, like last week, I made it my goal. Like I'm gonna take one of these fucking phones and I'm gonna dedicate it. I'm gonna take a computer and dedicate it to creating bots, so that what happens is they're gonna get spammed with a bunch of inbox requests. Rabbi Rothschild wants to be a vet. Rabbi Rothschild wants to be a vet, etc. And they got back to me differently than they always do. And they literally spelled out in their terms and conditions 4 perfect fucking regions that I had. Just perfectly. Like, very difficult for me to argue. So it was like they really had in their notes, like, no, this motherfucker broke it here. He broke it here. He broke it here. He broke it here. And it was like, yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, I'm very close to that. Like I say, I shout out to his right hand man whose name is Citrus, and thank him. I say, thank you for trying to get me in touch with him, but nevertheless, Aiden Ross, my Harry Potter Obama Sonic Technique. That's what I say. I pushed everything to this fucking point. Okay. That's right. Okay. Are you guys ready? Go ahead, Zoo.
Yeah.
Okay. One of the things.
Can have a.
Well, that's what the stream is. Oh yeah. I understand. Okay. Riser.
Wow.
Here we go. We should see the alien skeleton.
Yeah, I've been like
I don't know, but it's super cool.
why would I read the fucking book after this maybe live?
That's an excellent point. I mean, if anything, the book on tape, but literally you can just fucking watch it with a little bit of AI, cutting it up. This could be very, very interesting.
Oh, that's really, really. Wow.
Sorry.
Hey. Wait. Let's just all appreciate that shot. That's the best shot.
Fucking skulls.
Why is it? You see a lot of
I have a question.
People are gonna sit through like the one three of like.
Whoa. Right, so that was almost right. So I have a question. You said I wouldn't have had my shot if you had cleared all the skulls. I don't think did you clear skulls from in there? I thought it was not clear. Oh, that's the shot. That's what I did. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So it was easier. Okay. Oh, that's not what you got. Dude, Riser is so good at this stuff. His short game, his short game is unbelievable. Like, he's a very good all around player, but his short game is probably the best of any of our strong points. I don't know what my strong point is, but his his short game is just phenomenal. I mean, if his shot here, well, that didn't do what I told him. I know it's going to do. That was beautiful. I mean, just like that. Look at that shot. I know you didn't mean to do that, but if you had just had a shitty shot, you couldn't have done it. That was phenomenal. Oh, shit. Riser has a difficult shot, kind of a strange shot. What makes the best out of it makes it. That's the best second. That's the best place to be, in my opinion, on the second shot.
Ideally, if you're going, if there's a good thing you have to find another way. I think half the time you're involved in that.
I'll be honest, man. It's not too bad. Right now. Now, Verizon, yeah. I mean, yeah.
He's got cleared away.
Verizon made it so that I can get in there.
Oh, wow.
The worst shot in the history of human nature. I don't even think you could have heard of the Lord to be like, oh, what's up in that?
Oh, perfect. I knew that. Oh, Riser. That's a tough result. Okay, so I did really well on this one just one time, and ever since then, I've never been when I discovered it. Oh, I'm kind of fucking it up. I'm kind of fucking it. I don't know if that's that is safe, but I'm kind of fucking it. I like it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You fucking worked on that. That was fucking.
You guys have done that.
Are you fucking me?
Hey, right?
Yes, sir.
Why can't
That's an excellent second shot. What would you do this?
I read
Is this what you would do? Or would you do? What would you do this? Don't answer. I thought you said that. That's amazing. That's amazing. I thought you said.
Okay, it's anyone's game now.
Yes. No, I'm not. But it's just so challenging.
Did you guys do a full?
I did.
That was how you go.
I mean, it's pretty close. That's very unfortunate. I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know. Ooh, I know. I know. Look at him trying to like fucking. Oh, that's a shot. What a good shot. What happened? That.
You went in my way.
Hit my ball. There you go. That's a shot.
Yeah. Progress.
Stop.
That's
You take your time and look at what happened to Riser.
shit.
That's the shot.
All right, now, Moses. Yeah, yeah.
No.
I hope you made it too. Sure, but it keeps them. So,
It's the same thing that happened to Riser. Wow.
oh,
And he's
good.
right.
Get ready for
Yeah.
culture.
Yeah. I'm the
I could get it in an age.
wow, I can't believe it.
So, I have a feeling like it's yeah, this is the shot.
He didn't hit that unless I can hit the ball. Yeah. Very easily can happen.
By the way, he is getting his right.
No. He went to the NBA. He had a chance. I want to get
Maybe I might be. Yes.
That should be like
it's bro. Oh my. Even still, very, very good. Oh, I heard you did it. Oh, wow. My fault. Somebody hit my fault. My fault. This one, maybe? No one? Oh,
Yes.
yeah. Gave him a point. You gave him an indication. He's going to hit the front in the water, though. Right?
Oh, good news. Good news.
Yep. Wow. He,
I mean, everything he made a lot of
Rabbi.
through two portals here.
Do it. You can do it.
You can do this. Let's not do
I would. I prepared. Even though I scored goals, you guys can be there.
Three.
All right, ready?
Who's gonna get second? Who's gonna get second?
You can get it in.
Oh, you guys tied right now. No, Duke. Duke for the win. For the second. Silver medal.
Easy shot.
Good job, Duke. Okay.
Second just makes first.
If you're not first, you're last. Okay, this is difficult. Zoot, take out some of that shit. Perfect. That would be great. That shot, no. Just take out all that shit. Take out all three of those things. Oh, what a
Amazing.
like. What the fuck was that? I don't like that shot. It's a bad angle. He has a perfect easy shot. Short. It's a double line.
Not enough.
Do you think it's possible to get it, even if you went 100%? Now look at this shot. This is so perfect, dude. This is beautiful. Oh, that was not as good as it should have been.
After landed on the don't have.
Let's not.
Oh, look at this shot. Look at this shot. Oh, How unfortunate was that? Oh,
Let's have a debate here. Who's the best football player?
oh, you guys.
Who's the best football player?
Right, some no-name kid who
It's like the best. It's like I love that.
who the fuck is that? Doug, I'm just gonna tell you this right now. Dude has or Riser has absolutely no care in this. Who are these people? You're referring to them like we know who you're referencing. That was an amazing shot. Dude, that was an amazing shot. Oh, of all of them? Rabbi?
Rabbi.
Perfect. Okay, so you're saying there is a streamer called, what was it called? Fortnite? Fortnite Ninja. Who else?
It was the biggest.
I don't know. Is that on Twitch?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know who that is. Riser, do you know who this is? Ninja? Ooh, wow. That should have. I was just fucking around. Of all the streamers, I am. I tell everybody. I tell everybody in this video, dude, you're gonna love this. I tell everybody in this video, I am bigger than Mr. Beast. I say Mr. Beast is done. D-O-N-E. I say D-O-N-E. So this is unfortunate. That was not good. Man, I got fortunate.
His career, Mr. Beast's career was like down. It was just up finally, and now it's just down.
Look at this show. He'll be fine with that lunch, that Beastables. He's gonna be a billionaire for that. Dude, you fucked me. Riser, you fucked me. Zoot, please hit. No. Go and hit his ball in my ball. Somebody hit something because if not, man, fuck. Oh, that's the shot. I can no, it's not. Boy.
But on the favorite side of this really is
Riser, that was an amazing shot. Riser, that was an amazing shot. Riser, what in the fuck are you doing? Wow. How amazing would that have been? Water. What the fuck? That tree? Who the fuck died? Liam Payne? He died? Wow, that's pretty sad. Shout out to Liam Payne. How did he die? How did he die?
He fell off. An hour ago, with him and his girlfriend left. That guy got programming from the father, so
is my least favorite hole of all course.
Matt. Yeah.
Nobody calls him Matt Perry.
Russell Perry.
There you go.
But I think that's more training. I think the people, the doctors, responsible.
Much in the spot.
Of their medical licenses taken away.
Riser? Riser.
I
Riser.
don't think the doctors deserve basic reasonable life, but they definitely need a sexy once a boxes and have their medical license to be taken away from them at the very least.
Riser. That was an amazing hole for you. On the black.
They don't have like
Right, he was trying to explain that they had like the rehab centers and doctors could pay for rehab centers to sit out there and prescribe them again in the rehab. Fucking sick.
Oh wow. That was
Get out the rehab centers. The doctors would sit out the rehab centers and say, don't need to go to rehab. Need a medication. Sick.
can't recall.
very well. They from like LA.
Yeah.
That's a very a lot of big money off of it.
I mean, prescribing someone drugs for the yes, it's never helpful. It's not a medical thing.
That was an amazing shot. That was a very high IQ Newfie shot.
I mean, the thing is, Rothschild, they're giving these celebrities.
Newfie shot. Did you see that Newfie shot? That was high IQ. That was 4D chess.
They make up all these things. They probably don't have something that they need to be medicated or get or sick, right? And then they tell them to take these recreational drugs, charge up ridiculously high prices, and then they die. I just don't have much respect for any drug dealers.
Australia,
Yeah, I just don't have any respect for people who want to do things. That's ridiculous.
Wow. Not only is that bad, but now we're like in the wrong side of the hole. Go in the water. No, he's got a shot to avoid that. Oh, you're good. Oh, what is that? But it's better for me to be in the black. Truthfully, you watch. It's better for me to be in the black like that because then I can move the ball wherever I want to. Aside from that, like the other way, it sucks. If your ball doesn't go in, I have a chance. Ready, Zoot? This is for Zoot. Zoot,
Self-sacrifice.
dude, that was terrible.
Are you ready?
Yes. Right.
Guys, are you ready?
He's gonna bounce it. Oh, what a beautiful shot.
That was incredible. But you ready?
Well, it's not gonna be here. Oh, get that. If he would have gone through, he would have had a chance to do it. Not a good one. But at least a chance. Bounce it. Bounce it. Look at this.
I started running the his. Yeah, I sent both.
Dog, I want to watch it right now. It's amazing. You have no idea.
You lost. You lost.
Love it.
I get very emotional myself.
Yeah, I used to. I used to not be able to do it. But I have grown out of that because I critique myself and how I can get better. And I've used the power of video to be able to become a better speaker. I'm not great, but I used to not be. Not even saying I'm good. Do it. All right, I'm good for now. I want to watch this fucking movie. Watch it with me. Let me see if I can play it. Let me see if I can play it. I finally have a fucking interview. Every single day, you come in with different shit because I'm supposed to be on YouTube these days, and it just hasn't happened. And then all of a sudden, motherfucker, I get interviewed by that Rothschild, pretty close, like, I think, like a second.
Right, Rock. I want you to Blakely do that tomorrow.
Okay, we'll fuck each other. Let's just go viral, baby.
I really like having Blakely.
Yeah. Go watch. Okay. Oh, we're watching. No, watch it right here. Right here. I am this guy. I just don't know what. Well, in the book, stay here. It's almost done. Watch the rest of it. All right, it's almost done. When you're interviewed, I'll watch your interview. I'm doing well. Every day's a holiday. Check out
Days.
the,
About the corner.
you know, everything. Okay. I, but I was interviewing. I'm good. You can ask. I understand.
I find that interesting.
I understand. An interview. Right now. Watch it. I'll answer questions tomorrow. I can answer. There you go. Look at my aunt. Look at my blog about that kind of stuff. So take a look. It's Rothschild.blogspot.com. Look at it. Look at the one rule we have here. Do is thou wilt.
Yeah. And honestly, do you think everybody just do you think everybody does as thou wilt? Sense like
Whatever you want. Watch the interview. Press the watch together.
I did watch. I just did watch the interview. Somebody
Oh, amazing. So you're from part of Homicide Academy?
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Hold on. I didn't know you were from part of Homicide Academy. I thought you were just a
I am.
Okay. No, I understand. I actually you think asking me these questions because I actually liked it in the introduction to it. Magic, if any advanced, magic is any sufficiently advanced technology.
Oh, it's like science, basically, right?
Right.
I find that kind of fascinating.
Okay, watch this. Questions. We can.
I have a guy who studies call, right? Are you a guy who studies call? That's right.
I studied a
But
lot.
like, there's journals, right?
Sure, I studied a lot.
Yeah. So like, I was from college. Said that, to take reality, I took it to a less extreme, right? So he said, like, you know, cut yourself on your arms,
Okay.
Right. It's my okay. Here's principality kind of thing going on there. I don't know what I mean. Like,
Yeah, that's what people say. That's related to satanic ritual group is related to that, basically.
it's interesting. It's weird because, like, I only did it was myself. And I was like, okay, there's like a weird you know, what do you call it? Personality change kind of thing. All right.
What's the cause? Yeah, man. Hey, download, download an app called Play-Doh. Play-Doh. P-L-A-T-O. P-L-A-T-O. Download it right now, and you're going to be playing mini golf without in about 10 minutes. Yep, just like the philosopher.
I'm more in for the conversation.
Oh, oh,
Moving up in society, so to speak, part of your empire of the cemetery.
oh, I hope so.
First, it's fucking. So, do you think like Ron's an interesting character, or a misunderstood character, or a all over the place kind of character? What do you think?
I'll be well.
All of them? Okay, that's fair. Have you read his works?
I've listened to them.
Listen to them like audiobooks?
Right.
It's interesting considering modern times, you know. Would you consider yourself more Orthodox Jewish or non-Orthodox Jewish?
I'm postmodern Orthodox. So it's
Or like modern Orthodox? So like kind of coming from the Orthodox tradition, but like coming into the modern context, right? All right, great. Here.
one. I don't know. Yeah, definitely. You should know that we want to community.
Yeah, absolutely wonderful. Yeah, they're partner.
I appreciate you watching.
Thanks. I'm at a point in my life where I'm just trying to talk to everybody.
You were here. Wait, literally, you should stay here.
I'm spreading stickers around my city.
That's cool, Doug.
Repping for the team.
Excellent. Okay, we're gonna listen to enjoy. Just chill, baby.
With the population. Recall that Alexander the Great has swept through the entire region and has established all kinds of new norms and new cities. Alexander, that's not a coincidence. And there are a lot of people who had privileges under the Greek regime, under Ptolemy, but when the Romans came, they were not happy with the displacement that occurred as a result of new management. Jews, on the other hand, saw it as a potential for them to increase their status and their privileges in their society. And so Jews actually welcomed the Roman armies when they arrived in the middle of the first century or the Common Era. We have a fascinating description of a major upheaval against the Jews in the year 38, which some have called actually the first great war.
Jews are the important phrase to honor race.
Owner rate?
Yeah, like most like group of have like that is to themselves kind of like that dualistic kind of possibly probably, but
individualistic people.
Ordered by the philosopher Philo. Very important Jewish thinker of the era. Approached the Bible primarily in Greek sense. So again, Philo was extremely important in introducing a philosophical way to understand the Bible. He did not get that much traction in the Jewish tradition. He did not write the Hebrew, he wrote in Greek. And many of his ideas were really quite contrary to much what the rabbis were talking about. But nevertheless, extremely influential once again on the Christian tradition, not so much on the Jewish tradition. At any rate, he describes this first upheaval as the result of the tension between the Greek and the Jewish population in the city that were exacerbated in particular when King Agrippa I, you remember him, he ruled in the middle of the first century for a few years, and he visited the region. Jews openly asked him if he would maybe intercede with his friends in Rome on their behalf. He chose wisely to have a kind of a gaudy parade of Alexandria, and the rivals actually mounted for a long counter parade in which they elegantly made fun of Agrippa I. And sure enough, they eventually translated to violence against the Jews. Who had his own issues with Rome, even though he was a Roman official, there was a change of the guard in Rome. He's concerned about his position, and he decided to take the side of the Greeks. And he worked, among other things, the Jews should be able to one neighborhood, not two. And the forced concentration of Jews into one of those two neighborhoods, which some would argue that first ghetto, was also occasioned by significant anti-Jewish violence and attacks on synagogues. Unusual synagogues were considered, places where we should not transgress and we should respect the various ritual worship of other groups. But this was one of those occasions where that was good. The new emperor, however, laid down the law and established the status quo ante, where Jews were nullified, but there would be yet again violence in 1966, probably in connection with the Roman Jewish War that exploded. So that's just a look at Alexandria. And as a whole, Egypt played a very important role in the early days. Thank you very much for watching.
I have a philosophy
That's a discussion of diaspora and activity by Mesopotamia. And although we saw that Egypt was an incredibly important Babylonia is perhaps more distinguished because it is the location of the first settlement of Jews, which was the original home of the patriarch Abraham, but nevertheless, Jews were forced to live there in the context of the invasions of the Assyrians and Babylonians in the 8th and the 6th centuries. Those 2 centuries were in which they were forced to move the Jews from the region of Babylonia, and it's relatively Jews from exile or in that context. But even those exiles were partially represented a small portion of the overall population. The majority of the population remained kind in Israel impoverished, probably gender imbalanced because men may have
delicate. What are you saying?
You're saying the Aquarius is the weakest equal zodiac.
Very cool.
may have been taken a greater number of women, but otherwise, many Jews, the majority of Jews, remain behind. Here's a look at a map, and you see where the arrow is pointing to the region. And yeah, that term, as I said before, represents the area between the rivers. That's what Mesopotamos means, between the rivers. And it's sometimes called simply Babylon. That's a term that obviously changed over time. Let's move to passage from Jeremiah, which famously says, on the occasion of the 6th century exile to Babylonia, he says, thus saith the Lord of hosts, Jeremiah 29, verse 4, the God of Israel, unto all the captivity whom I have caused to be carried away captive from Jerusalem unto Babylon, build ye houses and dwell in them, and plant, take wives and get sons and daughters, wives and sons, and give their daughters to husbands, that they may bear sons and daughters, and multiply ye there, and be not diminished. And seek the peace of the city, whether I have caused to be carried away captive. Pray to the Lord before it, and there is now, for if the peace thereof shall be held. This is kind of like a mission statement of the concept of that this diaspora is something that is gone out there, and that to commit themselves to the land in which they live, to open up houses and to raise families there, and pray for the welfare of the government is part of the standard ritual of the synagogue to this very day. But at the same time, we should understand that this represents a huge theological, spiritual challenge for Babylonian Jewry, because up until now, although the Jews worshipped an invisible God, their only conception of God was one in which God was associated with a particular place. Now they were in a foreign place where they have somehow connected by their God. I know that much more modern thinking understands the concept of God as universal and as not being connected to a specific place. But in the ancient period, there's lots of indications to suggest that Jews would be worried that now perhaps their God, is not interested in taking care of them in an exile time. That's why Jeremiah's prophecy remains so famously throughout the generations as a measure of consolation for their newfound exilic condition. Now, what's going on in Babylonia in the period of antiquity that we're looking at? So, one of the most fascinating collections that we have from the period is the so-called Rothschild archive. Now, this represents 730 clay tablets from the 5th century from the B'nai Rothschild, which is a banking family. It's not impossible that they are Jewish, but there's no real data to prove it one or the other. However, the archaeologists go through these native tablets. There are lots of names, right? So this archive with receipts and agreements and contracts and stuff like that. About 8% of the names mentioned in this massive archive are Jewish. And the way they tell is because they are so-called theophoric, meaning they broke the name of the Jewish God right in their own ways of referring to each other. My own children have theophoric names. It's very common. If you have a name like, let's say, I don't know, Jonathan, right, means God-given. Right? They all know the name of God in some kind of active way. And so it's relatively easy. It's not full, but it's a pretty good sense that these are. So there are 8% of the names in this archive are Jewish, and they're located in 28 out of the 200 place names mentioned there. There's another collection, by the way, that refers to a place that seems to be like a concentration of Jews called Al Yahudu. Yahud, of course, means Jewish, and there's lots of theophoric names in this separate collection as well, which was discovered quite some time after the Rothschild was. And it's really amazing. Not only are the names theophoric, but Jews always use a patronymic, meaning one is normally known with a given name, son or daughter of, In most circumstances, Jewish practice, one is named after one's father, not one's father, but one named by one's father. So, for example, my name is Hillel, my father's name is Yaakov, sorry, Hillel ben
Yeah,
Yaakov.
I think
My
it was
Hillel
pretty
is
interesting.
son of Yaakov.
It was
Almost all
groundbreaking.
usages, you would rely on the father's name,
No,
but
that
in certain circumstances, for
Yeah.
well,
And gold.
I'm not today. But what's really fascinating is if you look at the individual's name and their actual names, and you'll see is there a change in the nature? There's a real that something happened around the year 480 before the Common Era, in which
That
all of a
means
sudden
power.
Babylonian
Perhaps
started giving their
they had a
children
mutual
super theological
inspiration.
as if they were suddenly discovered religion.
Are you
And
saying
they are much more intent on making sure that their children identify as Jews. It's really interesting. And in fact, that continues for several generations. But what would happen if all of a sudden you had all these Jews
strength
that
or
had
might.
really secular names? Like let's say I have Chad or Thomas or something. It's really not Christopher, right? Really not especially Jewish names. And then all of a sudden their kids get names like Eliezer and Hannah Rivka and Sarah. What happened? It's like for 80 for 1 year. No, there's a real issue. And started giving their children much more Jewish names, and their grandchildren get Jewish names, and so on for quite some time. I just think that's cool. But let's go. What did the Jews do? So the Rothschild archive, because it's primarily business, and there's a lot of detail about the nature of their lives, but it does say a lot about the kind of occupations they were involved in. It appears that there's a strong contingent of Jews who are active in the military. Fascinating that in the diaspora condition necessarily people think of that first. You see that in Egypt, you see it also in Babylonia. Jews, of course, involved in animal husbandry, shepherdry. Well, that's something David, Moses, and so on. Jews are involved in buying and selling real estate. They're involved in government service, like they're operating businesses on behalf of the government and so on. And we even have a significant population of Jews who are actually enslaved to the Jewish poor. It's not, one can't imagine that the vast majority of Jews are sort of like upper middle class, but rather they are middle class and lower in this type of thing. So, I wish we had more time. So let us just a little bit by thinking about the political organization, right? Because this would, Egypt, ultimately become the next center of Jewish culture. That's what we're going to be doing in just a few weeks. There's a story.
Yeah, I did.
They moved from Israel and
I live in Van Nuys.
this increases their population. There really is an amount of travel going back and forth.
Yeah, I lived in the valley.
Major centers of Jews in Israel and in the Babylonian region. They're the so-called referred to rabbis who leave Jerusalem to go to Babylonia and teach the rabbis in Babylonia what they're saying in Jerusalem. And sometimes they go back and forth many times. So there is an increasingly large population there. There's significant cultural impact. This is a process that started hundreds of years earlier. But Aramaic, as a state language of the region, becomes literary lingua franca for much of the Eastern Mediterranean. Of course, it will be the language of the Talmud as well. Aramaic is, by the way, the Jews write it with Hebrew letters. Other peoples write it with different letters. And it's a Semitic language. It's not too far away from Hebrew in its grammar and structure, and even most of its vocabulary. It's probably sort of like French and Italian, or French and Spanish are close to each other. We'll come back to that when we talk more about
Just to take on my
organization of the Babylonian was quite sophisticated. They had something called the Reish Galuta, excellent head of the and I want to postpone a major discussion on this until a little later on in the next semester. But this is basically a figure recognized by the Parthian Empire as the head of all Jews in the region, and respected by Jews. They get into conflict with their leadership, in particular as the begin to grow. They'll really take the third century, but the various academies of study, which were the Talmud. Nevertheless, just like we saw with the prayer for the government, there's also a prayer for the president that is included in the service in Aramaic, in contemporary synagogues as well. You shouldn't think that it's all sort of organized and working together effectively. We have fascinating stories. Two famous cities and Asineus decided to just go off on their own for about 15 years. Their own kind of like which was kind of like a Jewish guys maintained regional independence from Parthian Empire until finally the Parthians took care of destroyed the robbers. Fascinating kind of swashbuckling guys. More to say, but I think it's too fun. Okay, that's Mesopotamia. One more short lecture about that. Okay, let's just take a few minutes to say a little bit about the rest of the Mediterranean and the ancient diaspora. There's so much to say about all this, but I'm trying to keep my remarks very brief, as we will be returning to this in future lectures. So here's a map that shows us the extent of the Roman Empire and the hatch lines. And as you can see, every single dot represents a city where there is a significant Jewish population. The region we should look at right now is the moving from left to right, the Italian peninsula, shaped like a boot, and I said that in a Canadian way. And then there is the Greek peninsula next to it. We'll also look at the Eastern Mediterranean as well.
Yeah.
The first suggestion of Jewish presence in the States all the way back. And of course,
nobody's belief system works 100%.
In the population developing, especially so when Julius Caesar proclaims Judaism which is protected and it has to be respected.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
certain
that's more like an I like Goodfellas. I like
continue doing.
Yeah, I like Stanley Kubrick. I like Goodfellas. I like The Godfather. I like The Founder. I like. I like. These are like.
Times when
I like
transporting this money was interrupted by official authorities, was heavily criticized. Jews were also granted military exemptions from conscription when
Yeah, Doug, have you ever seen his perhaps role in the moon in the Apollo program? In the Apollo program?
Not so bad. The Roman Empire,
people. Yeah, who knows?
Events. That's when it got bad, and of course, it downhill. At the same time, Jews are gaining a lot of traction socially in the first century. There is
yeah, I think it's interesting. I think the book's interesting. I think that the movie's interesting.
Misunderstanding what Jews is all about.
I think he's a great author, and I think they make really great movies about his books.
They hate other people. Why? Because, for example, you can't
not that I recall.
be a Jew because I sort of like Jewish things. No, you've got to be excellent. So what that means exactly, certainly for men, it means circumcision. And you know, Jews wouldn't eat Jewish food, so you had to keep kosher. There was a lot of Jewish food that was definitely misunderstood. This total
That's the right ability.
ban on any kind of civil religion, like any kind of worship of idols and things like that. Get really upset about that, and some moments were saying, like, what is the problem? So basic. I compare this to the example of not standing when the national anthem at a football.
It's on a YouTube channel.
Which Americans would consider really this example before it became
Yeah, definitely, Doug.
Lives Matter and so on. But the fact that it has been used to take a knee at football is offensive to many Americans is considered such a strong statement that still forces other Jews would have been perceived if they refused to do some of the basic things that Romans did for their civil religion because they felt that it was against their core principles. Nevertheless, Judaism is a competitive ideology at this time. A lot of people are attracted to Judaism. It represents some real attractive alternatives to the fatalism in Roman paganism, and you have a growing population not only of ethnic Jews who are living in the Italian Peninsula before the first century, but also of travelers, those converts, and those who are just kind of like sympathizers as well. One of the really cool ways that we see of the Jewish population of Rome, and this is a little bit of a detail, but I just think it's so fascinating to talk about it, is the discovery of these ancient catacombs of Jews in Rome.
I like Scorsese.
This map shows a number of Christian catacombs from area, and you also see in the south and also in the northeast some regions where there are Jewish catacombs. They are so fascinating.
Not that I recall, but perhaps.
Like shells on the walls. It's possible that they practice the two-step burial, where first they're burial ground, and then a year later, that's starting to practice that I don't really practice anywhere today, but in the
I understand.
on the York
It doesn't really fascinate me. I'm not really impressed by other religions, so I'm aware of them, but I do.
Sensibility. And
Yeah, Doug.
I pray every single day. I Johnson going every morning. There's my going back. I got my here. I'm as religious as I can be.
Statue of a dead child. It's a great book of art, I think, but tragic at the same time. Across and the inscriptions are fascinating. They're almost all in like this, which indicates that the awareness of Hebrew and Aramaic was probably lower if their first language for something as permanent as a great marker would be in a foreign language. But there are some Hebrew and Aramaic descriptions as well. And the symbol of the Lord is very,
Yeah, Doug, you were hitting me with too many questions. Okay, I love you. I understand. No, I understand. But as I said when you came in, I've been answering questions all day long. I mean, literally, I have like interviews that I'm uploading. Let me just chill. Just enjoy.
Let's don't have to inside that. We don't actually have Syria, maybe, but definitely Turkey is
I know.
Significant
Okay.
here.
You see that if you can get this, it's very fascinating. It's
Significant.
the world essentially. So you're bored, listen to it.
Those are prior to Antiochus IV, associated Hanukkah rebellion. 2,000 Jewish families who were transferred from Babylonia to this region. Really unusual to see that, I think. There's a strong Jewish community in Antioch in particular, but they have the same kind of tension.
I'm telling you, I love you, but I'm not answering any questions. I'm focusing on other stuff.
The rest of synagogues, even well before respect, something we can also say about Egypt and about Mesopotamia and about the Greek and Roman lands as well. These did have gathering places for prayer. They were referred to with the Greek terms prosynagogue or synagoga, which basically means like gathering places. The term synagogue does not basically have a religious context. It's actually the translation which means a house of gathering as well. Jews, even while the temple was operating, wanted to have some kind of way to express their connection to God in a communal fashion. And we have descriptions of this from Josephus and Philo and many other things as well. Let's just take a concluding look at the Western Mediterranean. In this lecture, we looked at the region of Tunis, Kyrene, and a little bit at the island of Crete. Let's just go quickly to the Iberian Peninsula, all the way on the western part of the Mediterranean. And we'll speak a lot more about this region because, of course, it is the heartland of Sephardic. We are not introduced. But on this point, Jews don't really recognize kind of like differences in cultural orientation. We will refer to each other with geographic locators like stupid Babylonian. It's actually one of the terms used in the novel. But they won't necessarily regard them as a slightly different ritual, a slightly different, family customs as we go on. But the heart of the Sephardic Jew comes from the region of Spain. The first indication of any Jewish person in Spain is some evidence of a Jewess living in Adra. And this is from an early 2nd century gravestone, which was transcribed in the late 18th century, a reliable transcription. Even though the original gravestone has been lost, the transcription read like this. There's something like that, and then again the word is Nia, and then a new word, Salo, something missing, Mula, the word An, Uno, Mens, Quattro, Dia, Uno, Judea, which translates as, it's probably something like realize, a girl's name that the word is N-I-A. Julia, something like that. Daughter of Solomon, aged 1 year, 4 months, and a day. You can see that the Roman numeral 4 is 4 dashes rather than IV, which also is a testament to its antiquity. Finally, she is specifically denoted as a Jewish girl. She is our first indication of Jewish settlement. But I can't wait to get back to talk about this some more. But for now, let's wrap up this discussion of diaspora. The next lecture is going to be something sort of like synthetic remarks about what does antiquity mean to Jewish history and how that differs from the medieval period right after. Thank you very much for watching.
Great, Rabbi. When did you wake up? Rabbi.
Hello and welcome to another in the Jewish History Lab series. Today's class begins with a rhetorical question. How did the Jewish people survive antiquity? I say rhetorical because, don't get excited, I really don't think I'm going to give you a complete answer by the end of this class. My goal is to try and recap the period of antiquity which we have spent the last 15 hours looking at in detail, and kind of provide the read to step back to reflect on what we covered, because it's going to change dramatically in the next 15-week semester when we go into the medieval period. So again, I'm not going to really answer how did the Jewish people survive antiquity. I certainly have a few thoughts on this, and I'll share some of them in the next video. But for the time being, consider this just a moment to reflect on what we've covered and to take a deep breath and then go to the next video. So here's a beautiful photograph of Samarkand. It's actually an antique photograph from the beginning of the 20th century, and it has been colorized. Gorgeous, really get a sense of life in history was actually in color, not in black and white. So used to be photographed. Let's begin with a quick recap. So here's our map of the Middle East. We've got a little marker for where Jerusalem is in the land of Israel. And we start with Abraham and Sarah's migration from the land of Ur, from that area. And most historians put this around the year 7 before the Common Era. The challenge of working with this data is that almost everything is derived from one source. The Hebrew scriptures, Tanakh, presents a whole range of challenges we're discussing today back in the semester. Look at the approach to the Bible as historical sources on these. At any rate, according to the narrative that we have in the text, Abraham and Sarah make their way from Mesopotamia to the land of Israel. And then there's some interesting kind of side trips to Egypt that occur not only with Abraham and his descendants, but most significantly with Joseph, who ends up in an amazing story from the career of Egypt and his family all of a sudden has a famine, and the Jews end up being enslaved there for several years. Note, by the way, the term Jew here, anachronistically, they would not have called themselves Jews at that time. Most likely they would have called themselves maybe Hebrews, which comes from Judah and from the other side of the river, meaning they originally from the other side of the river Euphrates. I have a video on the traditional various terms, such as Hebrew, Israelite, Judaic, Jewish, and so on, and I tend to sort of ally them all and call everybody Jewish. Sorry if that irritates you, but okay. The next event, of course, in the Bible is the Exodus, which occurs sometime around the year 1400 before the Common Era, resulting in a settlement of Jews in the land of Israel. And this is where we begin to slowly get more and more archaeological evidence, such as the Renata Stele, which refers to Jews in Israel, in this region at about this time. When you move forward from the Torah itself, the first 5 books of Moses, into the early prophets, we see the period of Judges. There's a discussion of kind of like a tribal organization of governance in the land of Israel, and then that culminates, described in the book of Samuel, in the appointment of Saul as the first king of what will become a united monarchy. This is the golden age, following David and Solomon, where you have really the nascent experiment in Jewish sovereignty in this land expands significantly with territory. Unfortunately, after Solomon's descent into Israel, and the region is divided. The northern region is called Israel, and the southern region is called Judah, as shown in this map. And if we move forward a few centuries, we get to the Assyrian invasion, when Israel, the northern kingdom, is attacked, and then a portion of its population is shipped off in a population transfer, which is something common in the 8th century. This is the origin of the 10 lost tribes, which is a little bit of concern because lost people were left behind in the region. Many of them migrated south and lived the population of Judah as well, but nevertheless, a significant population was taken on to the north. There was another invasion, which is the southern kingdom of Judah, and destroys the temple that was built there in Jerusalem, and exiles once again a significant portion of the population, especially the elites, off to Babylonia. This occurred in the early 6th century. This exile, however, is fairly short, because a few decades later, Cyrus, leader of the Persian Empire, grants religious freedom to the Jews and many other people in his kingdom, and the Jews return to the land of Israel and reestablish the temple there. This refers to the Second Commonwealth, the second resurrection. So some level of sovereignty in the land of Israel. Complete sovereignty, they're still really part of the Persian Empire, but nevertheless, in their land and government. When the Greeks come in the 4th century, overwhelmed by them, and overwhelmed definitely by Greek culture, Hellenism, and this sparks a dramatic revolution in 1865 called the Rebellion, which broke off the dominance, physical dominance, and ultimately spiritual and social dominance of the Greek Empire that was then based in Syria, and they reestablished a Jewish kingdom under the Maccabees, also known as the Hasmoneans or Hashmonaim in Hebrew. Greek culture keeps exerting its influence, and even though the Jews have established some sovereignty, they are not free from the cultural influence of Hellenism. They ultimately will continue along that path. The Romans invaded year 63, and that's a really good news. I should change that because they don't exactly invade, kind of invited in because of dispute between the Maccabean kings. But with the Roman advance into Israel, then you have the gradual and sporadic limitation of Jewish rule. Basically, what the Romans do is they allow the Jews, like they did with many other peoples they conquered, to have a level of self-government, and the power of the kingdoms in now what is called Judea varied depending on how adept the Jewish king was at negotiating the corridors of Roman power. Herod, for example, was one of the most powerful Jewish kings. He was very successful in this, and in a very long rule in the first century BCE, a tremendous amount of public works and building his own, but at the same time, he was an incredible tyrant, murdered much of his own family, and so on. The Jews will rebel first century of the Common Era, major rebellion that goes bad before them, and the Second Temple was destroyed in the year 70. Although referred to the Roman exile from the year 70, again, it's a little bit of a misnomer. A significant number of Jews were taken off into slavery and so on. But by no means was the region populated. There was, however, a second rebellion under Bar Kokhba about 70 odd years later, and this resulted in a much more devastating Roman reaction. And the central region of Judea itself, to the coastal region and the Galilee, was more significantly populated than before. So that's basically the period that we're going to use to describe antiquity. However, that it's not necessarily the same term that secular scholars use. To stretch the period of antiquity out but this is when we start to see really major changes happening in the Jewish population. So let us just recall the tremendous challenges that these developments imposed on the Jewish people. First of all, the loss of sovereignty, right? Something that can basically knock out just about any people. The fact that they lost the control of their land multiple times. First under the Syrians, when the 10 northern tribes were taken away, then under the Babylonians, when Judah was destroyed, then under the Greeks, their self-rule under the Persians was threatened, and then under the Romans. It's like a loss of sovereignty, the Jews coming back nevertheless and establishing some level of self-rule. Ahead, 20th century, they'll do it again. 1,000 years. Really mind-boggling. Secondly, not only loss of sovereignty, but physical displacement. It's hard enough for a country to reassert its national identity when they lose control of their self-government. But imagine if much of the population, especially the males of fighting age, are taken off to a far-off location. You know, borders of one territory, how do they reestablish themselves, especially in the ancient period when communication and transportation is nothing like what we see in the modern era? A third, a full-on forecast of other powerful dominant countries, the Syrians, the Babylonians, the Persians, the Greeks, incredible differences in the way that they saw the world. The idea that Jews could somehow maintain their cultural tenets with a highly distinct form of worship and ethics and literature. These are tremendous stresses placed on devastating, and discouraging. Standing up and getting knocked down again and again. The revolt, the First Roman Jewish War, the People's Rebellion, over and over again. The Jews are, with the exception of the Maccabean revolt, for the last 2 years of their existence. Finally, so much of what they consider rock solid was not so, such as, for example, the temple rituals, classical Judaism, that the offering of sacrifices in the temple as a way of expiating forgiveness with the destruction of the temple and the displacement of people to another land. How are they able to maintain a sense of balance, a sense of purpose, a sense of meaning, and to reincorporate it is really I'm not going to provide answers why. I may give some hints as to what I think in the next class that I'm about to read. Let us simply leave the moment to reflect and realize that we're moving into a new period of Jewish existence. Because the dominant population is really centered in Israel, and slowly shift to the diaspora, to places like Mesopotamia, which is a phenomenal Renaissance, the Talmud, also Egypt, and so on. And Jews begin to kind of rethink what it means to be Jewish outside of Israel of the next few centuries. That's what we're looking at next, the medieval period. See that managed with phenomenal vitality, maintain their over so many centuries. Thank you very much for watching.
Different ones in them. I really the new format.
Welcome to another episode. Just like the last class, when I how to survive antiquity, there's no historical question. There's no clear answer. It's just I have some thoughts on Jewish history, and I will towards the end of it. But please don't think that watching the next few minutes you get this and you'll be able to like all your friends and relatives at the Passover Seder and things like that. Usually done with that. But 42 is in fact an answer to everything. But that's not the sense that we have a very obvious question. Wait a second. Why are we talking about history? Or maybe how is it possible to the entire ancient period of the subject? So absolutely right in asking the question. Ideally, I would like to know right from the very beginning. But, you know, just story already. Please tell me what happened. About the health and so the scene between the period and the medieval period, and this is the right place for us to start talking about it here. Now that we have some of what does Again, I give you the answer, but I won't give you a question. We're going to start by the question by a historian, shown here just recently. I hope that or someone essays. It's very thoughtful, theoretical book, focused on or now this term method of means above or beyond past. For example, physics is the study of the universe, mass, like that. And metaphysics is like the study of what's beyond that, the nature of God, nature of the soul, things like that. Are measured with conventional scientific tools, but go beyond what those tools are able to easily measure. And what he's really referring to is like, are the theoretical underpinnings of any Jewish history? Like, what is the larger story?
Can you hear us?
Is embedded inside the word history. What is the grand narrative? So, just look at a few examples of historians. You have the Zemeth David, a very written in the 16th century by a brilliant and rather interesting individual named Rabbi David. I actually have Rabbi Gans, great local history. At any rate, the Zemeth David represents history here this happened. Not a lot of analytical processes applied to another question. But what's interesting is that these are all, and then there's another, and this is as if they are they're not impacting just the world, impacted is impacted, but I like the world of history, Jewish history affects secular history. Another question that we'll have to get into. He separated them out entirely. Jewish history was kind of like somehow it's the 19th century, much more critical scholarship is going on. We have and characterized as a combination of sadness or misfortunes. Geschichte, of course, history. That's what I thought. History of literature. Retz is sort of portrays the Jewish people as constantly dispersed, compromised, exiled, and nevertheless they energy together and make that are criminal contributions to. They're writing these amazing books, developing science, engaging in so much productive work, and so it's like this isolation of like a society. Jews don't have to run away, but then in the new location will rise and great things from that civilization. Then they'll be persecuted again, and they'll be sent away. They'll have to rise in another location, and so on. And this is kind of like the grand narrative that Heinrich Retz proposes. Another approach is evident in the work of Goodnow, another great encyclopedic historian, who criticized Retz for pointing out really important things and not fit with his grand narrative. For example, Retz on European Jewry in general, Kabbalah and things like that. Again, the narrative is part of the entire Jewish enlightenment. Non-Jewish world, in German after all, look at how, unfortunately and how justly, unjustly they have produced. So, anything is either or unconsciously ignored. This is part of the challenges with the grand narrative approach. So, for example, when you look at the Hasidic movement, which represents a rationalist approach to Judaism, not an attempt to come to terms with society, but rather more of an inward-looking approach. And especially when we talk about the 19th century, there's a lot of conflict with the rationalists. There are accusations of Hasidim engaging too much in alcohol and things like that. So it's kind of as sort of like backward superstition of correction history, and therefore Hasidism tends to receive a lower look in Christ's history, and that's why so much more in favor of what people creating themselves. Plus, of course, very much popular that came from the general average Jew more than anything else. So, was very much an average philosophy which came to be associated with diaspora nationalism, which he said it's really about what the people are developing. What have the people developed? They have developed the ability to keep this outside the traffic of the street. He says, we should not that, Jews once had a state in ancient Israel, and they were exiled, and that should and the other things possibly exist without the old things like that. He said, without the ability to fix it, that's exactly meant even in a diaspora, even as a minority culture, it is very, very different culture. And he said, this is what we should be striving for. This is an ideal that is coming from the Jewish people. It's something which is positive. Rather than trying to in secular society to encourage the development of specifically Jewish projects. A lot of that we say about his own so everything in his grand narrative looked to also like Zionism. He had a dim view of Zionism because he said, hey, that's going backwards. The Jews have already proved they don't need a state. They can exist very well in one society, specifically red state. And we want them to go back to a more military. So definitely his grand narrative, like some on the other hand, there are many Zionist historians like Ben who said no, the grand narrative is the return to Zion, the constant heritage of the Jews settle on sands of the Judean desert and so on. And so coming back to Israel is not a byproduct of Jewish activity, and the grand narrative is all about that power of gravity that is exerted upon the Jewish soul by the land of Israel's side. And now, of course, that Israel had a chief state, which are what happens next in the model. Maybe we'll explore that later. Finally, historian, fantastic historian working in New York City and Columbia University. And he argues that we should be we should be looking a little bit like how science developed these we should not necessarily apply other overarching history, that is not necessarily something that we should emphasize. We should look at, look at how the Near Eastern communities developed this way. Look at how African Jewish communities, look at how Asian Jewish communities developed. Not necessarily trying to them into one. Wow, lots of things. So else in that narrative. But as we get into our bureau have much more challenges, and that is remarkably challenging. But as we get this associated with several things, here, French Jew who wrote among other things, it's nothing. What exactly what is the introduction to Jewish history? Modernism represents an approach to text which is deeply unsettling and is having a major impact on perhaps a literary criticism that even has slow played its ways, social science, even the hard science, and history, archaeology, very hard science as a what getting on others show people argument was that can never move beyond the text itself. Everyone may actually legitimate countries of any reality beyond the text that is currently right now. What does that mean? Let's say, for example, I was to present to you a Bible document has my name in it. It has my place of birth, my given whether or not that's a data and any have to say so also found that Henry Abramson was in this little town in northern Ontario, and might be very well correct in making that assumption after all. But postmodernism said, oh, how do you know is that on the encounter, Henry Abramson on a video presented his birth certificate, which said, this was born in such and such a place, at such and such a time, he was born in such a time. What's the difference? Because that document actually represents the truth. Who says that this document isn't work? Who says that this document is the result of a mistake, a clerk's mistake? Perhaps I am deceived that this is a correct document. My parents gave it to me, but there's a time in my life. I don't know. So I said, okay, I can verify that. So I'm back to a small town where I was born, and we can right through the card cabinet. I can find, the original document. Okay, here it is. All you can say is that here's a document that says the same things as that other document. So now you have two documents. This possibility is both of them. This when you look at something like a document straightforward that has to do with safely down and on. So let's say, for example, the memo. That person wrote that memo actually wrote that memo. And how do you know that the memo is to the memo actually happened? All of that fundamentally is this text that purports to be what someone says he or she remembered at a particular time. Never go back to what actually happened was in the text itself. And this is deeply conflicting because we cannot make any kind of generalizations of reality beyond the text and documents and archaeological artifacts that we discover how we make history letters. So, Gary Doppix once said, I am the last Jew. And like many of these cryptic things that artists had to say, I'm not exactly sure what he meant by it, but it appears that he may be referring to the idea that, Judaism as a whole, Jewish history, is entirely predicated, like all, on our reliance on prior documents. And that we are essentially trusting that such and such thing happened because there's something that says it happened. And actually happened. We can only know what document has been presented to us. So this upends everything. You know, like when we find the Tel Dan stele that has the phrase Beit David on it, House of David, does that mean there really was a House of David? Does it really mean, even if we can like use carbon dating to say this stone was planted in the ground at this particular time, or was carved at this particular time, is it referring to the David we're talking about? Is it referring to the same David of the Bible? You know, everything is up in the air because of this market. So what have historians done to respond to it? In my generation, when I was going through graduate school, we were already feeling the advancements of postmodernism and the tendency among scholars, which has only increased over the last few decades, is that historians tighten the focus. If you can't write about a large period of history, because every single document you encounter never really represents what is beyond it. You only have the document itself. So therefore, one of your commentators is to have lots of documents and lots of testimonies that focus on one problem. So, for example, rather than trying to write the history of revolutionary France, write the history of one particular person who lived in revolutionary France in a few years, and gather all the documents you can, focusing on that one person's biography, and hopefully, with multiple points of contact, you can say something useful about how this person experienced that revolution. And you can't say anything else about how a woman would have experienced it, or a king, or a traveler, or a Jew, or a black man. None of those experiences are recorded because we focus so narrowly on one small part. But on the other hand, we only have a finite lifetime. How can we possibly examine all of the sources? Same thing for a larger book. I mean, it just gives you such a nightmare to try and figure out, is it possible to write anything larger, any survey history? Is it even possible? So here's a black and white photograph of me that really doesn't have to be here, but I sort of like it. It's such a beautiful photograph. It speaks to, I imagine myself as a historian. Like, this is what I look like as a historian. And so since this some of the things. I have to give credit to the chef, who is this amazing photographer who reached out to me to do it. He's putting together a book, and I'm very proud to be included in his subjects. So he has a to be able to find out who is this person, and then somehow onto his lens and into these so many ways. That's the picture. Here's the question: if this is the situation, how historians that our documents cannot claim to represent any reality and what they are as we see them, can't generalize beyond that with any degree of reliability. How is it not in the fiction department? Why is it there just like any other novel or something like that? What is the purpose of everything? Is there any distinction between history and fiction? Yeah. So there certainly is a difference between history and fiction. And I'm going to follow this argument that Professor Rothschild makes in his book. And the way to get to that, however, requires a little bit more of personal sharing on my part. One of the first books that I read in Jewish history is a classic written by this man, Max Heine. Not a professional historian, but a very talented compiler of data and storyteller. And I remember when I was probably about 10 years old, I came across this book. My parents somehow had in the house a paperback copy, Jews, God, and History. As you can see it in the cover, he also wrote a book called The Indestructible Jews, which I have to admit I've never actually read, although it all makes one piece. I just recently ordered another copy of Jews, God, and History, so I can try and relive a little bit of what it must have been like for me to read that book. Interestingly, by the way, before we leave Jews, God, and History, let's point out that it's an incredibly popular book. It was published first in the 1960s. It went through a second edition, which was published in a couple of different versions. This version here was basically what But this version is something very scary, edited and revised by Ethel. So I know I've shown you a lot of pictures of white males, including myself, that work in history, but we don't know how much of a contribution Ethel Demont made to this book. She herself is also an author. She suffered a head injury, a book about it, but one of her big claims to fame is the fact that she was very much involved not only in the second edition, but in the first edition of the early 60s. So we don't know a lot about Demont's involvement in this, but I think of this as an exclusive pursuit. She passed away in 2013. So Maxine Demont's approach to history really emphasizes the indestructibility of the Jews. And that's something that made a big impact. So let's return to our question of postmodernism. Now I'm talking a little bit about my own adolescent first encounter with history. And I'll refer to something that Professor Rothschild calls the compact, which is basically that you and I are going to make as history. The deal is that I am trying my best to approach these texts that we use, that we use to write history. I'm going to be as conscious as I can my own proclivities towards a crime narrative, towards a meta history, which in my mind is very closely like Demont's first presentation of the indestructible Jews. And I'm going to share those biases with you up front. When I am troubled about the source, try and let you know about that. I'll try and really overarching and generalizations in my history, which may make it not quite as dramatic as some of the historians can portray it. But nevertheless, I'm going to treat you with a level of respect to say, I'm not totally sure of what I'm saying here, but it seems to say this. And you, on the other hand, for your part of the compact, you're going to read and listen, and you're going to critically analyze and subject my presentation to the same level of academic rigor that I hold myself. When you respond in comments or emails or whatever, I will continue to be respectful and understand that I'm just a human being trying hard to present this as best as I see it within the parameters of my own as a scholar and as a human being. Hold me to kind of religious yardstick. I'm Orthodox, I'm Orthodox enough, and not Christian enough, not Muslim enough, whatever, not secular enough, just who I am, data, the same way you are. That's the fiction. Fiction, we're like tossing out a whole story. It's like, I'm making this all up, and I can make it up any way you want, and I don't care. History, I'm going to do the best I can to present what I think, what actually happened. Yes, I can't let you are going to understand that humility, that's the way I'm approaching it, and you will analyze it with your own capacities at the same time. Finally, I wanted to offer some greater sense in my grand negative. And for that, I'm going to so a normal scholar was incredibly encyclopedic in his knowledge of things Jewish. In fact, was the prime moving force behind a massive intellectual project in the 20th century, the kind of equivalent of the genome sequencing project for Jewish things, and that is the massive encyclopedia. He was the prime intellectual force behind, and he wrote a survey of Jewish history, and he actually revised it several times. It was translated several times. And there are key passages that are identified in Professor Rothschild's book that actually differ from edition to edition. And he seems kind of like uncertain about how he wanted to phrase this. Here's a version of his conclusion to that survey as he put it in the 1950s. The preservation of the Jew was certainly not casual. time in his history, note of course it's not gender neutral language, but time after time in his history, however, he has been saved from disaster in a manner which cannot be described excepting as providential. Providential is, of course, a word which Hebrew speakers know as hashgacha pratit, or as divine supervision, like divine involvement in survival of the Jew. Dr. Roth goes on, the author, speaking of himself in the third person, something which I really like to especially to the author has deliberately attempted to write this book with a secular spirit. Does not think that readers can fail to see in it, on every page, a higher eminence. So in other words, what Dr. Roth was saying was that he's going to use the tools of secularism. He used the kind of Western, university-based critical skill that were trained in him by his instructors in the great colleges of Europe. And that's how he's going to analyze Jewish history. Not with some other kind of ideological model, not some kind of purity age or something like that. He's going to try and look at it as best he can with the tools he has at his disposal. But even with all of that, it's still very hard not to see a higher eminence on every page. That's my experience. I hope you found this theoretical listening to it at the very end, so maybe fall asleep, but I appreciate you being with me. Next lecture, I'm going back to the standard kind of narrative description of the Jews of Mesopotamia, a fascinating period. Thank you very much for watching. The period after in the year 70, the Second Roman Jewish War under Bar Kokhba in the 130s was an incredibly important period in the development of Jewish history in general. This is primarily because the Jewish people had to learn how to adapt themselves to a radically new environment. Without the temple, the fulcrum of the relationship between themselves and their God had disappeared, and they had to articulate a new way of centering that fundamental identity. Secondly, on a political level, there's no question that after two disastrous revolts, the Jews would not be able to budge the Roman Empire from their land. And so they had to find ways to organize themselves in order to maintain integrity, in order to maintain their identity, and quite successful at doing so. Many historians have described this period as the transition between the Tanaim and the Amoraim, very important terms, they're technical in nature. They refer really to periods in intellectual history. The Tanaim are the main teachers from the 4th century before the Common Era up until the early 3rd century of the Common Era, and their main activity was memorizing and teaching the Mishnah. That is the real tradition that we discussed a few lectures ago, what exactly is the Mishnah, but these are the teachers who would play an incredibly important role in focusing Jewish energy on their continued spiritual life, which would of course be related very closely to their communal life, their identity, and ultimately their political life as well. The Amoraim, or the speakers, Tanaim means teachers, Amoraim means speakers. These people are especially associated with the development of the Talmud and their Amoraim in Israel, and also more importantly in Babylonia, where the Babylonian Talmud would develop. So the period of the time basically comes to a close. In the 3rd century, the Amoraim picked it up with their development of the Talmud, although the function of the Tanaim in terms of memorizing the Mishnah is still very relevant for centuries, but they will primarily be subservient to the Amoraim intellectually, in that they will be repositories of all this memorized knowledge. Even when it is in written form, there's still tremendous utility for people to have a massive intellectual storehouse of it. And the Amoraim will then be exploring and discussing, as I will discuss in the 2 lectures from now. Anyway, let's look at this period in a little more detail. So at the end of the destruction of the temple, perhaps the most important city after Jerusalem was a small town close to the coast called Yavne. And as you may recall, there's a famous passage that we discussed in the Talmud in which Yochanan ben Zakkai appeals to Vespasian, the emperor of Rome, in the Yavne and its sages. There's some dispute over the historicity of that particular incident, and there's some interesting reflections on what role Berenice may have had in protecting Yavne. But what we know for certain is that Yavne itself became a major center for concentration of sages. At first, under the leadership of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, later under Rabbi Gamliel, and the other fascinating stories. I'd like to look at one specific episode that occurred in Yavne that has some fascinating implications that illustrate, for our purposes, the sense of what's happening in terms of intellectual refocus that's happening among the Jewish people at this time. This is a passage that occurs in Talmud, tractate about 59, the Babylonian Talmud, who disputes on the status of all it's a design. The rabbis are arguing as to whether or not it retains its written purity under certain circumstances. Basically, it boils down to Rabbi Eliezer, the great sage, he tends to follow the teachings of Shammai. Or perhaps I should make an interlude at this point. Shammai and Hillel are 2 of the greatest of the Zukot, the generation that preceded the Tanaim, and their teachings, which are by now like 200 years old, have created 2 large schools: the School of Shammai, Beit Shammai, and the School of Hillel, the School of Hillel. And up until the destruction of the temple, it seems that whether one followed Hillel or Shammai was largely a matter of personal choice. You would associate yourself with a particular school, and you would follow the dictates of that school in terms of personal conduct, and they got along fairly well overall. They had tremendous amount of disputes over the law, but those disputes were famously solved quite amicably. Things changed after the destruction of the temple, however, as there is a consolidation of thought, primarily around the opinion of him. At any rate, on one side we have Eliezer, a very important rabbi who followed the teaching of Shammai, and on the other side, the growing consensus, the majority followed Hillel's opinion regarding how to deal with this house. That is the house of great Hillel. Hillel has passed away for a long time now. What is happening? The Talmud said, Eliezer says, if the law follows my opinion, that this river works. And the river does. And the rabbis say, it doesn't matter. We follow our argument of logic, and you can bring as many supernatural proofs as you like. That's not how we design things here. And Rabbi Eliezer says, the law follows my opinion, that these carob trees uprooted be sent along the road. And the rabbi actually happens. And the rabbis say, doesn't matter. The Torah is something that we debate amongst ourselves and majority rules. And finally, he says, if the law follows my opinion, let the walls of the Beit Midrash be crumpled. And they crumple, and the rabbi says, what are you doing? I should be involved in this. And so the walls are completely sort of in a place. And then finally, the same argument goes on and on. Maybe it says then, if the law follows me, heavens proclaim it. And a boom voice comes out from the sky and says, the law follows the opinion of Rabbi. This looks like a slam dunk, right? All these supernatural phenomena supporting Rabbi Eliezer. But the rabbis say, bring as many proofs as you want, but Lo Shamayim, the law is not in heaven. The law is on earth, and on earth we follow majority. So Rabbi Eliezer's opinion is not following the dominant opinion, which is page Hillel, is following this particular piece of an Avar. Two reasons why this is really important. We start with perhaps the most important, but really interesting, and that is tsunami. So I had this opportunity. I got a call from National Geographic about a year ago, and they said they want to talk to me, which I was, about the research of Dr. Beverly, a geoarchaeologist working at the University of Haifa. Dr. Beverly has looked at a lot of fascinating historical data and has determined that the Earth, which is described, for example, as far away as Antioch, 115, probably just along the coastline of Israel. And she argued, and this is why National Geographic wanted to ask me for my opinion. I don't know why it's me specifically. It's really cool to get the call. Is it possible that the passage described in Sia is actually reflecting historical event, a geological event, specifically a tsunami hitting the region of Yavin in 115? Wow. And it's so interesting because all of the phenomena described there, beginning with the river running backwards, the pear trees flying away, the walls of the big metros beginning to crumble, and then later the discussion of huge storms at sea, they all make sense for this particular event. Now, how to place that within the overall context of the discussion is a fascinating question. You can have a look at the podcast if you want. We can go back and forth on what this might mean. But what is really significant, and that's the kind of cool, but the most important point, that the rabbis in Yavne, perhaps with the divine assistance of this tsunami, made a clear distinction that this is how we're going to move forward. We're no longer going to be able to rely on, sort of like everybody decides what they want. Am I going to be Zillow? Am I going to be Shammai? Now it's time, especially with the temple, that we have to come together for sure around our rabbinic leaders. The rabbinic leaders are deciding we're going to follow the out, and so the development of this authoritarian consensus rule after debate becomes an exceptionally important element in the way that Jewish communities will organize themselves for the next 2,000 years. Just to be clear, the tsunami and all of the possible impact it had on the discussion that's recorded in Sia does not affect the central thrust of the meaning of that passage, which is to say that Lo B'Shamayim Hi, the Torah is not in heaven, that the Torah is here on planet Earth, and human beings cultivated, bringing a supernatural truth to advance your particular interpretation of Jewish law is not considered a valid argument, and therefore the rabbis will continue to maintain their standards, and this is a very important starting point for the organization of Jewish their own country. But it's still very cool to think that it's not what's happening at that time. There are two institutions that are especially important for the survival of the Jews after Yavne. You can see in this map here that the sages from Yavne, which is sort of on the lower left there, they've all spread out primarily to the north, where the majority of the Jewish population is going to be living after Bar Kokhba, but also developing in the south as well. The two institutions that they will ultimately coalesce around are the Sanhedrin and the Patriarchate. The Sanhedrin is the Jewish court that continued to function after the destruction of the temple, although it could not function in Jerusalem itself because Jews were to live there for a period of time. It moved, you can see from these white arrows here, up to Yavne and then up to the north where it was located in a few different places. So it finally settled in Tiberias, a relatively new city, but a very important center of Jewish activity for the period we're discussing today. Related to the Sanhedrin, and sometimes overlapping in its leadership, is the so-called Patriarchate, and this is in Hebrew. The Patriarchate is essentially the government of the Jews, which is led by a single individual, the Nasi. We don't have a really good sense of exactly how it functions. We also don't have a really good sense of the extent of its authority, a good sense of exactly how it related to the Roman government. There's some tantalizing elements of this relationship, in particular in the figure of one of the greatest of this, Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi, Rabbi Judah, the princess is sometimes related. Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi was the prime figure organizing the modification of the mission, of which up until this point, as we mentioned, has been an oral document that has been transmitted by these Tanaim. He organized this modification into textual form and written form, which we can to this day. This happened around the year 200, perhaps 220 of the Common Era. And this is really the line that separates the Tanaim from the Amoraim. After the mission is confirmed in writing, primary exponents will be known as the Amoraim, and the documents that they will eventually produce are known as the Talmuds. One of them was produced in Israel, actually primarily in the northern region, to a certain degree in the coast, although it tends to be called the Yerushalmi or Jerusalem Talmud, sometimes the Palestinian Talmud. Both of those Talmuds are kind of inaccurately in one way or another. There is a Talmud performed, a Talmud created first in Israel, and then a later one, a large one in Babylonia, which will be the subject of the next two lectures. One of the challenges of studying this period is that we are essentially locked into rabbinic documents. To a certain degree, we have some Roman government documents, we have some church historians, but most of our really juicy sources are rabbinic in nature. And so rabbis are primarily not interested in giving us history. They want to tell us about law, about religion, about faith, about philosophy. Those are the things that are, the primary energies of the rabbis. We do have some chronologists, like the Sacred Olga, which is the order of the world, one of the earliest chronologies compiled by the rabbis, who also attended with ancient sources. But they're not really histories. They are kind of like, on this date, this happened, on this date, this happened, without really analyzing and fleshing out why things happened and so on. So when we look at other sources, we have, for example, the Levanta archive, which we discussed a little bit in talk about. This is the archive of some 30 documents, primarily personal legal documents that were collected by a woman who was hiding with the rebels in the cave. And what we can see from our archive is that while it's hard to generalize from one woman, another source also comes from around this time as well, it seems that Jews were not hesitant to use non-Jewish courts, which suggests some limitation of the rabbi's authority. Obviously, we found Germanic courts, Roman courts, or in this case, Mamertine and other courts. So perhaps there's a whole existence of Jews who are simply doing their own thing, following the dominant authority, which in this case would be the Romans, instead of listening to the rabbis. This would not be surprising. Don't know the extent of it. We also have to realize Jews have a very problematic relationship with the Romans. On the one hand, heavily resenting the Romans for the deprivation in their society, and on the other hand, the Romans, who have by this time, by the way, established 2 legions in Israel, which is a remarkably large number of people, like 10,000 soldiers, and they are Spanish heavy, meaning that they get paid in coin, and so they're extremely important for the local economy. They are resented by the population. The rabbinical sources give us a lot of descriptions of the abuse of the population by the Romans, but on the other hand, they're really essential to the economic realities of Israel. The Romans, which we'll discuss in a later lecture, are also extending certain privileges to certain classes of Jews, makes a very big difference, and they're building roads and all kinds of infrastructure things that are useful for them as soldiers, but also useful for the economy as a whole. This is dynamic going on here that we don't know a lot about. We also get the sense, however, that even though we don't know for sure how extensive the authority of the rabbis are, there's no question that they have a phenomenal pull. That Judaism is a very competitive ideology at this time. Just for one example, have a look at Helena of Antioch, who was a queen of this small kingdom you see out here on the upper Tigris River. And Josephus tells us a lot about it. She also appears in the Talmud as Hilni Malka, that is Helene the queen. And she actually converts with her sons to Judaism, and she makes several trips to Jerusalem. She's known for her tremendous generosity. She gives to a lot of charity, and she chooses to be buried in Israel. This magnificent tomb that was for a long time associated with someone else until they realized it was in fact Helena's tomb. Her sarcophagus was retrieved and is on display in the Israel Museum. So we thought that very important, powerful woman like Helena of Antioch, who converted to Judaism, is just a sense of how even during these very difficult times, in the first century and onward, Judaism still is quite appealing to the outside population. Okay, I'm going to leave it here. Let's go on in the next lecture to look at the development of the Babylonian Center in particular. Thank you very much. So continuing our discussion of the transition of the Amoraim and the period immediately following the disastrous to the revolts against Rome, and culminating in the solidification of the Sanhedrin and the Patriarch of Israel, and ultimately the composition of the Mishnah. Let us now transition to Babylonia, which will become the gravitational center of the Jewish world in a very short order. After the year 219, when Rav, a scholar, arrived in the region after he studied in Israel, native Babylonia, and to Israel to study. Came back very much involved in establishing education there. By the way, this emphasis on these holy products for the first is based on traditional solution, which dates from the 19th century. And we rely very heavily on that. Otherwise, very comparative. You can't say with absolute confidence is that Babylon becomes such a center in centuries that fall in the region. So let's just do a little bit of background. The period that represents the total age of Babylonia at the time is a period of the Parthian Empire of 216 year 224 of the Again, I don't know very much about the region before 219 in particular. That's when we begin to have domination from the Talmud itself, but also from the Germanic authorities like Gaon, who wrote the first Talmudic history to describe what was going on. Period of Zoroastrian resurgence, especially during which Malka, Shapur the Fourth, also Malka, is actually appears every now and then in Talmudic literature, and it represents a period where the Jews seem to have, for the most part, a tremendous freedom of act, that they had widespread settlement in one concentrated area, particularly were able to engage in this internal creativity. And it will remain this way for the Muslim conquest in the 7th century. And then things are going to shift, just like we saw shifting in the Talmudim. We have Moraim, then we're going to have a different intellectual orientation against the Talmud to solidify this format. Let me leave that. Anyway, what we're looking at today is the first couple of centuries after the Empire. Here's a map that shows where the Jews were settled. On the right-hand side, you can see the larger scale of the two major rivers, here the Nahar Diklat, or Nekel, which is east flow from the northwest down to the southeast into the Persian Gulf. And there's a region at the lakes of which come together. That's where the Jews were coming. There's much older settlements of Jews that we can trace in biblical literature, for example. But this is something that exists on the in this particular map, it's called the area of Jews. On the left one, and this is a determination that we made in the Talmud of the discussion about marrying Jews who come from far away lands. When there is a question of intermarriage and a following divorce law, appropriately, which is great significance in Rothschild. I think this kind of like overstates it, the way it looks like a solid block, and if you were born on the other side, you were in big trouble. It's not necessarily the case, but I think that's the rabbis to argue. You can see here, though, the number of small towns that are actually referred to several times in the Talmud. But all these two big rivers with canals that run between them. Here's a Hebrew map that I think condenses some of this great information to some of the most important sites. The great yeshiva Academy at Hardar and at Badita. Story of 3 yeshivot, and after the 251 Hardar is overrun in a Shiva Surah that last for hundreds of years and fell into austerity. These are the great academies, the centers of the where the Talmud would be developed. And what I think is especially fascinating is that it's 50 kilometers basically of these 50 kilometers in mile. You could walk down the riverbank all the way from Surah to Timber. Maybe you could stop and for a lunch. Walk, keep that out there. It's amazing how places that phenomenal, but they're really so close to each other. The historical element is that when Rob came back from studying with Rabbi and others in his he ended up establishing the Yeshiva of Surah. Following school, went to the Hardar. Later, Yeshiva moved to Pita. That's how we have these many others as well. Really great early yeshivot. A lot more to say about what exactly was yeshiva. We tend to think of temporary yeshivot and fold them backwards in time. What it must look like then. Possibly like that much at all. If more than disciple circle, things like that. But 3 kind of institutional settings are especially important. In the next short video, I'm going to tell you a bit about what the Talmud, what these rabbis, yeshiva doing. Understand that, we are certainly being hindered by the fact that almost all the information we have, Jewish life in Babylonia at this time, and the rabbis, by and large, are not interested in extraneous information we might like as historians. Because a lot of description about law, religion, philosophy, things like that, not necessarily as when scholars begin to discover a little evidence report non-Jewish sources, the amount of evidence is absolutely fantastic. For example, this is a curse bowl. There are literally hundreds of curse bowls that recently discovered. It has a demon at the center. It appears that these bowls were used in kind of like magic somehow Jews produce devices that they may have broken apart as a form of effect, a kind of a curse or something on one's enemies, like that. But what's fascinating is that a lot of the personal names listed here are clearly not Jewish names. Babylonian names. Maybe that first bowls, they were for everybody. Don't fascinating. It's a culture must be like outside of from which we have no merely from some of the sources that there was a form of organization, some kind of self-government of in Babylon. Not entirely how that was. We know that it did enjoy some recognition from legal power, was some kind of self-government, which standing to some degree or another. It was led by someone called Exar, or the exile, probably modeled on the patriarch of Israel, just like Rabbi Nasi was a descendant of that unique leadership. So too the exile and so on. There is a doubt among scholars monarchy actually began. We sort of lose data, but certainly interactive. There's also a lot of people who are active, and we only catch glimpses of them because of the rabbinic of the world. So we've already talked about brutally in the Talmud. We also have the however, or like a woman, she is associated well, so there could be who had healing, might have been women's domain, don't know for deep, really touching focus. For example, otherwise unnamed mother, he wasn't actually he was an uncle, was his stepmother who cared for him. He always referred to her as Im. Many occasions, Abaye, the great rabbi, very important rabbi, most of them, will refer to teaching of his own others, my mother, indicating that he had a high regard for her person and as knowledge. Just tantalizing. We also have lots of fascinating Talmud as well. The Magi. These are, of course, in Christian tradition. Important story. But the Magi, Zoroastrian, surrounded the Jews. A lot of conflict with the Jews. Things like use of fire, casual use of fire, something that was frowned upon by this, particularly on specific in Shabbos, which is read every Friday night in the Ashkenaz ritual, refers to Jews who put out their candles on Friday night of the Magi. That's not the term used there. The commentary, you'll see that's exactly what they're talking about. So also some, because the Magi regard the fire as having sanctity, purifying. Also very concerned violent earth, and so they found Jewish burial, conflict, those kinds of things. The Talmud gives us one at the outside world, and is extremely rich and detailed. That one data that we like to have just doesn't come through because it's not relevant. But what exactly is the Talmud? We'll talk about that in the next video. Okay, I've given myself a few minutes to describe what the Talmud is. Like that's a crazy, impossible task. It is such a strange and unusual and amazing and wonderful document that to just try to stretch it down to a few minutes is going to be very challenging. But nevertheless, I think I have a couple of ideas. Let me share them with you. First of all, let's look at something what exactly is because of the structure of the Talmud and its purpose. So probably the best way to understand is to look at a modern Talmud see here. And this is how to color coded to a sense of the literary archaeology that's present on every page of Talmud. The first section of that is sort of color coded. That is the Mishnah. Now, we had a whole class several weeks ago what the Mishnah was. So I'm not going to summarize that class here, but the Talmud is really a commentary on the Mishnah. And just like Mishnah is sort of like a law code, I mean, it is a little bit organized, and it has like general subjects like this order deals with calendar, holidays, this order deals with damages and things like that. Some structure to it, but it really it has some very wild differences. Talmud is essentially commentary on the Mishnah. Immediately following the Mishnah, a discussion that would include literally texts, maybe of primarily rabbis, but also, as we saw, to make a statement, a woman be involved in a story, and it makes it really strange. It's like kind of it's highly arcane in its language. It's very and a lot of training to be able to decipher it. There's no standard things. You have to break up the sentences. You have to understand whether something is a question or a statement, or a sarcastic comment or a hyperbolic comment. It's very hard to try to pick up the language, but nevertheless, it's something that memory that scholars would have actually memorized page after page. Talmud. It's essentially like a long transcript of a discussion that is starting from in the Mishnah. Mishnah is talking about this particular case. Has to be talking about when one recites the Shema prayer. And they'll start discussing when one recites the Shema prayer. But as conversations go, tend to go point to point to point, from tangent to tangent to tangent, which is something that is delightful in the conversation. Sure, the unpredictability in the matter, the Talmud essentially follows that and enshrines literary of consciousness in this document. And it is amazing. It requires tremendous concentration and focus to make the logic and imagination required. Discussion it's incredibly satisfying results. And that's what happens in the Mishnah. The Talmud, which by the way is also known as Gemara. The word Gemara is and it's literally finishing, complete Gemara. The term Talmud and Gemara are sometimes interchanged, also because of the fear of church interference in the text, which happened in the 13th century and onward, referring to Talmud as opposed to referring to Gemara to try and avoid the eye of the particular text. The page is much longer than Mishnah. One Mishnah, or the Mishnah, resulted in 15, 20 discussion that follows. So that's really what's going on. The conversation is by the Amoraim, occasionally bringing in other passages in Talmud, other logical arguments. They'll brought into this. It's worthy of note, by the way, that the Talmud, even though I'm showing you the first page, it has no beginning. It's often compared to an ocean, sea of Talmud. And just like, you can't say the sea has a particular source that all comes from one place. It's just there. And then you have to enter the sea shoreline. Some places might be, nice, easy places to get into the water. Let's say, Lost in that's like a nice sandy beach, South Florida kind of style. And other places are like rocky forests with water crashing and, trying to jump into the middle of an atlas or something like that with sacrificial and things like that. It's very, very hard. But nevertheless, everyone kind of approaches it and has to go to swim right away. It's brilliant and amazing. I'm already talking about that. The thing that is the article metaphor of Rabbi he is on the left here, Rashi, which is a commentator from the 11th century, speaking about his course, and his descendants and other students who Tosafot from the 12th to 15th century. And they're essentially all concentrating on the central area of the text. And I'm not going to labor here, but there are many other commentators surrounding them on the page, which is the prime real estate, and many more in other books beyond this particular page. But this gives you a sense of what the document is all about. The structure is here. The function of it is basically to explicate the Mishnah, because the Mishnah itself demands collaboration. I mentioned earlier Rabbi Rothschild. I have to give a shout out because he runs an amazing website called 1840.org, and they have really amazing discussions there on all kinds of big Jewish ideas that I love listening to. Recently, I had a podcast with Professor Simon from here, who is an expert in Jewish thought with a great book on Halakha. And I heard on this episode something that just so much things I'm going to share with you now as on with so important. So I am saying that the audience of the podcast to the work of Rabbi and Couple, a lawyer who published a really influential article in 1982 called Nomos and Narrative. And in this article, basically, it's Talmud as a starting point. What exactly is Nomos and narrative? Nomos is the Greek word in the law. Narrative is kind of the story behind the law. And in fact, that's what happens in the Talmud. There's lots of that's ego, sometimes people discussion of tiny little details, sometimes theoretically that can't possibly happen in real life. And interspersed with a big excursus on the meaning of life, the purpose of the world, nature of the afterlife, the philosophy, recipes, behavior of a cat, all kinds of things are popular sayings. They're like thrown in there. Some commentators have felt there's kind of random. It's hardly random. It's practically intentional. And what Professor Cover wants to say that in order for a legal system to work, it's already a foundation. A legal system is called by some the Constitution of Jews. Big Constitution, can't code it, very progress. I'll have to come up with something like that. The Talmud is almost law or narrative story behind the law. And this is really important because if a society, Professor Clover, society simply lays down without explaining society why the beliefs exist, without providing the narrative behind it. And ultimately, that's because it's inherent. It was an arbitrary made up any way you want. On the other hand, when you support the readers with the narratives, as I've often found, even in my administrative capacity in college, the Talmud has wanders between big discussions of almost related issues, two discussions of narrative issues, and it forms a somewhat complex and sophisticated whole, bringing together nuance and narrative elements. I strongly urge you to have a look at that podcast on the Talmud. I put it in the source notes on the video. So that's really what's going on in the Talmud. Now, I have written a lot more than the Talmud and many of the videos tonight as well. I'm very much involved in actually a daily video on the Talmud. I studied a format called Yomi, which means a whole day every day, 2,000 page per day. And this is a program with thousands of people around the world every day, perhaps hundreds of thousands of it, called Rothschild, and it takes 7.5 years to complete the entire Talmud. But in the middle of this big project, 2,711 little history videos that go every page of the Talmud. I invite you to have a look. So I'm not going to say much more about the Talmud here, but I will say that it is a document that has managed to retain the fascination of its students for centuries. Absolutely engaging and refreshing and sometimes frustrating. It's enervating, but always energizing, and it is the document around much of Judaism has evolved for the last 1,500 years or so. I think they ask about it. Okay, I hope you found this useful, and I look forward to seeing you. Looking at the period from the 3rd to the 7th century, I think it's useful for us to go through a little bit of political history to try to understand the remarkable changes that were taking place in the Eastern Mediterranean at the time. And there's three really big cities involved: Rome, Constantinople, and Mecca. So from the 3rd through the 5th century, Rome faced a pretty significant period of decline. As you can see in this 19th century Russian painting by Karl that shows Rome being sacked, and it was actually sacked several times by the Vandals and others coming from Central Europe. They're taking away here the menorah and all kinds of things like this, whereas the church seems kind of stable on the far right there. Anyway, it's a period when Rome is going to go through a series of significant stepping downward in its authority, and this is going to affect the balance of power in the entire region, as we shall see. Israel will remain within the boundaries of the empire, just barely, because I'll show you on a map in just a second. The eastern border of the Roman Empire gets pushed steadily towards the west, and Israel just maintains, with the exception of about 15 years, that space on the easternmost part of the Roman Empire, which is so huge, and it's just really hanging in there. The Christian population in Israel in this time, however, is growing significantly, both from conversion to Christianity from the indigenous populations, Jews and others, and also from immigration into the region. For most of the reasons, remember, Israel is at a crossroads, and so as Rome was able to consolidate and control the region, presence of the legion, so on, as the infrastructure, there's attractiveness in that region for many settlers. Most of the population actually increases at this time, but the balance of the population will change. The local Christian population in Israel will grow, which is not necessarily a good sign for the population. So in the 4th century, there is a revolt that erupts in northern Israel, where Jews are very dissatisfied with the leadership of one Gallus. This is, however, put down quite decisively, and ultimately will just accelerate the pro-Christian orientation of the Roman Empire to the detriment of the local Jewish population. There was a moment of respite shortly thereafter when the Emperor Julian, known in some quarters as Julian the Apostate, tries to make some kind of connection with the Jews in Israel and in the diaspora by lot of enthusiasm among Jews because you'll recall until this time, the temple has been desecrated by Hadrian, who rebuilt a temple dedicated to Zeus there, and actually, or Jupiter actually, and also so bad the visiting of Jerusalem by Jews except on the anniversary of the destruction of the temple. So Judean apostates offered to rebuild the temple, although it's short-lived because he would be killed in battle. Ultimately, it increases the enthusiasm of Jews and evokes even more ire of the local Christian population. The tensions are increasing, and one of the last things that the patriarchy was able to do, you recall that the Jews to have some kind of self-governing rulership under the patriarch. The patriarch Hillel II, also known as Hillel Messiah, to distinguish him from the Hillel who lived before the Common he designed a 19-year electrical cycle, which would later be added on in over centuries. But basically, he sketched out the possibility of working with a calendar that is mathematically calculated rather than relying on the traditional sighting of the moon, which is something that was in place for many hundreds of years. But there are a couple of moments in Jewish history when, for example, the Samaritans and now possibly the local Christians have interfered with that process. And so Hillel Messiah, by putting in place a fixed calendar, was able to really establish something very concrete and important for the survival of Jews in the long term. He was very concerned that the Christian Empire, the Roman Empire, now officially Christian under Constantine, would actually disavow the power of the Sun entrance. In fact, this would come to pass. It will not under Constantine, it would happen in the 5th century. So that's basically what's going on in Rome as it falls into decline and how it has an impact on the Jewish people, particularly in Israel. If we look at Constantinople, we see an acceleration of this negative trend. So first of all, where is Constantinople? You have a look at this map here. You see it's the big red mark, and it's on a very important strait called the Bosporus that separates essentially the Mediterranean Sea from the Black Sea. Very important site for maritime trade. It was originally known as Byzantium, and the Emperor Constantine, in the year 324, renames it Nova Roma, the New Rome, and it was also known as Constantinople, or Constantine's city. And this essentially becomes the center of what's called later the Byzantine Empire. It's the Eastern Roman Empire, and as Rome goes into further decline and is sacked many times, Constantinople becomes even more important. It is now known as Istanbul because when it was conquered in 1453 by the Turks, then it received this new name. So Byzantium becomes Constantinople, becomes Istanbul. And one last detail while we're at it, not relevant to our period, but it's relevant to the 15th century. When Istanbul is no longer a Christian city, then Moscow takes upon itself a kind of mantle of Eastern Christianity, understanding itself as the third Rome, right? First Rome, and you have the second Rome, or Nova Roma, Constantinople, Byzantine Empire, and then finally Moscow is understood, or at least self-understands, as the third Rome, the inheritor of this entire Eastern Christian tradition. The implications for Jews of this shift from Rome to Constantinople are also generally negative. There's increasingly worse conditions for Jews as we move through the 5th century, as the Roman Empire, now from Constantinople, is more and more pro-Christian. The patriarchate is formally abolished at the beginning of the 5th century. The kinds of things that they were charged with is illustrative of the kind of hostility. The emperor charged that Jews were using the patriarchate to build synagogues, right? The idea being that synagogues should fall into disrepair and rise again. We're going to get into that in the next lecture. That Jews were holding Christian slaves, or at least non-Jewish slaves, and were circumcising them, which is part of halakha, there's a whole discussion of how slaves are to be completely Jewish. That was something which was with tremendous hostility. And finally, the rabbis in Israel, they were occasionally adjudicated legal cases that also involved Christians, and this was seen as an affront to Roman law and especially to Christian sensibilities. So this is a period of time when there are more and more legal restrictions placed upon Jews in Israel. The patriarchate is declining, eventually is completely demolished in the 5th century. It's definitely not a great time for Jews. Now let's go quickly to the final city, Mecca. And I'm only just going to touch on it because really we're going to spend a lot more time talking about Islamic influence in Israel, which will last much longer. But just to get the bullet points together, it's really not really Mecca, it's also Persia, because basically what happens is, you have a look at this map here, this represents the diaspora, Jewish diaspora in the Roman Empire. You can see that there are big chunks of Jewish settlements in the Roman Empire at this time. You've got some in Asia Minor, which would be here in western Turkey. You've got a big chunk of Jews living just north of what would be Israel, in places like Antioch and Damascus and Syria. And then you've got another big chunk in Egypt. This map doesn't show the settlement of Israel as well, but there will be a lot, of course, centered in northern Israel in particular. And then as you go across the Mediterranean basin, you see lots of dots. Those dots represent individual Jewish communities, and you've got them all the way up in the Rhineland in Germany, in France along the Rhone River, and the southern coast of France, the Mediterranean. You've got them throughout Hispania or Spain, and then you've got some North Africa, like even Carthage, that we saw earlier. So those are all the Roman Empire. There is only one really large Jewish population outside the Roman Empire, and that is just to the east of where my head is on this map. This is, of course, the Babylonian center, which becomes very powerful, and ultimately, Babylonia, under the Persians, will invade Israel in the year 614. And Israel will very fall under Persian control once again, but only for a very brief period of time, because the distant Emperor Heraclius would come back in, and by the year 629, he is back in Jerusalem again. It should also be shown that but before we leave the empire, I just want to point out that another area where there was a Jewish settlement, at least up until the 6th century, and that is the region of contemporary Yemen, in the so-called kingdom of Timur. This is so fascinating. So here's the Arabian Peninsula. You can see where the kingdom of Timur is in the southern part of it. Look out by Professor Powers, what called the Throne of Guinness, which tells the amazing story of this Jewish kingdom in the region, which lasted for quite some time. So here's the story. We know that Jews lived in this region for centuries before we were discussing here. We know, for example, that Herod sent a number of native Jews there in the year 25 before the Common Era, and it's highly likely there were settlements of Jews that met them when they arrived. We know from other sources that there was a king Abd in the turn of the 5th century, was having conflict with local Christian kingdoms, and this prompted him to convert to Judaism. This, by the way, is not an unusual kind of story. We see a very similar thing in the Khazar Empire, which I will discuss not too long from now, when the Khazarians, seeing that they were, on the one hand, oppressed by Christians, and on the other hand, oppressed by the Muslims, they saw Judaism as a third way of maintaining independence. And it appears that King Habib Assad also saw that as an option for his people. So we don't have really great sources about the conversion, but apparently have it sometime around the turn of the 5th century. We have other sources, Christian sources, that describe a King Yusuf Asar Nuwas that lived about 100 years later, and presumably was basically a Jewish kingdom this entire time. And this King Yusuf is at war with neighboring Christian territories and persecuting those Christians. And this is a Christian source that is not sympathetic to King Yusuf, but to specific out that there was conflict going on. And what's fascinating is that, so far we only have kind of sketchy little bits of something suggest this Jewish. A lot of the new material has been discovered in funeral inscriptions, for example, in Beit Shan in Israel and elsewhere, that specifically refers to Israelites as being Jewish, and that they want to be buried in Israel and things like this. So it's actually quite likely that, in fact, there was this Jewish kingdom in Yemen at this time. We know they went to war with Ethiopia, and King Yusuf was known at this point the kingdom of Aksum, which is in the region. And that end of the Jewish kingdom, well, we're talking about something that lasted for well over a century. Really fascinating. Wish I had more time to study this stuff. Anyways, let's go back to the picture. The big picture is remember that the Sasanian Empire makes a quick penetration into Israel, displacing the Byzantine Empire in the year 614, but only lasts a very brief time because in 629, Heraclius reconquers the region, and then he lasts for about 15 odd years, and the Muslims conquer it in the year 626. The Muslims, of course, were in control of the Middle East and North Africa for quite some time, and we'll have a large Jewish population living under Muslim rule, and so we're going to look at a lot of these communities in the following lectures. But before we get to the Muslim rule, let's talk a little bit about the diversity of Europe's tradition in the Byzantine Empire, which takes a little deeper into, unfortunately, the negative circumstances that Jews experience. Thanks very much for watching. One of the more consequential aspects of the Jewish experience in the late Roman period is the development of something called the adversity of Theos tradition. This is a group of ideas and ultimately policies that were developed by church fathers in the late Roman period. This is Theos, the title is taken from a series of sermons written in the 4th century by St. John Chrysostom, who speak about it translates as against or as this against. Besides the regional differences, because there are clear connections made between those ideas that were generated in regions where the Jews had a variable population base, increasingly time requirement, and those areas where there was much more of a mixed population and interaction on this level. But it's also really important to know that Christianity becomes a state religion in the early 4th century with the adoption of Christianity of Constantine. And so these ideas that begin as kind of theological disputes early Christians trying to articulate the ideas of Christianity against the background of Judaism, largely theoretical kind of ideas, which have more of a rhetorical than a physical one. Much more healthy ideas once Christianity is going with it. And so, healthy ideas which are, as understandable, rhetorical environment, and verbal things like that, actually quite significant when behind ideas. And let's have a look at a couple of aspects of these. Let's start with Justin Harper showing here. I have to say, as he's looking at this program, this lecture, I came across these just a citation. Andre Tourné, a great portrait, he did this correct. Translation is true portraits and the lives of these men from home and any rate, 16th century book that illustrates true portraits of the people, which we find absolutely hardly credible. There's some of the images like Socrates was taken from lists that are from the Greek period. So maybe a couple of them are more accurate than others, but otherwise, hard to keep the 16th century was actually portraits of these people for real. So here's Justin Martyr. As you can see, he was called Justin the Philosopher. Well, in the second century, was early Martyr. And among his many works was called Dialogue with Trippo, which is actually a dialogue on Justin Martyr. However, it's a lot of the ideas that were mixed in the Gospels, and some of them to articulate a rather harsh approach. First off, he clearly his vision of Christianity, material, spiritual, and based on ideas, morality, and as opposed to Israel, Jews are carnal in nature, dedicated to really drudgery things like sacrificing blood, which went into which was it a things like that. And obviously, eventually, that the Jews are all wrapped up in physicality, and that's a negative thing. Whereas Christians are the spiritual aspect. It's an unfair characterization, but nevertheless, it creates a dichotomy that really Christian he also, at the same time, seems a little bit contradictory that while he's putting down the Jews for their reality, besides, we're the real Jews. Christians are the quote unquote Jews. That is, they love the Jews. Like, all of those things, both of those were totally disciplined the way God wanted to live. Christianity was of the. I have to tell you, as a little bit of an aside, I often get a lot of sight of you guys are not the real Jews. Or the actually Americans. Like, it doesn't bother me that much. Other people want to. They are the truth. It all sorts itself out. Yeah, that's open class. But what does it matter to you what I call myself? I'm a salad. If I want to make it, it's such a big deal to you. I expect you to make it an alligator. Anyway, that's something that is really pronounced idea that we both bring to also, at the same time, just another scientist something called obduracy. They're stiff-necked nature. They're refusing to admit that everything just harder and other others are saying is true. It's why it's not so very much because by refusing the truth they put it on themselves. In other words, the Justin Martyr will demand the Jews admit something. If Jews refuse to admit it, then they should be punished for their obvious. But great start for Jewish Christians and a very important early theme. As we shall see, however, there are some really great records, such as Rothschild. Before we get to him, let's have a look at St. John Chrysostom. Look, we have another piece. Ready? That's another piece of St. John Chrysostom. This one captures this with me. Anyway, he is a early 5th century thinker, and as I mentioned earlier, it is his work that he very tone that was just ridiculous because it was like so delivered in the 4th century that became especially influential in the Eastern Church, but nevertheless set the tone of the Church as well. That was upset with was that pagans in church. For a second, and just think a little bit of Jewish theology here. Of the basic ideas that was articulated long before the Jewish law. The idea that the children of Noah, that is non-Jewish society, is not bound by the commandments that Jews see out. That this doesn't just a part of the same as all part of like the reclusive use picture devices, Sabbath and things like that. That's all the carnality. That's all. You guys just let me know. But in Jewish thought, that is something not meant for non-Jews at all. In fact, Muhammad describes 7 specific commandments which are incumbent upon all humanity. By and large, those 7 commandments are pretty reasonable. Like, for example, no bribery, no adultery. You've got to set up laws, work out differences, and no cruelty to animals. Like that. There's 7 basic laws just being meant. That's the law. And according to Jewish theology, there is no reason whatsoever for Noahites, that is, Noah, general humanity, to take on any more commandments than they were originally. If they still choose to make the and of course the versions of it, and choose there's no images, there's no command for it, they will ultimately receive a reward for the righteousness of God. So long as they observe 7. Nevertheless, this makes the participation of non-Jews in those services. Non-Jews, except for this, which we'll class, but non-Jews are welcome to Jewish democracy. We're welcome to participate in all kinds of rituals, and there's nothing really stuff. Right? And from what we see, the prophet rather venomous comments in his sermons, it's exactly what's happening in Antioch. Right? A fairly open society, Jews of all to participate, whatever degree they feel like they want to, with because this was making it very difficult to clearly identify what it's about. He's very upset about is non-Jews, Christians participating in Sabbath rest, specifically on Sabbath. Right? That earlier in the 4th century is very important. Yeah, that adjusted conflicts place, making sure that Christians were rest on Sunday, and that Easter would always be from over. And this is apparently not very upset that a lot of Christians are resting on Saturdays, working on Sundays. Upset that it appears that non-Jews are occasionally exchanging gifts every holiday, which is very puzzling there. This also has some echo from the Talmud's deadly, but I'm sure he wasn't aware of those things. That non-Jews were enjoying matzah, okay? With their freshly baked Passover matzah, and very nice gift, you know, 25 months. So they're here, and this is actually real red. Just a lot of crap, but nevertheless, this season is that non-Jews were engaging in and investing to participate in Jewish events like the fast over 8 stuff. That refers to non-Jews taking lights on the festivals, which appears to be some kind of reference to Shabbos boy. Boy, by the way, can be used in derogatory sense, depending on how it's used, the tone in which it's stated. But literally, in fact, the Jews themselves are called boy nation, the Bible, and the liturgy. Kind of which I use generally in neutral or positive sense. But if someone says to me, street, the term Shabbos boy means Sabbath knowledge. It's not knowledge. But occasionally, 40 on this. You get excited about having to take care of it. That is not just actually involved in Jews that don't come to this about it, whatever, right? Just the data. So, the John Chrysostom really, serious. That makes the audience saying that we have to distinguish ourselves, separate ourselves. These are all terrible things we're not doing. Christians specifically, essentially, the lot of evidence in Chrysostom's sermons that suggests that Christians actually follow fairly well in Antioch. Not specifically. Now, let us it's something that we must get versus tradition. Or perhaps we're talking about the church fathers. If I had to pick my favorite church father, which no one would ever ask, I would definitely say it's St. Augustine. It's a fascinating person with an amazing biography. So many cool things about him that it's enjoyable to be about. This is one thing for beautiful Italian vision of it, which St. Augustine was a lot of things. Works us through it. It's like it's a child who is virtuous and but yeah. Of course, the child was like a small spoon, picking out water from the ocean and putting it in a hole. Right? Like a supernatural vision. That it's to him, what do you do? And you'll never be able to fill out that hole. I'm thinking there's some things which you can think about, forget. But therefore, let go sort of approach to it. Let's talk about that as in Austin. They're useful. One of the things that is, and again, this is not the same time as based on stuff. He writes that, wait a second, let's just rethink this whole concept. Because after all, Christianity is on the foundation. Okay. And clearly, and it's using things. So the seventh day of rest, explore, clothing all kinds of new things. Or we say that God is willing to make these commandments true. Should we not raise the Jews to remain steadfast in their commandments, right? They are not in any way non-Jews, with some of the Jewish theology, but the fact that the Jews steadfast in the Torah, it's a positive thing. Why do you criticize it? In other words, he's taking issue with a lot of other church fathers like Justin Martyr, Augustine writes that Judaism functions as the death of Christianity. So it's all of Christianity. But not another important, but therefore the Jews should be valued as they are. We'll actually have some explicit references. Develop something extremely consequential for Jewish history called the doctrine of witness. Argues that the presence of Jews and their maintenance of the temple is an essential testimony to the validity of the entire enterprise in Christianity. That it's Judaism is the desk of Christianity, that it is the foundations of Christianity, and by the foundation of the superstructure will continue to stand. That's Jews must be allowed as testimonials to the communications of God that is recorded in the Torah. And in fact, in the Messiah return and thought, they will once again testify to his identity. So, contra Justin Martyr, contra Chrysostom, many other church fathers, obviously to say that now this is not uniform positive. They are like metaphor of Cain. Genesis, Cain kills his brother Abel, and then God punishes him by placing a mark upon his forehead, causes him to wander forever. The most important element of that mark is that although there was the brook associated with it, was not to be killed. Any Cain mark was there, they could not be killed. They could not be killed. That's exactly the way that says Augustine that we should live. That sounds kind of negative, but in reality, the GRT using citation for Psalms late as not was hugely consequential because it essentially defined a church policy that Jews should not be killed for it. They should not be subject to forced conversion. They must, according to the doctrine of witness, remain as Jews. And this is essentially a way of testifying or witnessing the validity of Christianity. So, it is important to know that this particular set of ideas was intuited in various ways over the next centuries. There were certain thinkers that great, for example, definitely used a positive approach, a huge evidence for Jews. And there were others who emphasized that the idea of the doctrine of witness were in a great state. That is, let's keep around, but they should be allowed to get ahead. Because if they get ahead, then that witness actually stands against Christianity because it says we should have stayed Jewish. Why should we have converted to Christianity? But how did the truth happen? Nevertheless, Augustine's ideas made it sort of like a way to allow the Jews to progress through the Middle Ages, and ironically, church law, therefore, because they the increase of there were notable exceptions to periods when the church adopted first conversion, so that they recognized them as post facto. But unfortunately, discuss those in these lectures. But by and large, Augustine's constitution was very good. Salutary. Okay, that's it for a very quick look at some of the thought of church fathers and their impact on history. Let's look a little bit more now at the interior life of Jewish folk, specifically at the synagogue, the development of something like that. Thanks very much. In the last couple of videos, we spent a lot of time talking about how Jews were acted upon by larger forces, the state, the church, and so on. But I don't want to give you the impression that they're just massively accepting whatever is from the outside. They're also very creative at this period in time as well. So let's just take a few minutes to see one area where their creativity is especially common, and that is in the institution of the synagogue. Here's an interesting looking map of the synagogues in the ancient world, specifically looking at the 1st and 2nd century. If you have a look at the legend there on the left, you can see that the blue dots refer to literary references to the synagogues, and green circles are papyri, and the inscriptions of the stones, and then finally the stars are archaeological evidence of these synagogues. Now, they're not including the synagogues in Israel. Of course, there are quite a few in Israel itself, but the main concentrations are in the Nile Delta in Egypt. You've also got quite a few in Asia Minor, the Italian Peninsula. A few of them up on the Black Sea Plateau, which is really interesting. And then one that we'll look at in a little bit more detail in a second, Dura Europos, which is right over here on the right. Fascinating synagogue. And so synagogues are an extremely important institution for Jews, especially after the temple was destroyed in the 1st century, especially when they're a minority living away around large Jewish populations, the synagogue is because the formal, more ritual activity, specifically religious worship, and they kind of articulate that. What exactly does religious worship look like when you don't have the ritual sacrifice associated with the temple? Synagogues did predate the construction of temples. In other words, Jews seem to want to create these institutions where they could get together for communal prayer. There's another fascinating discussion in the Mishnah and Talmud and Midrash that describes the evolution of the prayer service and what connects to what, and the references to the patriarchs and fascinating kinds of things like that. But we should understand that the synagogue, the word itself, by the way, the Greek meaning place of gathering, is effectively a Jewish community center, JCC, for a minority population, and it would fulfill all kinds of different functions, not just religious, but it would be a place of gathering for discussing legal affairs, for adjudicating disputes, all kinds of things. Basics of the service that is familiar to synagogue goers today took centuries to evolve. You look at the prayer book, that's really an archaeological textual representation of the wanderings of the Jews diaspora as well. There's core elements that go back to Israel and other elements in other prayers that were added many different iterations of their long history. One of the things that I find especially fascinating is that women are remarkably well represented in the sources that we have. Professor Tal Ilan wrote a really interesting article in the Cambridge History of Judaism, Volume 4. Have a look in the notes, and I'll give you a reference to that. In that, of the synagogues where we know there are lists of donors, something in every synagogue as well, you have like here and one there, and you have a plaque on top of the plaque. Everyone who gives anything to the synagogue is recognized in some kind of public way. So looking at the ancient scriptures that survived, 1/3 of the names of donors to the synagogue were women. In some cases, they're mentioned in leadership positions as well. That's a really fascinating thing. I wish we knew more about that. Maybe we'll get back to it later on in that series. But anyway, the synagogue is forming as a major focus of Jewish activity and innovation that we replicated across Europe. And let's look at two of them in particular. It's a beautiful Roman Europa, remarkable synagogue, so well preserved. This is actually a representation of elements in the story book of Esther. Let's see, there's Mordecai on the left, of course, he's being walked along by Haman. At any rate, the kind of things that are going on in the synagogue at this time, there's still fun to pick out. For example, public Torah, obviously something very important. Even the prophet Ezra mandated the reading of the Torah on a regular basis. But how exactly is that done? How exactly is it broken up? One of the major distinctions that we have at this time is that history tended to prefer a triennial Torah, meaning that the first 5 books of Moses were completed only once every 3 years, which meant a much shorter amount of time actually dedicated to reading the Torah. Whereas the diaspora, annual reading, which is pretty much the norm nowadays, was fulfilled. This made for a lot of interesting gaps in the prayer service. How long was the prayer service? What other things would people say or do in the prayer service, and so on? And one of the most fascinating elements related to this is the institution of the, I guess the modern term would be drasha, or so. It's not the term that was used in the ancient Greek, but it finds its textual expression in the creation of Aggadic Midrash. So we spoke about Midrash a while back in the series. Midrash are basically kind of like poetic teachings on biblical passages, which have ramifications. They are used to determine behavior in concrete and legal sense. There's much more that is Aggadic nature, that is homiletic, that does not necessarily have to be taken absolutely literally, but should certainly be taken very seriously. It's not uncommon to have midrashic interpretations, as the Torah itself is repeated 70 different interpretations, meaning an infinite number of interpretations, maybe infinite, but a lot of ways. The Rabbinic midrash, or legendary midrash, in many different directions, even contradictory directions. And the collections of these midrashim, which are tied to their utility in the synagogue service, is especially pronounced at this period of time. This is when we begin to see the textual versions of books like Genesis Rabbi, or Operations Rabbi, which is widely studied as a source of these kinds of midrashim teachings. Again, oral tradition supports these midrashim as much older than late antiquity, but they begin to coalesce in a written format around this time. We also see the promulgation of Targum. Targum literally means translation, and this is the rendering of the text into a foreign language, specifically most commonly Aramaic, because particularly in Eastern Mediterranean populations are speaking Aramaic, and having the Torah read in Hebrew, although it's a closely related language, they don't have a precise understanding of what's going on. So it's very common to have the Torah reader actually read the text in Hebrew and have a Maturana, a translator, standing next to him, that would be him, repeating it in Aramaic translation. This is still practiced, by the way, in the Yemenite custom. So the several were composed, perhaps the most famous is that of Bukhari, which was printed in the standard editions of the Torah, the Chumash. But there are several others, especially in other parts of the Bible, that were circulating more as we understand this time. But it gives you a sense of how the synagogue is evolving. What do we do in the synagogue? What do we say? When do we say it? How long does it take? What do we add? So, one last detail, I'm going to this very quickly, actually, spend more time on this, the development of something called Guinness, which is probably best translated as liturgical poetry. This era sees effervescence of an attempt to encapsulate the prayer, specifically the fixed prayers that we have already had pre-existing experience, such as the Esra and Amida, to restate them in poetic language as an artistic endeavor, something that would appeal to the literary aesthetic sensibilities of the synagogue goers, or as amplifications of prayer, like longer discourses on events that are described in sparse language in the biblical text, but expanded upon imagining an artistic manner. This is a fascinating period where we have more and more of these Python and of these poets creating liturgical innovations, many of which were preserved even to this present day. The institution of theater, of course, will reach its apotheosis in the chaotic period, which is several hundred years distant. But this is the period of time showing the development of the synagogue rituals we understand it today. And it becomes a very important part of that process. The image, by the way, we're looking at is a mosaic, very common motif in synagogue art from the Beit Alpha synagogue that was discovered in the northern Israel. Okay, that's just a very quick look at some of the creativity that's going on within the Jewish population at this time. I hope you found it interesting. We're going to go to Spain next. Thank you very much for watching. That's what we're discussing by looking at the experience during the period of early settlement in that area. Now, one of the things that's really important to understand in this entire period that there is theory and exception. What I mean, so why is the Iberian Peninsula different? Really crucial. The Iberian Peninsula represents an unusual moment in Jewish history where you have three major monotheistic cultures interacting with each other for an extended period of time. Like in other words, most of the last 2,000 years of Jewish history, the majority of Jews have either lived under Muslim rule or under Christian rule. And with what interesting contrast and comparison, hopefully we'll go through this history over the next year or so of lectures. But in Spain and to a certain degree in Portugal, you have this unusual environment where Jews, Muslims, and Christians interact in triangular culture rather than in binary. So, for example, if we pick, let's say, medieval England, would have this tiny Jewish population as a minority within a large Christian population. Or if you look at, I don't know, they'll have a Jewish population within a large Muslim population. The way in which Jews interact with their culture is quite different than in Spain, where because of the changing power dynamics of three cultures, two of which were vying for rulership of the entire peninsula, Jews have an unusual opportunity to flourish. And in fact, they do, especially in Muslim culture, which we have discussed in a little more detail. So let's just put that on hold, and I'd like to quickly introduce this subject by looking at the various periods of Jewish history, as most historians find. The first, which we'll talk about in this lecture, is the early settlement and early Gothic period. It's the first time we have any sense of Jews inhabiting the peninsula and what we might be able to know about their experience in the 5th century onward. The region was dominated by the Visigoths. Secondly, kind of some period of the Visigoths, let's call it the Catholic period, when the Visigoths switched from one form of Christianity, Arian Christianity, to Catholic Christianity. And that represents a really significant shift in terms of how they relate to the Jews. And that ends with the year 711, rather abruptly, with the invasion of Muslim forces. And so this initiates the Islamic period as the Muslims make their way up from the south of the peninsula all the way up to the northeast. This is the Islamic period. Now, most of the activity is focused in the southern region of the but there is some fascinating things that happen here. This is what's often called the Golden Era of Spanish Treaty. Somewhat overwhelming, but nevertheless, there's a lot of merit to it, and we shall see later on in this course. Now, the Christians begin to push back from the north, and that is called the Reconquista, or the reconquest of Spain. It happens slowly. The northern part, the northern section, of course, are conquered first, and it's only in 1482 when the Muslims officially in their total settled. But during this period, overlaps with the Muslim period because the northern section would be Christian, the southern section would be Muslim. That's also very significant for our study of the Jews because the Christians, when they conquered the peninsula, was a very different orientation to their minority than you could see under the Muslims. And then finally, of course, the dramatic and terrifying expulsion of the Jews in 1492 and the subsequent developments of control of forced conversion and also mass migration in 1497. You have what I like to call the Jewish period because there's still a very significant population of Jews living as Christians in the Iberian Peninsula and the whole spectrum of what that really is. There are some who are just clamoring to get back to this, are failing the Catholicism simply for the time being. And on the other end of the spectrum, Jews are enthusiastic adopters of a new faith. And one aspect is quite a range of people. There's also a significant expatriated community, particularly those Spanish Jews who fled to Portugal and then sometimes a generation or three later left Portugal only to readopt the Jewish identity in the diaspora. So the crypto-Jewish period is not only what happens in Spain itself, in Portugal, but really what happens in their diasporas as well. So that will take us right up to the contemporary period. So these are the 5 basic ways to divide up that we have. atlas that I recently had a chance to examine, and it gives you a sense of the scattering of population around the Mediterranean basin in the first through the third century. So it's a little bit rough because each black square is the same size as every other black square, and that's clearly not reflective of the size of the population there. You also have that kind of starburst that shows that it's an important Christian community, and I think there's a lot more important Christian communities than Alexandria on the Gulf, but nevertheless, Antioch, still gives you a sense of the early diaspora, the early scattering that extends all the way out to London and into the later France and Germany, but of course Spain is extremely important in the region. And as you can see from the shading, kind of darker orange was really strong by the end of the first century, which was concentrated in the eastern Mediterranean, the Obi, Turkey, Minor. But by the time you get to the third century, you've got some significant suggestions of Jewish populations all the way out on the Atlantic coast and in the Iberians. So who are these people? They are known as Sephardim, which comes from a passage in the book of Obadiah, which refers to the people who are in exile from Jerusalem, and that community is known as Sepharad. The modern term for Spain is Sepharad, taken from this verse in Obadiah, and the people come from the region of Sepharadim, which is the plural people where it comes from the region. Sepharadi is the adjective used to put one person into things which pertain to Sepharad. Now, to assume that when the Bible specifically calls a place Sfarad, referring to what we call Sfarad today. This is a common thing that happens in geography that when Jews visit far off places or settle there, sometimes they will take on biblical names, but we don't really have any specific connections to say that is that place. Case in point, Ashkenaz is one of the names of a person mentioned in Genesis. And when the Jews reached northern Germany, they said, okay, here we go. Let's call this place Ashkenaz, right? Maybe the people descended from Ashkenaz live here, and call it Ashkenaz, to say so. So it's a very tenuous connection, but nevertheless, the term has stuck, and yes, it's useful because it doesn't refer to the same group of people and the same geography, but nevertheless, no real reason to assume that in the book of Elijah, they're actually from what we call Spain. There are Talmudic references several hundred years later to Hispania. This is a little bit more realistic, given the period, let's say, first to third century. We've already got Jews living there, and it sounds a lot like Hispania, a very common kind of shifting of vowels and consonants you have between the Latin and Aramaic. So by the time we get to the Talmud, there's no question that there is a reference to Spain and some familiarity with it. But how early did the Jews settle in this region? So we have a couple of really early reference points which are probably not true. For example, in the 16th century, one particular writer came across a gravestone that apparently read, "Here lies Adoniram, who was the tax collector for King Solomon." Now, that's incredible. I don't mean that really incredible. It's just way too much to assume that King Solomon, we're talking like 1,000 years before the Common Era, had actually some tax collectors going as far out as Spain. So, and the fact that we've lost this reference and it is probably not a reliable source to suggest that there were Jews living there 1,000 years before the Common Era. Another one that does not necessarily negate the idea of Jews living in Spain, but it's also regarded as what's serious, is apparently a letter from Jews living in Toledo sent to Judea asking demonstrate that they had early settlement in order to document and to bolster their arguments for things like charter rights, particularly just to live in a particular area to pursue certain tasks. If they could demonstrate the antiquity of their settlement, and that could help them in whatever local negotiations they might have. This would be especially important in Europe, when medieval charters are put into place, but that's beyond our scope right now. It also indicates a level of an obsequious appeal to Christians specifically, saying we're not like those Jews who crucified Jesus. We're completely separate. We want to have nothing to do with it, which stretches our ability to believe that Jews in Spain knew something about what was going on in Judea at that time. Particularly, there are no other records of Jews really talking about this, other than, of course, special sources like the New Testament. So these sources are hard to believe, and we can't really place Jewish settlement in Spain this early as a result. We do have a lot of really cool pieces of evidence which suggest something around this period. This is, by the way, a beautiful image from the famous Sarajevo Haggadah. This is a Haggadah that was composed in medieval Spain and later smuggled out on its way to Sarajevo. There's a fascinating character, by the way. The bottom left you see there is mysterious dark-skinned woman. In this particular representation, she looks kind of blue-skinned. In other JPEGs, she looks a little bit more brown. Without questioning who is that woman, she's clearly participating in the meal with eating a piece of matzah, but she different complexion than the other woman there. She is seated somehow separately from them, or is that just a coincidence? The artist chose to put it that way. She's also dressed a little bit differently, but she's clearly part of the ceremony. Fascinating. We have a much more reasonable 18th century tradition that of a discovery of a gravestone. And the gravestone was partial, and again, like the gravestone of the purported Adoniram, it is missing. However, it's a much more reasonable historical source, so there's an inclination to be more tolerant of this Adram. And the inscription apparently originally read Unia, a girl's name, Solomon, daughter of Solomon, because Unia, but Shlomo. No, 1 year, men's battle, 4 months, yeah, 1 day, and finally, Udaya, a Jewess. So this, if it is authentic, and there's a good argument to suggest it is the first real mention of a Jew living in Spain, and it dates from the 3rd century. Fascinating, and it's tragic how we see that the father specifically laid out exactly how old she was when she died, right down to the day. But he regarded it as very significant that he wrote that she was a Jewess of a town called Antioch. I find this very important. At any rate, we don't have this, in hand anymore, but it is a significant indicator. We also have a literary evidence of the possibility of Jews in Spain from the 1st century in the Christian scriptures. In Romans chapter 15, there's a discussion there where Paul indicates his desire to go visit Spain. And the reason why this is specifically a good possibility of seeing a Jewish population there is because Paul specifically go to Jewish communities as they tended to attract potential Christian converts, that Paul enjoyed visiting those communities that have a lot of Jewish population, and then kind of like fellow travelers or interested populations that were market for the ideas that Paul was disseminating at these times. So quite possible that Paul wanted to go to Spain. He wanted to go for a good reason. If there were Jews already living there, would have attracted some proto-Mohammedans to Christianity as a religious option. We also have an amphora that was discovered in Galicia that has 2 Hebrew letters. So it indicates at least the possibility of trade in the region. it's a quite a bit early. It's also first century, but doesn't necessarily indicate that it originated there. But by the time we get to the 4th century, then it's pretty clear that it's a hit to the church, at least, to talk about Jews living in the region. Again, I'm going to qualify this in a second. We basically have a very important church synod or council in the town of Elvira, and there's a whole bunch of Jewish legislation in the deliberations and decisions of the particular council. There are very clear bans in these documents on intermarriage, bans on social dining. That is, Christians are forbidden to engage in recreational dining with Jews. And one of my favorite passages, a very strong adjuration that Christians must not allow Jews to bless their crops. Meaning that Pedro can't say to his friend Barlow, "Hey, you're Jewish. I know you have a close connection with the big guy. Buy my field, please, and give it a blessing so we get a good crop." Now, the reason why this is somewhat problematic is because although it suggests that these things were happening, it doesn't necessarily mean that they were. They could be kind of like testimonials to faith that are just inserted in these kinds of documents to sort of explain that we're following the party line on all of these issues. It doesn't actually mean that there are Jews who are doing these things with Christians. On the other hand, sometimes the specificity of these things does suggest that it's more realistic. Like, for example, a ban on intermarriage, sure, it's pretty standard. A ban on owning Christian slaves, not own Christian slaves, okay, we hear that too. But mixed dining, the rest of the crops all sound sort of specific. Like, let's say, for example, I understand there are laws of books here in America that also, prohibit a person from riding his horse in, certain areas of New York City. Now, nobody rides horses except for policemen and maybe those guys with the special carriages, so it doesn't apply to anyone, but there's no point in taking that law off the books. And even if you renew the law code for whatever reason, I mean, it doesn't hurt it, just keep it in there. That doesn't mean that there are actual horses riding in the streets. But if there's something really detailed, if there's something like, people are forbidden from riding their horses in Manhattan, especially when we are building new cell phone towers. All over it. There's detail there that places it within the modern period and makes it more suggestive that might actually happen if people are riding horses and with the cell phone construction. Kind of a stretch example. At any rate, so it's possible that the Council of Elvira was actually talking about real Jews engaging in relationships with Christians, but we simply don't know for sure. One more source, which is a letter from Bishop Severus of Minorca, the 418, also quite contentious and could easily be entirely fabricated, but again, the level of detail suggests that such a thing actually happened. In this particular letter that the bishop wrote, refers to a global conflict between Jews in a Christian community, specifically numbers Jews. The detail, level of detail and specificity suggests that it's more realistic than not. They have this particular letter, which is fascinating for lots of reasons. He depicts a situation in which Jews not only get along with Christians, but they actually have some level of authority. They serve in like municipal councils and so on. And again, are forced to be converted to Christianity. It's possible that the entire story is entirely fabricated, perhaps for religious propaganda purposes, but there are some thematic elements in the story that are quite ominous, as we should see this recorded much more authentic sources, of course, several hundred years afterwards. Well, we can't say with some reliability that by the 3rd century, there are some Jews living today, certainly on the periphery of the Jewish world, but this population will increase, and by the time we get to the 8th century and the Muslim conquest, will certainly have a much better sense of, in some ways, the distribution of that population. But let's turn now to Gothic. The Visigothic period, in particular, the period after Recared's conversion to Catholicism in the year 587, is like one of the most bizarre periods in history that I have to say I've ever studied. It's extremely difficult to tease out some of the methodological issues, and just the content of this history is bizarre. Here's a map that gives us a sense of where the Visigothic kingdom located. You see the capital there, and it occupies much of the Iberian Peninsula and over into southern France, right around the Rhone River and so on. And they invaded in the 5th century, and eventually the Jews that were located in this area probably fared fairly well because the Visigoths were originally Arian. And what I mean by that is they followed Bishop Arius, A-R-I. As A-R-Y. Yes. Hence the term Aryan with an I. Nothing to do with Aryan nations or Nazis or anything like that, obviously. But this particular bishop had a vision of Christianity which was somewhat distinct from Catholicism, particularly with regards to the figure of Jesus and his relationship to divinity. This is something that is really significant for the early church, trying to exactly figure out was Jesus God, was Jesus human, if there's a spectrum between those things, how does that work? It's really beyond me, and certainly beyond the scope that we're discussing, but for the relevance of the Gothic period, the school of Arius had a much more human leaning towards the interpretation of the figure of Jesus, and this was declared a heresy by the Catholic Church. So when Recared converted to Catholicism from Arianism in the year 587, this marked the beginning of a truly bizarre era in Visigothic Jewish relations. Let's just have a look at this remarkable work of art that I have covers here. This is Antonio Munoz de Gran, the conversion of Recared. And as you can see, Recared is obviously in the center there. He's got this word gaze, and he's obviously entranced by his spiritual transformation. And he's got his hand on the Bible there. It's being held up beautifully by some kind of church official. Powerful image, I have to say. And I think it captures the kind of experience that must have gone along with this conversion. At this point, I think it's significant for us to sort of reflect on the concept of the zeal of the convert. Many of us, are in regular commerce with converts in our various religious communities, and they're wonderful people in many ways. But one of the fascinating aspects of converts is we often tend to take on more religious observance than people who are more into that faith community. I think we can say this, by the way, not only about religious conversion, but I think you could say it about political conversion, different political parties, things like that. At any rate, in this context, we often find that converts, in the Jewish community, they always say something like, excuse me, isn't that much fun, isn't that fun in speech? And don't you have to say a special bracha, a special blessing after eating 2 pieces of pizza, all kinds of things like that, that may irritate who are away from tradition because converts are actually spurring them on to take on additional responsibilities, or at least recognize responsibilities that we already have. In this particular context of the Visigothic era, one of the unfortunately tried methods of demonstrating one's zeal for Catholicism in the medieval period is to show just how anti-Jewish you can. And so what happens in the Visigothic era is that there's a whole series of kings. Said, well, bit. There's like an incredible degree of anti-Jewish regulation that are stunning in their capacity, in their scope, and in many ways they anticipate the kind of anti-Jewish persecution that we'll only see 700 odd years later in the Inquisition, and certainly even in the 20th century. I don't want some of these things, but there are also some methodological problems that we have to consider. One of the most important ones is that we have an absence of Jewish records that correspond to this period. In other words, the Jewish community in Spain was still too small, maybe undeveloped perhaps, or for whatever reason. We are talking about this 1,400 years ago, that survives. Just don't know how the Jewish community would have reacted to these legislations, and even possible that in the absence of any kind of like secular perspective on it, that it could have been legal fiction. In other words, it doesn't cost very much to simply put a law on the books, and if you want to demonstrate your fides, literally your good faith, you can easily put in an anti-Jewish piece of legislation that doesn't have any correspondence to reality, that they may not be or affected by it. It's hard to imagine that these laws were completely fictional, but on the other hand, it's also difficult to imagine that all of them were actually imposed. And in some cases, the imposition was a logical impossibility. For example, once you have forcibly baptized all the Jews, how do you go and forcibly baptize the Jews again 20 years later? Which is the kind of thing that we see in this period. Either you have to redefine, either you have a new influx of Jews into the region, possible, or you have like, Judaizing or Jews abandoning the forcible conversion, also not impossible. Or you have a definition of what a baptized individual is. It's also not impossible. Let's go through some of those scenarios. But first, we actually look at the kind of persecutory legislation that was imposed in this Visigoth period. We recall once again that the period we're talking about is basically from 587, when we have this conversion to Catholicism on the part of the Visigothic kings, until 711, with the Protestant invasion. Here's a remarkable image that captures, I think, very brilliantly the sort of atmosphere that I get in my mind with these Visigothic kings. This is Alonso Cano's 17th century Calls of the Visigoths. I wonder if there is a certain bit of art history that I don't know much about. I need to do a little more research on it, because they don't look like 6th, 7th, 8th century kings. They look a little bit modern, maybe Renaissance era, maybe even later, maybe the fashion and things like that. I'm not sure. But the expressions are perfect. But the impression I get of these Gothic kings from Cano's work is spot on. Let's try to understand some of those revolutions. So, as I mentioned, one of the most common things that we see in the Visigothic is a series of forced conversions of Jews, which caused a certain amount of stir beyond the Visigothic era. The church, the higher church, openly approved of forcibly converted Jews, and depending on the era in which studying, there is more disclaimers or more discouragement of local kings to do this. But on the other hand, the church really had difficulty dealing with the ex post facto situation. What do you do with Jews who are forcibly converted, and in so doing took up the sacraments, including, for example, baptism, and simply over that and say, well, they're actually Jews. It doesn't count. You over it. You have to say, well, you know what? It shouldn't have happened, but now they're in fact Christians. So we have this situation where significantly, and again, the echoes to the Inquisition, we'll discuss later on in this, of course, the Jews are forcibly converted, and then they're charged with Judaizing, of going back to their Jewish This occurs several times. understand right, is the seems that the Visigoths may have created a new Christian status, which is something that we will see explicitly in the Inquisition period of the millennium later, that the Jews are made Christians through baptism, but then they're not really trusted, that they have a new Christian status which distinguishes them from the old Christians, and they're not quite reliable in their Christian bona fides. Hence, they could be once again forcibly convicted, be once again persecuted, identified, and ostracized in various ways. Now, here's some of the bizarre elements of it. The Visigoths, in their zeal to Judaizing in place legislation, and specifically that Jews were traveling to different locations for their festivals. And if travel was permitted, they really had to check in with local church officials on their route, sure that they would not be engaging in these secret practices. This is a level of interference into daily life that is really not a concept. Like the idea of actually tracking people's movements was kind of like a 7th century test. So bizarre. Nevertheless, that's the kind of thing. And the Jews had to like regularly check in with officials to make sure that these Jews who now are Christians are not actually going back to Jewish practice. And it seems like they have contacts with much of the anti-Jewish legislation that was for a long time. And the punishments were, oh my gosh, way over the top compared to elsewhere. One punishment apparently meted out even to children was something called decalvatio, which could mean one of two things. It could either mean an embarrassing kind of very short effect. I don't know what that's like, especially for teenagers, right? That someone who was accused of a fairly minor crime, like maybe refraining from work on Saturday, which is kind of like a massive crime in this context, and they might receive this decalvatio as like a short of their hair, might be especially embarrassing for a woman, and then it's have to walk around and would identify them that way, at least temporarily. But it could also be scalping, literally carving a layer of off a person's head, like in the American Wild West. And that would be a devastating kind of punishment, especially for children, if you can imagine it. It's possible to imagine that is in fact what they meant by the decalvatio, especially for some of the other punishments. So one of the most serious charges was a marital relationship between a Jew and a non-Jew. Once again, remember that term might actually refer to a new Christian, perhaps, in which the male partner would have the sexual organ amputated, and a female partner would have her nose amputated. Kind of punishments. These do sound like Visigoth in nature, like the Dark Ages, who have a lot of bizarre punishments like this. But nevertheless, you see the scope and reach of these punishments is mind-boggling. There are confiscations of wealth and repeated expulsions. Like all Jews have to leave the Gothic kingdom, and then 20 years later, all Jews have to leave the Gothic kingdom. So once again, how do you do that twice? Does that mean that there were Jews who came back to the region? We have examples of period. France, for example, expels Jews 3 times in the 14th century, the 13th century, and the inviting, and yeah, essentially they would be invited again. So that happened, and we just don't have a record of them being invited in. Or perhaps these are just simply fictional laws that are stated in order to kind of like, show whoever reads these laws that in fact they are adequate to their Jews. And that is the larger problem that we don't have the had some documentation from the Jewish community suggesting that they were protesting or that they were minor or they were dissimulating, that validate the laws as something that was actually practiced. But otherwise, we only have this legal text, and we don't know how much it corresponds to reality on the ground. We do have some sense of it based on how the Jews would ever react to the fall of the Gothic Empire. Let's turn to that in just a minute. First of all, I want to point out that for this brief period, right, from 587 to 711, is one of those strange kind of moments in which we only have one little kind of input of history, and it is incredibly dense with text, but absent other perspective, it's hard to know what the big picture is. But I'm hardly the only person to comment on the so-called rhyme of history, that a lot of the elements that we're seeing in the Visigoth period would later be expressed, especially in the Iberian Peninsula, especially in the era of the Inquisition. One of the more famous people who thought about this was Baron de Montesquieu, very important 18th century thinker, who wrote this. You see here, tous les maximes, tous les principes, et tous les buts de l'Inquisition. When he was referring to the Visigothic era, he said this is all like completely mirrored in the kind of ideas and activities of the Inquisition, which is phenomenal. But we go beyond this. We see elements of it like this idea of pieza de sangre, the so-called purity of the blood, was exactly mirrored in the Inquisition era, where Jews were forcibly converted, and then they were given this label of new Christians. And there was kind of this coalescing of thought around the idea that the Jews were somehow racially distinct from the Christian population. And this is out of step with a lot of the medieval world, in the sense that conversion was basically, that was it. Once you had converted to this new, if you had adopted this community identity, then you were essentially absorbed into it. Let's remember that the concept of racism really doesn't develop until the 19th century. There is color bias, to be sure, and there is like cultural bias, linguistic bias, things like that. But generally speaking, conversion meant open doors to the society in which one entered. So here the idea of the purity of the blood, that you had one group of societal members based on their descent, on their ancestry, and another group belonged to the same faith, but from a different ancestry, and therefore somehow legally shunted aside. So that's something we see in the Visigothic era, possibly. But we certainly see it in the Inquisition era. And one last thing. One of the more brilliant scholars of the Holocaust was someone named Dr. Rabbi, who wrote this massive 3-volume work really delving into the Nazi bureaucratic of the destruction of European Jews. And he specifically looked to the Inquisition era as a straight line from the 15th century right up to the 20th century. And when I first read that, I didn't know as much as I do now about the Inquisition era. I thought, oh, come on, please, this is history backwards. And I really doubted it. But now I'm feeling like, you know what, there really is a lot of symmetry between some of the thinking of the Inquisition and the Holocaust. Specifically, the ideas I mentioned earlier, and also the incipient totalitarianism that we see in this era. The idea that the state can really reach so deeply into the private lives of citizens, something which we don't see really happening until, let's say, the 18th, 19th century at all in Europe. And especially in the 20th century, that requires modern technology, communication, record keeping, that can be distributed over a large geographic area. These kinds of things really aren't possible in the Visigothic era, but in fact, we see them at least making the attempts in the Visigothic blockades. So it's a terrifying thing to think about this as being roots of something that was only see in this map here coming up from the south, and remarkable speed and power, the Muslims completely dismantle the Visigothic state and begin a new era for the peninsula. Now, the Jewish reaction to the Muslim invasion is complex, but on the whole, definitely pleased to see the Muslims. There is a certain amount of debate which I have to engage in and come back to the peninsula as to how much Jews were involved with the early Muslim invaders. There is a historiographic tendency to portray the Jews as traitors of the Christian nation. And there's another historiographic tendency which argues that they may not have actively abetted their entry, but once they were there, they saw it as hostile. I tend to lean towards the second interpretation, but let's get to that when we get to that particular period. At any rate, this is kind of like a backwards reflection on how the Jews must have reacted to the rock hosts of the Visigoths, and it was entirely unsurprising to assume that they would have welcomed the Muslims quite actively, given the level of persecution that they experienced under the Visigoths. Okay, let us continue our discussion with the beginnings of Islam in the Arabian Peninsula. It's a fascinating discussion, to be sure. I'm looking forward to speaking with you again in the future. Thanks very much for watching. Let us now turn to the Arabian Peninsula to understand some extremely consequential events in Jewish history as we look at the birth of Islam and the beginning of a major civilization within which much of Jewish history would unfold. Before we get to some of the really meaty historical elements, I'd like to begin with a prolegomena that specifically outlines the kinds of things we should bear in mind before we approach this subject. The first of which is really happy that I can use the comment. I think it sounds so cool, but really just basically it's a kind of a preface. And so this is a preface to our study of the history of Jews in Muslim lands. Here we go. Beautiful image by the way in the background. 13th century Spanish representation of a Jew and a Muslim playing chess, kind of like an iconic representation of the convivencia that we'll speak about when we get to a discussion of Al-Andalus, the so-called coexistence period, which is in many ways considered the high point of Jewish Muslim history, at least in the past. Let's hope there's no high point in the future. To really understand the 7th century context of the birth of Islam, the relationship of early Muslims to Jews, we should really look at it from the perspective of the 19th century, and in particular, a struggle for Jewish emancipation that occurred in central Germany at that time. One of the most important early scholars of the relationship of Jews to Muslims is Abraham Geiger, shown here, who's perhaps more well known as the intellectual founder of the Reform movement called Liberal in Germany. But what is perhaps best known is the fact that he was quite a talented historian. And he came out with this book, Was hat Mohammed aufgenommen? What did Mohammed take from Judaism? What did he derive from Judaism? It was a very important influential text, which sort of reoriented a lot of Jewish scholars to the close relationship between Muslims and Jews and Islam and Judaism that had pertained for much of the medieval period. And he really required historians to look at this period in a very different light. Now, this was one of those rare historical books that sort of seeps out past the narrow attention of historians to the broader Jewish world as a whole. And for much of the 19th century, there was kind of this unusual love affair with Islam, in particular that Spanish Golden Age that I briefly mentioned earlier. You see in all kinds of areas of Jewish activity, such as, for example, in architecture. There's this pronounced interest in producing these kind of neoclassical synagogue that have a distinctly Jewish or Islamic feel to them, such as this remarkable Tahani synagogue in Budapest, which has these kind of Islamic-looking dual minarets that have a bit of a Slavic onion red look to them as well, but nevertheless very distinct. And we see this kind of architecture in America as well, even in Yeshiva University has the same kind of feeling to it. It's all alluding to this kind of influence of Islam, or this kind of codependent influence of Judaism and Islam that was celebrated in the 19th century. But anyway, we're looking at this amazing synagogue. Here's a picture of the interior with my colleague David Krauss of Prague. It's absolutely gorgeous, fantastic synagogue of the status quo. And I'm really looking forward to hopefully getting back there as long as the pandemic subsides. Then I'll be there, God willing, with an amazing institution called the Ashkenazium, which my colleague Dr. Michael Eagle is putting together some amazing faculty from all around the world, including myself here in this cool picture, to talk about Jewish history and thought in Eastern Europe. It's going to be done well. My part will be done well in October, so if you're in Budapest, please check it out. At any rate, why was this so significant for 19th century Germans in particular? Perhaps the best way to understand this is in the context of something which was called at the time the historian struggle. And the two main figures involved were Heinrich Gratz, the great encyclopedic historian of the Jews, wrote this multi-volume history of the Jews in the classes, and this German historian Heinrich von Treitschke, who essentially argued that the picture that Gratz was portraying of Jewish history, and especially the contrast of the experience of Jews in Islamic lands to the experience of Jews in Christian lands, was completely unfounded and unfair and must be denounced. What exactly was he arguing? So Gratz, among the kind of like many thinkers of the era, the zeitgeist of the era was to look back and say, wow, look at what happened to Jews under Islamic rule, especially in Spain in those few centuries when they had tremendous freedom. Look how much they produced. Look at the poetry. Look at the philosophy. Look at the unusual, additions that they provide, how they enriched Spanish culture. Wow, it's so much worse than Christian lands is. This is essentially the argument. And it was used at the time to try and lever additional concessions from German society and government to formally emancipate the Jews. We will return to the topic of Jewish emancipation, God willing, in about a year when we get to the modern period. But in the context of the 19th century, many Jewish thinkers really look back to this golden age, which was somewhat exaggerated, as we shall see, and contrasted unfavorably with the contemporary 19th century German experience. The great thinkers of the Spanish Golden Age were praised for their ability to be Renaissance men, so to speak, absorbing the influences of Islam and of Judaism and of philosophy and of mysticism and creating these wonderful literary works. And the implication was, Germany, you should be allowing the Jews to do this as well. Now, Heinrich von Treitschke said totally unfair, said that the Jews have really brought negative things to Germany. He coined the notorious war against Jews, which would later be used by Adolf Hitler, the Juden sind unser Unglück. Jews are our misfortune. So it is in this context that we have to look backwards at the Muslim period. The idea of looking at the Muslim period as an ideal one is something that was heavily leaned upon in the 19th century, but it went through the reversal when we get to the late 19th and especially in the 20th century. This idea of a coexistence between Muslim and Jews, which definitely has its basis in reality, however exaggerated in 19th century thought, was questioned by Jewish historians, particularly when we get to the 20th century. And here we see the influence of contemporary politics often distorts the historical record of the way we approach the historical record. And this is undoubtedly due to the conflict that was exacerbated by the growth of the Zionist movement and the growing immigration to Israel, which to a certain degree inflamed conflict with local populations in the land of Israel and in the region as a whole. Many of these Muslim populations were just beginning to go through their national awakening, something that had occurred in Eastern Europe hundreds, 200 years earlier, and was now catching up to the Middle East. And we began to see these immigrants as somehow interlopers and as somehow upsetting the status quo in a very negative way. And of course, we will explore this when we get to the modern period, but there was significant conflict between the indigenous population, Arab immigrants to the region because of increased economic activity, and the flow of Jewish immigration to Israel. So many Jewish historians began to question that 19th century model, saying, was it really so wonderful in the ancient world? Jews so better under Islam? The kind of areas that we focused on in 20th century historiography emphasizes the really brutal period of conflict in early Islam, which we're going to look at in the very next video, and trying to reevaluate how do we understand their experience under Muslim rule. Bernard Lewis, very important historian, who looked at this period, says in a very modern way, Jews in Muslim lands, quote, never free from discrimination, but with only rare subject to persecution. This is, I think, a fairly temperate way to characterize several centuries of Jewish experience in Muslim lands. And you compare it, pound for pound, incident for incident, there's no question that the moments of violence that punctuated Jewish-Muslim relationships was nothing compared to the same thing we would find in Christian Europe, as we shall explore over the course of this semester. He also said, this is also a helpful kind of way of thinking of the word, it was never as bad in Muslim lands as it was in Christendom when Christendom was at its worst, nor, on the other hand, was ever as good for Jews in Muslim lands as it was in Christendom when it was at its best. And I think that's a fairly moderate way to characterize these centuries. In other words, in Muslim lands, as the British historian Martin Gilbert put it, there was no Inquisition, there was no Holocaust, but at the same time, Jews achieved the same level of full legal emancipation and broad acceptance, for example, in England or in France. So this is kind of like a broad way to compare the experience of the Jews under the Crescent, that is in Muslim lands, and under the Cross, that is in Christian. One of the greatest living historians of this period on this topic is Professor Mark Cohen, who has done a lot of looking at the comparative experience of Jews, Muslim, and Christian lands. He proposes there are 5 main categories that really explain much of the difference between the experience of these two areas. Let's look at them very quickly so we go to the actual history in the next video. The first is we should understand that the nature of anti-Jewish antipathy in Christian lands is of entirely distinct character when compared to that in Muslim lands. Recall that Christianity is born from Judaism directly, that there is that special mother-daughter relationship which can have an unusual level of acrimony, particularly when the daughter tries to articulate how it is different than the mother religion. And we saw all of that when we looked at the book of the Church Fathers. Islam is kind of like a granddaughter religion. It occurs 6 centuries later, and it doesn't necessarily have the same kind of need to distance itself from Judaism as Christianity. It's a very significant theological point that colored much of the period we're discussing. Secondly, we'll talk about very different kind of social economic structures. In Europe, you have a form of feudalism that has competing centers of power. The church is a very powerful center, particularly in the 13th century, and the king is very for other periods, and sometimes the king's interests vis-a-vis the Jews do not coincide with the church's. And depending on which power is stronger in which region, that can kill the Jews in one direction or another. And nobility is also very significant. That's the case. Not have absolute power to be their nobility, so Jews can often find themselves pulled in different directions. This is not the same kind of social structure that pertains in Muslim lands, and to result much of that uncertainty and, for example, propensity for expelling the Jews does not exist in the same way. Third, Christian lands often have special economic restrictions applied to Jews, such as exclusions from certain guilds, the maintenance of particular charters that regulate what kind of economic activities Jews can engage in particular locations. It do not necessarily pertain to Muslim law. Fourth, there is a much higher level of social exclusion in Christian lands. Again, we're speaking in generalities here, but the barrier between Jews and Christians in the social realm seems to be much higher and more durable in Christian lands than it is in Muslim lands. And finally, in Europe, we begin to see the gradual expansion of what I'd like to call ethnic proto-nationalism. It's too early in the medieval period to really speak about nationalism, which is essentially a modern phenomenon, but the growing sense of the strength of larger identities, which will ultimately find its full expression in nationalism, begins earlier in Christian lands, and this affects the Jews because are they considered part of this national identity? In Muslim lands, don't necessarily have the same growth of that specific regional identity, much more pan-Slavic, sometimes pan-Arabic identity, and the Jews are much more included within that model than they would be in the European model. So these are 5 factors that serve to distinguish the experience of Jews in Muslim lands from the experience of Jews in Christian lands. And as we move through the next few lectures, hopefully this will become much more apparent. The golden age of Spain really was a golden age. There were phenomenal things to see in that period. I'm looking forward to speak with you about it shortly, but nevertheless, placed within the larger context, hopefully these ideas will give us a better sense of how to fairly characterize the relative experience in these 2 realms of Jewish history. So much talking about this. Thank you very much for listening. Let's go now to look at the experience of Jews in the Arabian Peninsula at the time of the birth of Islam. Thank you very much. Those were certainly present in the Arabian Peninsula centuries before the birth of Islam in the early 7th century. There are legends of settlement that come to us from Muslim sources that place the arrival of Jews way back in the biblical period. There is the ways to which we can ascribe a kind of historicity to it. The idea that they may have been descended from, for example, Jews who went in search of the Amalekites in the Peninsula, or perhaps whether they were somehow related to your Jethro, the father of Moses. But nevertheless, these certainly are on solid ground. We get to Josephus, who says about 500 soldiers sent to the region in the 1st century. This is entirely plausible because you look at the physical proximity of the land of Israel to the Arabian Peninsula, the question that there would be permeable travel between those regions. We also, as we discussed in the previous lecture, there's actually a Jewish kingdom in the southern part of the peninsula, the region that we would call today Yemen, the kingdom of Himyar, which fascinating become the history of this sense. But to be sure, by the 6th century, when Islam was born, Muhammad himself was born in the year 570, we have a strong presence of Jews in a region called the Hejaz. Jews, as you look at this map here, it's the basically the coastal region of the Red Sea, a region that is but there are numerous no Jewish areas that are shown there in this map with the Salt Dogs, which are in particular the presence of Jews in Mecca, of course, the prime holy city of Islam, and also in Yathrib, which later was named Medina, the Hebrew sounding term Medina. Hebrew basically means city, province, depending on the context. Also, here, Haibar will be especially important in understanding the conflict between Jews and Muslims. So, not this environment, because Jews are well populated in a very important region of the Arabian Peninsula. Islam, the founder of Islam, Muhammad, has interactions with Jews to be sure and Christians. And as we discussed in the previous video, there's no question that certain elements of Islam are modeled upon Jewish practice, such as the praying to the one day, dietary restrictions, and so on. So he has some familiarity with Jews and Christians, and Islam shows the impact of a lot of these ideas. But it would be unfair to say that Muhammad clearly encountered Jews who were positive. In fact, it would probably be more accurate to characterize his relationship with Jews as one of armed conflict. Much of this early period, based on the sources that we have that come from the biographies of Muhammad that were written over a century later, are of his extensive conflict with many of the Jewish tribes in Mecca and in particular in Medina. Let us understand that the Jews who lived in this region at this time were actually Arabs. We should distinguish between Arab is an ethnicity, it's like a people, it also is a culture that involves certain modalities of drafts and certain kind of patterns of economic activity and of course a language. And Jews were fully participating in these things. The Mishnah and the Talmud has lots of interesting references to Jewish Arabs and their behavior. Much like, today we'll talk about Jewish Americans or French Jews. They are Jews who live in France, and of course they speak French, and of course they enjoy podcasts and things like that. So the Talmud, for example, speaks about the way in which Jewish women dress in the Arabian Peninsula, and they call them simply Arab Jews. And it's not considered a contradiction at all. Islam, on the other hand, is a religious faith, and Muslims are those who participate in Islam. We're going to speak of Jewish Muslims, unless you want to see that they are Jews who have converted to Islam, or you can easily say Jewish Arabs. They participate in that ethnicity and culture. Some of this biography describe a series of alliances that Muhammad attempted to form with the various Jewish tribes with varying degrees of success. In general, the Jews were happy to speak with Muhammad, but had no interest in adopting Islam, at least not on a tribal basis, although there were many significant individuals who did need Jews to join the Muslim faith. The tribal alliances sometimes ended in betrayals and then followed up by bloody battles with terrible beheadings, all kinds of acrimony. The captives were taken from the women and children. Muhammad himself eventually took 2 wives from Jewish captives, who later formed very significant positions within his circle. One of the most notorious of incidents of violence followed the alliance which was betrayed was at the location of Haibar. In fact, ironically, for Muslims, Haibar actually occupies a very large place in the map of historical geography. Mark Gilbert, in his introduction to the work on history of Muslim lands, specifically notes that the terrorists who engineered the bombing at Bali, he showed how this child number of Haibar. It's actually very large in their thinking with regard regards the understanding of their relationship to the modern world. But I think what's perhaps the most important takeaway of this entire period, which I've only sketched in the very broadest of terms, if you look at some of the sources that are in once you get into great detail about what happened to them and what precipitated certain violent episodes, I think the most important takeaway is that much of this is kind of like normal conflict between tribes that we would see in this kind of society in this time and place. In other words, contrasting Muhammad's conflict with Jewish tribes with, let's say, the anti-Jewish attitudes of the church fathers, you see that it's really, a typical power struggle, an argument over territory, influence, and social position that translates to many societies at many times. Certainly not pleasant, certainly not peaceful, but it is definitely something which we could say is unfortunately normal in terms of the history of human conflict. Jews were tribes in the region, just like Muslims occupied tribal identities in the region, and they came to conflict in the period of Muhammad. Now, what I think is more significant for our purposes is to understand how these conflicts were resolved politically and historically, and those are things that we're going to see in two very important documents, one of which we're going to discuss right now, and the next one will be in the following lecture, the Constitution of Medina and the Pact of Umar. The Constitution of Medina is not precisely known. It's not really a constitution, although that term has been used widely to try and explain it, particularly to modern readers. But what it does refer to is the establishment of a formal relationship between Jews and Muslims in the era of Muhammad. It is generally thought to be quite an early document and quite authentic. There are internal references within the document that have been analyzed to suggest that it actually does come from the period of Muhammad's early activity. Now, what exactly does it do? According to Dr. Moshe Gill, of historians experience, it basically devotes the Jews to a relationship of subservience to the Muslims as a whole, specifically with the goal of their ability to negotiate alliances of the tribes. In other words, just like Muhammad had to go through a period of conflict with the Jewish tribes in Medina, the Constitution of Medina basically says, okay, after all this is done, Jews will have a level of protection, will have a fixed place in society that we rely upon. We'll discuss in the next video why that is so important. But you will not be able to the Muslim tribes, and you will not be able to side with one tribe against another and things like that. This is extremely important because they were a significant, powerful entity in Medina in particular, and by removing their ability to negotiate their own political future, it meant that they would have to remain docile. At the same time, the Constitution also extends them the protection of the Muslim people as a whole. In other words, they exchange their independence and their status for a diminished status. They also have to retain shared responsibility for defense. Now, what's significant on all of this is that we may not have high society, but they do have a reliable place in society, and that will be exceptionally important. Okay, let's come back to this idea in the next video. Talk about what it means to Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching. Consequential that had a huge impact in the way in which related to the specific inclination of a particular ruler or a particular time and place, but nevertheless it does give us a sense of the location that Jews have within the socioeconomic hierarchy of the United States. Really contributed quite a bit to their survival conditions. That is contributed to the second of reign for the years of 644. Leads essentially successful. This is a reference to the rulers of Muslim lands after Muhammad. Might also refer to how we know as Habib al-Aziz. However, there's a problem with the text because most scholars know that the document was not cited before the 9th century. So, in other words, not entirely confident that it was really containing to periods prior to the 9th century. But what's especially important for all of us is that these from the early 9th century onward, this document defines and regulates the amount status for Jews to essentially recognize Persian Jews and other so-called peoples of the world that have a place in Muslim society which is not as high as believers, as Muslims, but nevertheless they have certain protections within that as well. People of the Christians are native to Zoroastrian as well, and in certain contexts it refers to the Hindus, although it doesn't seem to entirely correspond to the same reasons as the monotheistic groups of Jews and Christians. The idea is that their earlier interaction with the divine is recognized by the Dr. Umar, and as a result of people without faith are therefore guaranteed certain privileges and services, as well as being burdened by some responsibilities. Specific items in the Dr. Umar show the influence of Byzantine regulations and also Sassanid, that is the Persian regulation as well. What's exactly in the pact? So there are three basic areas that are described in this pact that define what Jews and Christians are allowed to do and not allowed to do in Muslim society. And I looked at those three areas. The first is basically they are restricted from engaging in public religious activities, especially activities that might lead to proselytism or disturb the public sensibility that this particular plan is Muslim in nature. So examples of this are synagogues and churches could not be built and they could only be prepared. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, quite often this is observed in engaged in building new synagogues in Muslim lands, often for an exchange of funds. But nevertheless, the idea was that Judaism remained in status quo and not expanded. Very important. She mentioned that the protections that were granted were offset by a special tax called the jizya, which it was frequently quite onerous, but not universally so in Muslim lands. But to continue, Jews and Christians do not engage in loud public displays of their religious activities, like outdoor parades, where the act also refers to noisemakers like flappers during services and so on. This was perhaps more relevant to Christian activity and Jewish activity, but the holiday of course does involve noise-makers. These kinds of things were prohibited by the Dr. Umar, obviously for the purpose of not attracting Muslims to the non-Muslim faith. So in other words, Jews could preserve and observe their religious activity, which is of huge value to the Jews. But they have to kind of like constrain it to make sure that it doesn't impinge on religious sensibilities of the dominant population. Jews were particularly happy about that, very pleased to accept it in the sense that Jewish practice was protected. Secondly, the range of small symbolic discriminatory practices and social distinctions. For example, you're not allowed to wear arms, to carry a sword, to wear certain colors or certain types of clothing that were associated with Muslims. In fact, they had to wear distinctive clothes that set them apart these practices were existence. Jews not the senators that Jews compare back. Whether or not these rules were enforced, really so the idea, though, however, is that all Jews were a protected class, nevertheless, they were a subjugated class at the same time. But overall, fairly limited restrictions like economic activity, positive. And third, certain preferential support for Muslims, both in terms of financial support, for example, jizya, also meaning Muslim travel required, for example, to extend certain hospitality to Muslim travelers. They were prohibited from engaging in certain activities like the sale of alcohol, which of course is prohibited as well. And there were things like they did not build their houses, taller houses, to comply with their religious structures as well. So it was kind of like put in place another reminder that Muslims were populated and superior race, and Jews, Christians, support the population. And protected, and this is something that Jews really appreciated, allowed for Islamic lands to achieve the status of being a Rothschild society governed by law. Practical are at least defined areas where effectively was protected. The implications are huge because this meant that Jews could rely on certain structures being in place for their activity. It's true that there were these symbolic that kept them in second-class status, theoretically prevented them from expanding in size, buildings, things like that. But by and large, these things were not especially strong issues there. What I think is especially interesting is to contrast the active bar with the doctrine and witness that we discussed when we looked at the church fathers. This provides us with a counterpoint that illustrates the difference of Jews and Muslim lands as opposed to Jews and Christian lands. Jews and Muslim lands have to recognize their subordinate status, but nevertheless had an amount of freedom within those boundaries. In Christian lands, Jews were determined to provide testimony for Jews to Christianity, a logical purpose which posited their future existence at the same time kept them in that subordinate status Christian lands as well. So, ironically, the Ummah is kind of like the Muslim version of doctrine of witness, very similar socioeconomic implications. And we're going to see in the next few lectures exactly how that played out in Muslim society. In the next lecture, however, we're going to be talking about Africa, the fascinating, not well studied history, and much of this takes place in the Muslim world. Thank you for watching. I'd like to now turn to the fascinating history of the Jews of Africa. This is an extremely complex and not very well researched topic, but let's break it down into three main areas. You have a look at this map of the continent of Africa. I think we can sort of bulk the history of the Jews of this continent into three main geographic areas. The first would be, of course, North Africa, which is the most well-known aspect of Jewish history on the continent. Moves towards the east, Egypt. You can see the Nile Delta in this satellite photograph. It includes really important regions like Tunisia and Morocco, which have long established Jewish settlements because the Jews were exiled from Israel in the first century. They followed a path that had already been trod by many previous migrants. The pattern of Jewish settlement in the ancient period basically extends across the coast of North Africa up into Spain and later across the Pyrenees into Europe, but it also includes simultaneously settlement of the Italian Peninsula, the Greek Peninsula, and so on. But the coast of North Africa is a fairly well-known area for Jewish history. We've already treated it a few times in previous lectures, and we'll come back to it in future lectures. So I'm not necessarily going to break out a special lecture just for North Africa, because much of the history of Jews is integrated with other things that are going on, particularly in the Muslim world. So we'll return to those later. And there is the fascinating story of the Jews in Ethiopia. And that's so unusual that I'm going to devote at least 2 lectures to Ethiopia. The next lecture in the series will start with the Ethiopian Jews and take them up to the late 19th century, and then later on when we get to the spring semester, hopefully we'll return to look at them in the 20th century. And then finally, in the Deep South, you have the major population of Jews in South Africa. Most of those are migrants who come from Eastern Europe in the 19th century, however. And so it's better for us to treat them later on in the semester a little bit. Like, I used to live in Miami for quite some time, and South Florida is way north of North Florida in terms of American culture. So South Africa is way more European, even though it's at the southern tip of the African continent. There are also many other populations, some fascinating ones like the Lemba, who are also primarily concentrated in the south, that have more features in common with the history of the Jews of Ethiopia, but I'm going to break it up into these 3 sections for now. Again, North Africa is going to be integrated with a lot of the topics that we're already discussing. Ethiopia is going to have 2 kind of standalone lectures, and South Africa will also get to when we get to the spring semester. This is not to say that Jews are only found in these 3 regions of the continent. On the contrary, many of the regions have experienced Jewish settlement, and there are a significant number of indigenous African peoples who have claimed Jewish descent. The so-called Falasha or Beta Israel, which we'll speak about in the next lecture, are hardly the African tribes that have been associated either by themselves or by others with the Jews. In the interest of the scope of this particular series of lectures, to concentrate on the areas that I've identified here. One of the most profound writers of the history of the Jews of Africa is undoubtedly Dr. Tudor, who has written some amazing, important works that focus on the history of the Jews. In this region, he's especially well associated with the Beta Israel. Some of his works, they're really wonderful to read. They're quite heroic in scope. But he identifies something which I think is extremely important for us to understand. That is the mystification of the so-called Hamitic myth. The story, as you may recall, goes back to the book of Genesis, where it is represented in the 5th century Nuremberg Chronicle, where after successfully braving the waters of the flood, he lands his boat and he immediately plants a vineyard. Once he discovers the intoxicating qualities of the fruit of the vine, he falls asleep in his drunkenness and naked. His 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Yafet, shown here, all find him drunk and passed out like this. And Shem and Yafet, not exactly as portrayed here, but Shem and Ham elect to cover him up to respect his dignity, and Ham does not. So when Noah wakes up, he finds out what has happened, and he is especially angry at Ham. And for reasons which we will have to left aside for now, he actually curses Ham's son, Canaan, or Canaan. And this curse, for much of Western history, has been associated with slavery, has been used as a justification for slavery. Africans in particular, because the descendants of Ham are especially associated with the settlement of Africa. Kind of a fanciful association where Ham, Hebrew means aunt, related to the word, one of the words for son, and the medieval argument is that Africans received darker skin because of their exposure and the equator to more sunlight and so on. So this idea called the Hamitic myth after Ham. It should be after Canaan, but you can have a look at Dr. Griffith's work. He said a little bit more about that. Okay, how it's been used as masculine? It's been used as a kind of a justification for some of the achievements of Africans in order to say that it's really not possible for indigenous Africans to come up with these remarkable discoveries, such as, for example, Great Zimbabwe, which is one of the most important of the archaeological sites found in the southern region of Africa. And 19th century European explorers said there's no way that local Africans could have built this. It's simply too fantastic. It must be that there were Semites somehow involved because the local population are descended from Canaan, from Ham, and I have to be at a lower cultural level. Even though later researchers pretty conclusively identified that this was an indigenous African culture. But from this comment, you have a long series of attempts throughout African culture to make distinctions between the so-called pure descendants of Ham and the intermixture of Semites who may have come into the continent at one point or another, intermarried with local populations and so on. This sort of intellectual exercise is engaged in not only by the European powers in Africa, who wish to make distinctions between the many, many different peoples of Africa, and they use this myth to elevate one at the expense of others. It's also sometimes used by Africans themselves who choose to identify with an earlier Israelite origin, perhaps the most famous, which is of the Igbo tribe, and there have been some interesting associations. He, of course, went on to write a remarkable book about his experience at the state, which had a tremendous impact on the abolitionist movement. But he wrote about childhood memories of associations with practices because of his presumed tribal affiliation with an original Israelite religion. The accuracy of his claims to Semitic or Israelite origins, of course, is really all over the board. Some are quite significant. The Leva tribe has, for example, demonstrated through DNA studies that there is definitely a linkage with Semitic people living in the Middle East. But in other cases, that's served primarily to bolster claims of superiority of one people over another for whatever reason. Identity or racial features of Jews by portraying themselves as Jews, whereas the real Jews would have been of darker skin hue. I am not going to evaluate those claims in this particular lecture. We may come back to it in the future later, but right now we're just going to focus on the Jews of Africa. It's also important to note that there are many Jews who are of African origin for whatever reasons, including conversion. There are some tremendous individuals who have converted because it is effectively colorblind. The state of one's does not have a reflection or bearing on your candidacy for conversion to Judaism, although it is less common. But they and their children remain Jewish, and we have significant populations of Jews of color throughout the world. Okay. Enough background information. Let's have a closer look at the Jews of Ethiopia, which I find absolutely fascinating, in the next video. Thank you for watching this briefing. The Jews of Ethiopia are absolutely fascinating, and I really enjoyed doing the research for this video because so many of the terms that I'm used to by studying the history of the Jews in the Middle East or Europe are out the window because things are so different in Ethiopia. So a lot of this was new to me. I was also surprised by how much of it was actually very similar, and I said, well, of course, this is Jewish history, even though it's happening in a very different cultural environment. A lot of the parameters and constraints put on the Jews of Ethiopia were identical, or at least commensurate with those that Jews in Sephardic national Hasidic experience. I'm going to speak in this video only about the experience of Ethiopia until the late 19th century. There's quite a bit of material here, certainly not for this lecture, but I have to set aside the remarkable events of the 20th century, much later lecture, when we so the Jews of Ethiopia as they finally returned to Israel. amazing story, but I'm going to have to do that chapter quite a bit later. Let us now turn, however, to the Jews of Ethiopia, specifically their discovery. The term discovery itself is a colonial term because, after all, Ethiopia didn't need to be discovered, but they were discovered by the Europeans. The most important figure in bringing the attention of a Jewish population to the minds of Europeans, Jews and non-Jews, was James Bruce, the 8th century explorer, who wrote this remarkable book, Travel to Discover the Source of the Nile. Several trips. He actually went and he encountered the Ethiopian Jews and he wrote about them in quite a fascinating vein and really drew the attention of much of Europe to this unusual Jewish population. But by the time James Bruce came on the scene, he had known about the Ethiopian population for hundreds of years. Just to give you a few examples of the earlier references, there is the remarkable story of El, who mysterious character who appeared in the 9th century and claims to be associated with a Jewish kingdom that some authors have identified with Ethiopia. It's, however, difficult to ascertain because it's a bit of a charlatan. Much of the story that he recorded is questioned by historians. More likely, he actually came from the region of Arabia, and much of the events that he describes and the conditions that he described really does not pertain to what we surmise must have been Ethiopian Jewish history at that time. So there is a reference here that some historians rely on, but others regard as suspect. We have Benjamin of Tudela, much more reliable, famous Jewish traveler who made his way through much of the Jewish world, and recorded in detail what exactly he saw. However, he never got to Ethiopia himself. He recorded what he had heard from others, and so there's some question as to the validity of Ethiopia in particular. Nevertheless, there's a reference to it. Rav Ovadia of Bartanoro, also known as Bartanora, a very important commentator on the Mishnah, writes about the appearance of African Jews, meaning dark Nubian Jews, showing up in slave markets and needing to be redeemed by the Jewish community. Much more interesting kind of Bible source, which is certainly confirmed by the extensive writings of Rabbi David and Rabbi Zimra, known as the Radbaz, an abbreviation of his name, in the 16th century. The eminent rabbi of North Africa, and he dealt with specific cases regarding these